Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 520. The order has come. 2 weeks later, the combat meeting room of the 12th Independent Technical Force was not attended by all members, but the leaders and test pilots of each group gathered. After Yang Hui submitted the drawings of the mass-produced M1 Heretic to the military committee for approval, the research team of V-Plan was split into several groups, corresponding to the development of armed backpacks for the universe, sky, forest, desert and other environments, and Tim Ray was responsible for controlling the overall situation. Everyone, a week ago, the mass accelerator on the moon launched countless small rocks to bombard important military locations on Earth. Although the fleet of Luna II successfully stopped it, it also caused huge casualties and damage to the military bases on the ground, and also bought precious time for the airborne troops. The first batch of Zeon Space Forces has successfully landed in Central Asia and occupied a large area of Baikonur and its surroundings. You should know what this means. Everyone's expression was solemn. Baikonur is a very important military location. From the Caspian Sea up to Europe, it is close to Odessa, a major mineral resource center. From the Caspian Sea to the south, it is the Middle East, where oil resources are concentrated. Once these two places are occupied by the Zeon Army, they can fill the two major shortcomings of the Zeon Army in a short period of time. So, our order has come. General Rebel ordered us to go to Earth immediately to support the Middle East front. Ask a question. After Yang Hui finished speaking, there was silence for 2 or 3 seconds. After confirming that there was no follow-up, Fort Rumphilo raised his hand. He knew that it was time to enter the questioning session. Speak. Why the Middle East instead of Odessa? Fort Rumphilo asked the question of many people present. Anyone can see that Odessa is much more important than the Middle East. Oil resources are still the most important strategy. Cars, fighter planes, ships, submarines and other vehicles are still using fossil fuels. But Odessa's underground is rich in mineral resources, and these mineral resources include rare metals that are necessary for the manufacture of MIS. For the Zeon Army, which is short of materials, it is the foundation and core of expanding its armaments. Once Odessa is occupied, the number of MIS of the Zeon Army may double, and the threat will be even greater. Therefore, they all feel that they should be sent to support Odessa's defense line instead of the Middle East. First, the Middle East is as important as Odessa. Without the Middle East, East Asia and Africa will be directly exposed to Zeon's attack range. General Rebel believes that even if Zeon owns Odessa, it will not be able to expand the size of the MIS force in a short period of time. After all, no matter how powerful the MIS is, it still needs people to drive it, and large-scale manufacturing also takes time. The oil resources in the Middle East can be immediately converted into combat power and money. Second, the Federation has begun to establish the M1 Psychic Force, a castrated version of the M1 Heretic. The main strategic goal now is to delay the Zeon Army and consume them. Third, speaking of this, Yang Hui paused, with a playful but cold smile on his face. The military leaders think that we are small in number, so we shouldn't go to Odessa to hold back the elite troops. Bang! Those damn bastards. Are you looking down on us? Humph. We must kill these bugs when we have a chance. The faces of the 7 members of the MIS team were all very ugly. The young people thought they were underestimated and were just angry and unwilling. The older people knew that there must be political struggle involved. The enemy had already hit their doorstep, but they were still fighting internally. While they were angry, they were also more disappointed with the Federation. Okay. A sharp shout interrupted the indignation of the crowd. We don't have any record. It is inevitable that we will be underestimated. So in this battle, I have 2 requirements. First, everyone should keep their eyes open and don't die on the battlefield. Of course. The training is not in vain. Major, I don't think anyone is going to be a martyr. Let's talk about the second point directly. Okay, the second point is. At this time, Yang Hui paused again, with a bloodthirsty expression and a ferocious smile. Kill the bastards of Zeon happily. Understood. X and Tim Ray and other members of the research team admired Yang Hui's methods in their hearts. Whether it was the contempt from above or the stimulation of the order, it greatly stimulated the pilots' competitive spirit and morale. On the battlefield, This unit will burst out with unparalleled combat effectiveness. Director Lay. Major. What is the current progress of the armed backpacks? The equipment for space, ground warfare, desert warfare and jungle warfare has been manufactured. Except for the armed backpacks for space, the others have not yet been tested on actual machines. The progress of the equipment for underwater combat in space station is 70%. Well, all aircraft are equipped with space backpacks, and a set of equipment for ground warfare, desert warfare and jungle warfare will be prepared for travel. It's too dangerous, Major, to go to the battlefield without experimental equipment. Tim Lay knew that Yang Hui planned to experiment with these new equipment on the battlefield. No problem. I'm always paying attention to the development process. There won't be any problems. At most, there will be minor adjustments, which can be solved by the accompanying maintenance technicians. But follow the order, Director Lay. Understood. Disband, prepare yourselves, and set off on time at 0600 Earth time tomorrow. Yes. X and everyone dispersed. The pilots were excited. They might not be able to sleep tonight, while the technical team leaders were worried. They were confident in the equipment they developed, but they had to use it in combat before it was tested. They were also worried that if their comrades were killed or injured because of the defects in the equipment they made, they would never forgive themselves in their lives. Major, I think it's better. Tim Lay wanted to persuade him, but Yang Hui raised his hand to interrupt him and said something that moved him deeply. I trust you, Director Lay. This is not a question of trust or not. Although he was moved to tears, Tim Lay still held back his tears. We are confident in these equipment, but we should not use the lives of pilots to verify it. Don't get excited, Tim. How can I not be excited? This is a matter of life and death. Okay, calm down. I promise you, after arriving on Earth, I will first test a performance in the rear, and then go to the battlefield if I think there is no problem. Is that okay? Yang Hui knew that if he did not compromise, Tim Lay would not let him go. Sometimes Tim Lay is easy to talk to, even cowardly, but when it comes to things he cares about, he is very stubborn. I will go with you. Tim Lay decided. No, although there are combat missions, the development mission cannot be stopped, especially the backpacks for underwater and air use must be completed as soon as possible. Yang Hui said seriously, Xi'an has begun to use underwater MIS and has caused huge losses to the Navy fleet and coastal cities. The Federation must also have an underwater MIS force as soon as possible. The Air Force is to seize the initiative. Now Xi'an does not have an air-usable MIS in the atmosphere. Once we succeed first, we can firmly grasp the air supremacy in our own hands. But I am worried. Don't worry, Tim, you should know my ability. Tim Lay was silent. Although Yang Hui had not said it clearly, from the contact during this period of time, Tim Lay also guessed that Yang Hui was the scientist who developed the new technologies such as M1 Heresy and Killing Class. Be safe. Thousands of words were stuck in his throat and could not be said, and finally merged into the simplest and most sincere blessing. Don't worry, everyone has worked hard during this period. Tell everyone that after the tasks at hand are completed, I will give you 2 weeks of vacation. Go home and spend time with your families. Understood. Go ahead. Since the Kirin class has not yet been built, the 12th Independent Technical Force does not have its own warships, so Cheyenne has drawn 4 Columbus-class transport ships from the 2nd Fleet to transport 8 MIS, and then 2 Mezarin-class heavy cruisers and 6 Samiris-class light cruisers will escort them to Earth orbit, and then descend from space to directly reach the Middle East battlefield. However, after leaving the defense range of Luna 2, Xi'an was discovered. Lieutenant Colonel Huikin, the concentration of Minovsky particles has increased, and the radar has detected enemy ships. Database comparison. A Musée-class ship. 1,000 kilometers away. Well, this technical unit has something. The new radar is working. Huikin is not the commander of Luna 2 yet. Before the Federation Space Forces recovered their size and could fight the Xi'an fleet head-on, he was just a captain under Cheyenne. This time, he was in charge of commanding the escort fleet. At first, Huikin, like most Federation officers, did not like the 12th Independent Technical Unit. On the one hand, it was the reputation of the commander Yang Hui, and on the other hand, the autonomy of this unit was too high, which aroused envy. But after the 12th Independent Technical Unit completed the Gundam Astray, a non-shrinkage version, The whole body is made of Gundamium alloy Greek letter Alpha, and replaced the fleet's warships. He began to change his mind. There is only one battleship, a reconnaissance unit? Or a special unit carrying out an independent mission? Lieutenant Colonel, what should we do? Has the enemy discovered us? Predicting the route of the enemy battleship, it should not have. Turn the main gun and lock onto the enemy Musei class, speed up and don't alert the enemy. Logically speaking, the escort fleet has 8 battleships, and a mere Musei class is not enough for them to fill their teeth. Even if Zeon has a MIS unit, it can't expect to get away with it in front of the updated fleet. Moreover, they also have MIS, but their combat effectiveness has not been verified yet. But the order Huakin received was to safely escort the people of the 12th Independent Technical Unit to the designated coordinates and then carry out airborne operations. In order not to affect the mission, Huakin decided to be safe and not open fire first. I hope everything is safe. Chapter 521. Are all the Federation's MIS monsters? A new Musei-class ship was freely roaming in the silent deep space of the universe, and a relaxed atmosphere spread inside the warship. Major, are we really just going to wait like this? Do you think we are only going to attack Luna II with Cheyenne charged with just one Musei? Lieutenant Diran. Of course not, it's just that. If a hunter is impatient, he can't catch his prey, Lieutenant Diran. Yes, I understand, but is it really on Luna II? The Federation's V-plan. Isn't it our mission to confirm its existence? But we can't confirm anything if we keep waiting like this. Wait another week. If there is still no movement from Luna II, we can only ask the Intelligence Department for other suspicious targets. Understood. Char looked at the empty universe at a glance, and he was a little impatient. The information he got from Dazzle was originally the information sent by the spies in the V-Plan project. The last piece of information he received was that they were about to be transferred to Luna II to join a new independent force, and then they lost contact. Char judged that these spies must have died in the line of duty. Based on the intelligence, he had been waiting around Luna II for almost a month, but there was no movement from Luna II, which made Char begin to doubt the authenticity of the intelligence. Although he was unwilling to work for the Zabi family, he now needed to hide under the Zabi family's nose. As the saying goes, the darkest place is the darkest under the lamp, and the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Moreover, he could also strike at the Federation, which had once made his father work hard to deal with and was suspected of assassinating his father. He was very happy to do so. Huh? What's that? What's wrong? There seems to be a fire in that direction. What? Char could not sit still, and immediately grabbed the optical observation equipment and observed carefully. That's it. Finally found it. More than a dozen flames, the slowly moving ship shadow structure like a wreckage, was definitely the Federation's fleet. Now the Federation's space fleet only had the fleet led by Cheyenne, to which Luna II belonged. Judging from the number of flames, it would not be a large-scale attack. As for the small fleet, it's unrealistic to stop a large Zeon force. As for the patrol fleet, this place is a bit far from Luna II. So, the small force carrying out a mission alone is likely related to the V-plan mentioned in the intelligence. Major Char. Prepare the ship's guns, lock on the enemy ships, MIS troops attack, and capture this fleet. But, if my observation is correct, the number of enemy ships is several times ours. Will it be difficult to capture this fleet? That's why I'm here, isn't it? Yes. Got it. As expected of Char, the prestige of Red Comet is very high within the Zeon army, and just the name can bring courage to people. As always, Char did not change his driving suit and directly boarded his red Zaku II, ready to attack, but received a report that shocked him. Major. MIS, it's the Federation's MIS. What? How many? 9. Heading straight for my ship. MIS troops, attack immediately. The farmer slows down, the others cover me, destroy all enemy planes, and then slowly retreat. Char didn't believe that the Federation had built MIS in such a short time. He thought it was still a toy like the Iron Cavalry, but considering the enemy's MIS troops' containment, the enemy fleet discovered their existence. Without the possibility of a sneak attack, it would still be difficult for a Musei and 6 Zakis to capture the enemy. To be safe, Char decided to retreat temporarily, destroy the enemy's MIS troops himself, give the Federation fleet a head start, and then wait for an opportunity. As a result, after the attack, Char saw the appearance of the Federation's MIS and immediately gave up the idea. He immediately ordered, "All planes disperse, retreat at full speed while holding back firepower. I'll buy you time." 10 minutes ago, Ken shared the situation of discovering Muse with Yang Hui. Originally, he planned to be on guard without fighting, and to prioritize the escort mission, but Yang Hui made a suggestion that shocked Ken and he immediately opposed it. "Are you serious? Major Yang Hui? Do you know what you are talking about?" "I know very well, Lieutenant Colonel Ken, but we have been discovered by the enemy. If we don't drive them away, we dare not carry out the landing operation. Then I will use the naval guns to kill them directly. The new equipment you provided supports artillery warfare in a high concentration of Minovsky particles." "No, Lieutenant Colonel Ken, it is a good opportunity for our MIS troops to repel them alone. The test is just a test, but it has never been carried out in actual combat. The battlefield we are about to join will be a large-scale melee and chaotic battlefield. It is too dangerous to use it for the first battle. Now there is a small force in front of us. It is the best for the first battle and actual combat test." Ken was silent. He knew that what Yang Hui said was right, but this was only from Yang Hui's own perspective. From Ken's perspective, he would definitely not agree. VX plan is about the future of the Federation. If it fails, do you know the consequences? This is the chance to prove that it succeeded, isn't it? No matter how good the test performance is, it is only a test, not actual combat. The development of all weapons needs to get the final results in actual combat. If we fail here, we should not continue to develop the wrong results of this plan and let more soldiers die in vain. Ken felt Yang Hui's determination and was convinced by Yang Hui's reason. "How sure are you?" "From my personal point of view, 100%. It is so confident that the UC version of the Gundam Astray is also a Gundam. Except for a little difference in name and shape, it is no different from the original RX-78 series Gundam developed by the V-Plan. A rookie who drives the Gundam while reading the manual can win 1 against 2. If a group of people who have undergone formal training and led by the monster Yang Hui can't win when they fight 9 against 6, then it must be the deliberate manipulation of a certain god. What about objective judgment? You'll know after you fight." "I know. I'll leave it to you, Major Yang Hui. Use the MIS you built to teach the arrogant Zeon a severe lesson." "Understood, Lieutenant Colonel Ken. Good luck in fighting." After the communication ended, Yang Hui looked at the split screen and saw 7 subordinates who had already changed into driving suits and were sitting in the cockpit excitedly. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Did you hear everything?" "I heard it. X8 attack and get off to a good start." "Understood." X8 The hatches of the 4 Columbus-class transport ships opened one after another, and 9 Astray Gundams of different colors attacked from the Columbus-class transport ships one after another, forming a pointed cone array, dragging 8 neatly arranged tail flames towards the Muse class. The first one was painted in gray and purple, with 2 beam rifles in hand and 2 signs hanging on his shoulders. A dark blue painted and a dark gray painted Astray Gundam with a standard shield and a gun followed closely, followed by a red, a blue and a brown. The red one held 2 double-mounted Gatling guns plus shield attack system. The blue one had no beam rifle and shield, but a high-powered super mega particle cannon. The brown one held a strong shield in both hands, but had 2 more 230mm cannons on his shoulders, and the next 3 were the classic blue, white and red painted, red and black painted, and blue-gray painted Astray Gundam, which also carried standard weapons. At the same time, all the Astray Gundams were equipped with space-specific propulsion backpacks on their backs, 4 balance wings and 2 propulsion nozzles, and 2 balance nozzles on the sides. The balance wings were equipped with 8 missiles for MIS. That's it. Red Zaku, so fast. It's Char. Red Comet, Char. Now both sides can observe the enemy's MIS with their naked eyes. Seeing the red machine approaching them like a meteor, the confident people's expressions became solemn. They couldn't help but think that they encountered a big boss like Red Comet in the first battle. "Isn't it too difficult? Char? Leave him to me. You are responsible for the other enemy planes. Don't let them be shot down." "Understood." X8 hearing this, the 7 people who were still very nervous relaxed. Char's record is indeed terrible, but they have not experienced it personally, and Yang Hui, that is a monster who likes to bully people. "It's you, Char, haha, you have been waiting for a long time, right? Come and play." Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and immediately gave the order to disperse, and then flew towards the red meteor alone. That's it. Seeing him as he had never seen before rushing straight towards him, Char felt a sense of crisis that he had never felt in the chaotic battlefield of the Battle of Laon. He did not dare to distract himself to contain other people, and concentrated on dealing with the enemy who came to his door. Swish, seeing the other party raise his hand, a second before the bright beam burst out, Char pulled the joystick and avoided the incoming beam at a thrilling distance, and continued to rush towards the enemy plane, but the enemy plane's beam continued to hit, blocking the way forward, forcing him to dodge left and right, drawing peach charms in the universe. What on earth is this? Char gritted his teeth and kept dodging the enemy plane's shooting. He had no chance to get close, and what made Char most frustrated was that he could see that the other party did not want to kill him, because every shot of the other party accurately blocked his way, forcing him to change direction, and then another shot blocked him in front of him, forcing him back to the original path, and it went on and on. It was like an invisible birdcage, so that Char, the little bird, could only move in the birdcage and could not fly freely. Ding, what is this? This feeling. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through Char's mind, and he suddenly had a feeling that the other party's pilot gave him a very familiar feeling. This person, he might know him. But this feeling was erratic and elusive. Just when he wanted to grasp it, it disappeared. When he came to his senses and gave up, it appeared again. Damn, what on earth is this? Major. Major. Ah. As soon as he heard a communication for help, Char saw his subordinates being pierced through the chest by a beam of light, and immediately exploded into fireworks in the universe. One gun has the power of a cruiser gun? Hey. Are all the Federation's Ms. monsters? Char was sweating profusely. Fortunately, he was used to dodging, otherwise. Retreat. Retreat at full speed. Understood. XN. Chapter 522, Thrilling Escape or Intentional Release? Although the Gundam Astray took advantage of the performance of the machine and the opponent's contempt, in terms of actual combat experience, the Ms troops of Zeon were indeed much more than Yang and others, and the combat quality of the squad was also very good. After stabilizing their mentality, they adopted the tactic of alternating squad cover, fighting and retreating. Although the 100mm machine gun bullets on the armor and shield made of Gundamium alloy Greek letter alpha can only splash out leaping sparks and leave only tiny grooves, the impact of the bullets is still not small, and no matter how strong the defense is, they dare not always withstand the bullets. The Gundam Astray still has relatively fragile parts. Moreover, they have to dodge the rocket attacks that come from time to time, which can't be resisted by armor, and the shield can't even block a few. And, damn Zeon, running around, if you have the ability, fight a fair fight. Fort Rumphillo cursed while shooting with a Gatling Vulcan cannon in his hand, and the bullet chain dragged a long tail, but it could only follow the enemy's buttocks and couldn't touch it. Calm down, Fort. Your mission is to drive away and intercept enemy aircraft approaching me, so don't run around and block my beam. Fred, come back. But they are going to run. Then do you plan to catch up and eat the naval guns? Except for Kashima Isama and Young, who showed a fairly good tacit understanding and cooperation from the beginning, the others were almost in a mess. They seemed to be fighting in a small team, but there was no tacit understanding and they were holding each other back. This is no wonder. They were strangers transferred from all over the world. They didn't know each other before, and then there was the mistraining. Whether it was simulation training or actual machine testing, it took less than a month in total. On the Zeon side, although Char's troops were small in number, they were all elites carefully selected by Dazzle for Char, and they all achieved good results in the Battle of Laon. Therefore, although Young and others will be famous aces in the future, they are still rookies facing Zeon's elite veterans. They can protect themselves with the excellent performance of the Gundam Astray, but they can't get any good results. At this time, Char's Zakuai found an opportunity and fired a rocket at Russ, who was aiming at his subordinate. Swish, at this time, the beam of Yang Hui's machine hit the rocket accurately, and it exploded in the middle of Char and Forte. One shot hit the rocket. What a precise shot. However, Char's attack did not intend to hit Russ from the beginning. This shot had successfully torn a crack in the birdcage that imprisoned him. Char immediately increased the speed of the machine to the highest level, escaped from the birdcage through this gap, and returned to the free sky. Boom boom boom. Char could not care less, and fired rockets continuously, emptying the magazine in an instant, and each rocket went to a different target. However, the precise beam hit several rockets again, detonating them before they hit the target, and then, swish. A thick green beam cut through the universe, separating the entire battle area, and also making the astray Gundams dodge in the vastness. They were not afraid of machine guns, and they could block rockets with shields, but the ship's guns were basically gone if they were touched. It was also precisely because of this opportunity that the red Zakuai went all out, turned into a meteor and caught up with the retreating battleships and subordinates. After accommodating all 5 MIs, it immediately turned around and evacuated to the distance. Don't chase. Seeing that Forte and others still wanted to continue chasing, Yang Hui immediately ordered them to stop. But Major, we can't catch up. That Musei is a modified high-speed ship. Even Mazarin can't catch up. But return to the ship. Understood. After returning to the ship, X8 Yang Hui immediately ordered the maintenance team to prepare the body, and then reported to Huiken. Not bad, Major Yang Hui. Are you being sarcastic, Lieutenant Colonel Huiken? No, it's a sincere compliment. You know, the enemy is the Red Comet. Thank you for the compliment, Lieutenant Colonel Huiken, but they still have a lot of problems and need to be taught a lesson. That's also true. The results of this battle are not good. The MIS troops on our side are all first-timers. It is amazing that they can repel the Red Comet Char in the first battle. You know, Char sank 5 cruisers alone in the Battle of Laum, and that was when Char had no ammunition. But to be honest, 9 against 6, and the performance of the machine is obviously better than the enemy's. With the advantage of numbers and performance, only 1 Zakuai was destroyed. Who can watch the whole battle? The performance of the machine is beyond doubt. Whether it is mobility, defense, weapon power, all aspects are far superior to Zeon's Zakuai. Although I heard that this is the level of a test machine, the performance of the mass-produced machine will decline, but no matter how bad it is, it will not be worse than the Zakuai, right? So the reason why this battle turned out like this was because of the pilots. They were not well trained, their formation was chaotic, they had almost no coordination, and they were dragging each other down. They were simply a mess and a sight to behold. Anyway, thank you for your hard work, Major Yang Hui. We will soon reach the drop coordinates. Take a good rest now. Understood. After hanging up the communication, Huiken recalled the entire battle process again, and this time the focus was on Yang Hui's machine. At the beginning, Huiken was also surprised when he knew that Yang Hui would also fly a MIS to attack. After the battle began, he became even more horrified. Most people could only see that all of Yang Hui's shots were dodged by Char, and in the end, he didn't know why he exploded and was lucky enough to hit the rockets that were fired. But Huiken, who had a good eye, saw it at the first time. Yang Hui's shooting level was very terrifying. He didn't even think about breaking Char's Zakuai, but used shooting to limit Char's movement within a very small range. The subsequent accurate shots were not due to explosion or luck. What do you want to do, training? Or? Huiken judged that Yang Hui showed mercy. If he wanted, Char could not escape Yang Hui's shooting, so the purpose of deliberately giving Char a chance to break out and retreat was worth pondering. Shaking his head, Huiken suppressed the question and concentrated on the task at hand. He prepared to sort out a document and hand it over to Cheyenne for decision after returning to Luna II. On the other side, after the farmer got rid of the Federation Army and entered the safe space, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lieutenant Diran, the captain, wiped the sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, the other party didn't catch up, otherwise, it would be really dangerous. Fortunately? How can you say fortunately in this situation? Char questioned Lieutenant Diran. The elites who could be selected by Dazzle were naturally not short-sighted people. Diran and the others also understood what Char meant. What the two said was right, but Diran was starting from his own perspective. Fortunately, the Federation Army did not chase them, otherwise they might be wiped out. But Char's perspective was indeed from the perspective of the entire war and the entire Zeon army. Although the actions and tactics of the Federation MIS were very immature, the performance of the machine was far superior to that of the Zakuai. Moreover, this was not just 1, but 9. So, could this machine be mass-produced? If it was mass-produced, how would the Zeon MIS troops respond? Of course, Char was just talking about this worry. The true face of the V-plan had been confirmed. The M1 heretic that Yang Hui had shown him was an excellent machine that made him envious. It was certain that Yang Hui participated in the V-plan, and then, that machine. You hid it so well, Yang Hui. When Char thought of the heretic Gundam that entangled him and imprisoned him in a birdcage, he couldn't help but shudder. After the two sides came into contact, the enemy plane basically stood still without moving, and the two double guns kept shooting. Even if he wanted to fight back, every time he aimed his gun at the enemy plane, the fatal beam forced him to give up the attack. There was also the last shot of hitting several rockets accurately. Char searched his memory bank and flashed through the images of all the Xiaomi's ace pilots he knew. He was sure that no one could do it. Maybe hitting 1 or 2 out of a dozen shots could do it, but hitting several shots at the same time, this shooting level can already be called God. Haha, are you forcing me to bow down to you? Thinking of this, Char, who had made God kneel down to him, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Major, what's wrong? At this time, Lieutenant Deeren interrupted Char's thoughts. Nothing, contact Vice Admiral Dodazuru and request to return. Huh? That's the end. We have successfully determined that the Federation has developed Ms. Our mission is half successful. What about the other half? Do you think that with our current combat power, we have the ability to completely destroy it? No. Lieutenant Deeren shook his head violently, almost leaving an afterimage. What a joke. The other pilots were inexperienced and almost wiped them out. If they go again, are they going to be experienced babies? Besides, this small fleet came out from Luna 2, which means that the location of this plan is still Luna 2. Let them attack Luna 2 alone? It would be easier to kill me directly. So, now that the mission target has been determined, their mission can be handed in. If they want to continue, they need to go back and ask for support. Contact Vice Admiral Dozel, I will take the responsibility. Yes. Returning to his room, Char locked the door, took off his mask for the first time in a long time, and slumped in the chair. This battle made him feel the crisis of death that he had not felt in the one-week war and the Battle of Laon. Yang Hui's attack seemed fierce but not murderous, but even so, it brought Char incomparable pressure, which he had never felt even when he was threatened by Cassilia or pointed at by the cannon of the gun tank when he was a child. However, while tired, Char was looking forward to it excitedly. He and Yang Hui were partners. The stronger the power Yang Hui showed, the higher the success rate of their cooperation. It seems that you have started to make a move, but I don't know when you will fulfill the gift you promised to give me. Chapter 523 Punishment for Being Late. Hey, why isn't the Major talking? FT. Ramphilo asked his comrade standing beside him in a low voice with cold sweat on his forehead. How should I know? Shut up, the Major is the most terrifying when he doesn't talk. The two people who answered FT. Ramphilo spoke in a low voice, for fear that others would know, because the 8 members of the MIS team of the 12th Independent Technical Force were standing in a row with sweat on their foreheads, their heads held high and their chests puffed out, standing tall like pine trees. And Yang Hui was sitting in front of them, flipping through the reports submitted by everyone in boredom. At this time, Yang Hui and others had already landed on Earth. Since they were in space, the 9 people were on 4 Columbus-class transport ships respectively, and it was not convenient to get together, so the review meeting may be late, but it will never be absent, right? Just after landing and confirming the station, before they had time to rest, Yang Hui called them together for a criticism meeting. The report that Yang Hui was browsing was written an hour ago by the 8 people sitting in a row in front of Yang Hui. Bang! Yang Hui threw the last report on the table with disdain and squinted at the 8 people standing at attention. The 8 people standing at attention shuddered at the same time. They knew it was going to be bad, and they kept cheering themselves up, preparing to bear Yang Hui's anger. I've read all your reports. Yang Hui stood up and came in front of everyone. He was calm, but it was the calm before the storm. What kind of bullshit did you write? 1 hour. You wrote this bullshit. You. That's you. Forte. Among the 8 reports, yours is the most infuriating. It's a whole diary, illogical, without any reflection, and it's all about boasting. What? Do you think your performance is good? No. And you, Ruth, you're all complaining about Forte blocking your rays. What about your own problem? As a firepower sniper, can't you find a position yourself if you don't have one? And George, you and Ruth are both rearguard fire support. Why are you rushing to the front? Are you going to stab people with the gun barrels on your shoulders? That's right. Shut up. I haven't scolded you yet. Why do you always run into your teammates' rays for no reason? You don't get any medals for accidentally injuring your teammates, and you don't have to send them up like a market. Puff, don't laugh, you three. Fred, go get a helmet later and test how hard your head is. Don't you know how to suppress with fire, shorten the distance and then burst into charge? You just rushed forward mindlessly. Did you hit anyone? Is it fun to cut the air? Not fun. And you? Travis and Blog, if you can't hold Fred back, just change cover. You pulled with the gritted teeth. Did you succeed? In the end you were led astray. What are you doing? Especially you, Travis, what are you thinking as a mature person? Are you so easily excited? Have you lived for decades in vain? Sorry. X3 finally, Yang Hui's eyes fell on Young and Kashima Isama, and his body trembled even more violently. With the experience of the pioneers, a fierce storm was about to hit. You two are okay. Young destroyed Izaku. X2 but I don't know what they were shooting at. When your comrades are in trouble, don't you go up to help? You just stay guarding your own little piece of land. What are you doing? You want to make a fortune from the treasure, right? You are instructors, don't you know the level of these rookies? Sorry, Major, we were wrong. X2 by the way, you two were rookies too. Oh, X2 in short, there was no highlight in this battle. They were all mistakes. It was that the enemy ran away under the pressure of our fleet, otherwise you would all become martyrs. Everyone, circle the base 10 times, and reflect on your problems while running. Major, no. One circumference of the base is 2 kilometers. We will run ourselves to death. Huh? As the Sir. X8 seeing the black dangerous aura emanating from Yang Hui, the 8 people dared not beg for mercy anymore. They ran away and disappeared from Yang Hui's sight. A bunch of cowards. Yang Hui cursed unhappily, but there was an interested smile on his face. No matter how great their future achievements and how powerful they are just a bunch of rookies now. How strong can they be? Being able to defeat Zeon's elite veterans and then repel them is already good. You have to know that in the original history, the cruelty of the 1-year war was beyond imagination. There were many elites on both sides, but they were all piled up with human lives in the early stage. This is the real world, no one is an ace at the beginning. However, satisfaction is satisfaction, and the lessons that should be taught should still be taught. Personal strength needs to be improved, but the cooperation between teammates should not be so poor, which is completely unlike the quality of a soldier. Yang Hui understands that this is their first time driving a MiZ, and the performance of the Gundam Astray exceeds that of the Zaku II. They underestimated the enemy and subconsciously regarded the actual combat as a simulation training. This kind of unhealthy trend cannot be encouraged. Being careless and underestimating the enemy is the biggest taboo on the battlefield. Only responsible for this defense zone? Haha, it seems that General Ribir is not having a good time either. After confirming the order he received, Yang Hui smiled coldly. They are the only MiZ unit in the Federation now. Logically, they should be calculated as elite troops. It is the best choice to act freely as a guerrilla force instead of defending a fixed defense zone. However, the order he received was indeed to collect this defense zone, and it was not such an important defense zone. It can be seen that the constraints faced by Ribir are really not small. But Yang Hui directly tore the order issued by Ribir into pieces of paper. He did not intend to obey this order. Let Ribir and Jipu worry about the above matters, I don't care. Thinking of this, Yang Hui called the intelligence control and asked him to send a telegram to Ribir. Hey, do you really have to write it like this? The intelligence control was ashamed. This was a blatant act of disobedience. Although the members of the 12th Independent Technical Unit were convinced by Yang Hui, they still dared not to disobey orders openly. After all, they still had to work in the Federation Army. Just send it out. I'll take responsibility for any problems. But send it out when I tell you to. Got it. Got it. With Yang Hui's endorsement, the intelligence control didn't care so much. He modified the content given to him by Yang Hui with a polite tone and sent it out. Yang Hui was really not afraid of taking responsibility. After all, he and Rebel had agreed at the beginning. Although he was Rebel's direct subordinate, he had the right to choose Rebel's orders. If he felt it was inappropriate or unreasonable, he would refuse Rebel's orders and act in his own way. Calculate the time. Zeon's large force should arrive at the Middle East defense line in 3 days. 3 days is enough. This brat. How can I mobilize enough troops to take over his defense zone in 3 days? After receiving the telegram sent by Yang Hui, Rebel was so angry that he almost smashed the table. Yang Hui's decision was indeed fine. He had thought so originally. But as Yang Hui guessed, due to the pressure from the old men in the military commission, he passed on the order to garrison the defense zone. As a result, Rebel knew that even if he ordered Yang Hui to hold the defense zone again, Yang Hui would not obey. He was relieved. He left a mess for himself. The people above had to deal with it, and the troops below had to be mobilized to fill the vacancies. General, this major is too arrogant. This is not something you need to worry about, Brigadier General Park. Rebel glared at the adjutant. He was loyal to him, but he had always had his own little calculations, so he kept him by his side and would not let him take control of the real power. Yes, I remember the 36th Armored Division and the 42nd Air Attack Brigade are on standby in the rear, right? Yes. Transfer them up to take charge of the defense zone of the 12th Independent Technical Force. But General, the people from the military commission. Just do as I say. Got it. Got it. The adjutant went to call back, and Rebel continued to look at the battle deployment map, muttering, I hope you can produce results, otherwise it will be difficult for me, Yang Hui. The next day, the replacement troops in the rear arrived at the defense zone, and the two commanders came to Yang Hui with a sour face to hand over the work. The commander of the 36th Armored Division, Edward Parker, has been ordered to take over the defense zone. The 42nd Air Attack Brigade, Captain Tanaka Momoji. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant Colonel Parker, Major Tanaka. Yang Hui also expressed his understanding of the two sour faces. It was originally quite comfortable to stay in the rear, but now they have to rush to the front line to face Xian's troops. No one will have a good face. HMPH. The technical troops should not come to the battlefield to cause trouble. This is General Rebel's order, Lieutenant Colonel Parker, and the development of the MIS has been completed, but with the data and records of actual combat, it can provide a more perfect starting point for the subsequent MIS troops, right? I hope you can get the corresponding results. Naturally, our logistics troops will retreat 5 kilometers. If your unit needs help, we can provide support to your unit within our capabilities. Understood. Then we'll set off. I wish you two good luck in your military affairs. You too. The three saluted each other, and then Yang Hui took Young, Kashima Isama and others to board the Gundam Astray and headed directly towards the direction of the Xian force. Passive defense has never been Yang Hui's character. He prefers to take the initiative and bring warmth to the enemy at a time and place when the enemy does not expect it. Taking the initiative? Very courageous. They should have corresponding confidence. The military reported that they repelled the Red Comet in space. That's really amazing. How else could they have completed the journey that I have been walking for 30 years? I hope they are successful. Ms. I don't know if my troops can still exist. Replace the tanks with Ms. That's right, let's go and inspect the defense zone again. Okay. Chapter 524 Hunting Time. After leaving the base, the 8 Gundam Astrays advanced at high speed towards the front of the defense line. The propulsion backpacks used in space had been dismantled and replaced with special equipment for land combat. The large nozzles on the legs allowed the Gundam Astray to maintain floating maneuvers on the ground. The backpack did not have balance wings and nozzles, but a large box, which carried a large amount of supplies and weapons and ammunition. After the backpack was unfolded, it could also open a new camouflage cloth, which could change color according to the local environment and play a role in hiding and lurking. At the same time, this camouflage cloth would harden after being stimulated by electric current, and had good defensive power. At the same time, because the supplies in the backpack had a lot of ammunition, the armor of the backpack was strengthened, and there were 2 auxiliary mechanical arms with 2 faces of cards for protection. The Fort Rumphilo machine gave up the heavy 2-gun Gatling Vulcan cannon shield attack system and replaced it with a 2-handed Gatling Vulcan cannon, with a belt directly connected to the backpack. His body had the greatest demand for live ammunition, so his backpack was full of ammunition. Rusk Cell is still the super mega cannon. In order to maintain the output and safety considerations, the backpack is equipped with a second energy source and an enhanced cooling system. In order to prevent the danger of the gun body overheating and self-destruction together with the body, the super mega cannon is connected to the backpack instead of the body. If the gun body overheats, the super mega cannon and the backpack can be directly discarded. George Miguel continues to use the 230mm cannon to provide heavy firepower support, and the backpack is also equipped with a large number of shells. Travis Kakulin replaced the beam rifle with a 200mm rocket launcher. Although the caliber is much smaller than the rocket launcher used by the Zakui, it is lighter, has more ammunition, and has less recoil. Of course, the beam rifle is not abandoned, but hung on the side of the box. At the same time, his body is the only one of the 9 machines equipped with auxiliary detection equipment, and it is also the eyes and ears of the whole team. Blog Carl and Fred Reber removed a lot of heavy armor, reducing weight as much as possible to improve the mobility of the machine. They gave up the beam rifle and replaced their arms with 2 small shields. However, these 2 shields are attack shield systems. The front and side nozzles can release beam blades, and can also launch ejection attacks, which are then recovered by steel cables. Yang Hui, Young, and Kashima Yu's weapons remain unchanged. In addition to carrying more supplies in their backpacks, they also have a moderate amount of energy clips. After advancing for a distance, the team entered a forest and stopped. Major, where are we going now? Spread out and hide on the spot. Are you going to ambush? Yes, this is the only way for the Zeon army to attack. Understood. Heretic number 4 and Heretic number 5 occupy the commanding heights on the left. Heretic number 6 and Heretic number 7 are 10 kilometers to the right rear. Heretic number 2 and Heretic number 3 are 1 kilometer to the left wing, and Heretic number 8 and Heretic number 9 are 1 kilometer to the right wing. I always write people's names for fear of being accused of wasting words or being unprofessional, so I'll use code names here. Yang Hui is naturally number 1, Young is number 2, Kashima Isama is number 3, Rusk Cell is number 4, Fort Rumphillo is number 5, George Miguel is number 6, Travis Kakuland is number 7, Blog Carl is number 8, and Fred Reber is number 9, understood. X8 remember, don't move the first batch of enemy planes you see. They must be reconnaissance troops. Let them pass. Our target is the main force behind us. Everyone, please be alert this time. If anyone fails again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, yes. The 9X8 Gundam Strays immediately dispersed and went to their respective positions to unfold the camouflage cloth of their backpacks, hiding themselves, and then the bodies entered silent mode. Russ, do you think the Zeon army will really come? Yes. Okay, I'm going to be serious this time. You weren't serious last time. Oh, people are in trouble. Remember not to block my rays this time. If my hands shake, you and I are both finished. Tisk, no need for you to remind me. In the silent state, everyone was nervous, but also extremely expectant. They had lost face last time, and they were forced to learn from their mistakes and wanted to show their prestige and reputation this time, and earn back the face they had lost. Moreover, this time they were facing the main force of Zeon. Although it was dangerous, it was also a huge achievement. If they succeeded, they would be rich and powerful. If they failed, they would probably die, so they would not talk about it. It was not until the next day, when the sky was dawning, that the boring intense waiting was finally broken. Clang clang clang. Here they come. There was no need for radar system detection. The vibration of the ground and the sound of the mechanical giants stepping on the ground told them that the Zeon reconnaissance force was coming. At this time, they were even more nervous. This was the first time they used this equipment. They didn't know if they could trick the Zeon reconnaissance force. Soon after, 3 green-balled one-eyed dragons came into their sight. They walked and stopped, and the scarlet one-eyed dragon turned around aimlessly, looking for something. There were also more than a dozen DOP fighters patrolling in the sky, looking for enemies who didn't know whether they existed or not. Don't find me. Don't find me. Everyone was silently looking forward to it, and even held their breath, afraid that they would be discovered by the Zeon reconnaissance force because of breathing. The concentration of Minovsky particles here. When they reached the center of the encirclement, a Zakui suddenly stopped, and the driver found something unusual. Is there any problem? Well, Minovsky particles have been scattered here, and the concentration is very light, but Minovsky particles should not appear in this position. It is still some distance away from the defense line of the Federation Army. Did they float over from somewhere else? Possibly. With such a light concentration, maybe the Federation Army is deliberately creating confusion and deliberately delaying our advance. Is there such a saying? X2 of course. Think about it, we are carrying out a blitzkrieg, And we need to occupy the Middle East and Odessa at lightning speed to open up the situation on the battlefield on Earth. The Federation uses this method to delay our progress, so doesn't it have more time to prepare the defense line? Great. X2 I'm not bragging. If I hadn't made some mistakes back then, I would be your superior now. Puff. Alright. Since there is no problem, let's go. The defense line of the Federation is ahead. Okay. When the ZYI stopped, everyone's heart tightened, but seeing that they only stopped for a while and didn't find anything, and then continued to move forward as if nothing had happened and walked out of their encirclement, they breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. My heart almost jumped out of my chest just now. Me too. Be quiet, there's still a dop flying above your head, don't show your true colors at this time. Understood. After waiting for about half an hour, the sun's light had already shone on the earth. From the other side of the horizon, a loud roar came. Looking carefully, more and more black spots appeared on the horizon, and then they became larger and larger. Here they come. It's worthy of being the main force of Zeon, this scale. 3. Dabbed class, ships, 12, Gallop class, ships, 36 ZYIs, a large number of DOP fighters and Regella tanks. There should be ZYIs in the Gallop class that haven't been launched yet. The worst plan is to fully load 36 units. Are you scared? Yang Hui asked. A little. Everyone answered. The credit of being able to eat up the main force is indeed tempting, but they only have 9 Gundam strays. Not to mention the battleships, fighter planes and tanks, even the number of enemy MIs is at least 4 times theirs. This number and scale will scare them as newcomers. Then don't move when the battle starts, and surrender directly after I die. Yang Hui continued to stimulate. Who wants to surrender? And Major. Don't say such unlucky words. This is called reverse flag. Huh? There is such an operation? I learned it. X8 stimulation and jokes go hand in hand, dispelling a lot of tension and fear, and at the same time strengthening their confidence. Enough of this small talk. Take the debut class as the standard. Enter the ambush circle and start attacking. Number 4, number 6, your targets are only 15 land battleships. Don't worry about the others. Understood. X2 number 5, number 7, protect number 4 and number 6. Be careful of the harassment of the DOP fighters. Understood. X2 number 2, number 3, number 8, number 9, weave left and right, keep moving and don't stop, disrupt the enemy's formation. Understood. X4 then everyone. After assigning tasks to everyone, the ZYI in the front had already stepped into the ambush circle with 1 foot, and the DOP fighters in the sky were already circling above their heads. Less than a few minutes were infinitely stretched, and it felt like decades had passed. Finally, as a standard, debut class, land battleship, it entered the ambush circle. Yang Hui had a ferocious smile on his face. The hunt begins. There was no verbal answer, but the most direct action to answer Yang Hui. A thick pink beam burst out from the steep slope, like a torrent, instantly boosting the ZYI and Regella tanks along the way. The power did not decrease, and continued to move forward, piercing through 2 Gallop class land battleships. The Zeon army was stunned for a moment after being attacked suddenly. They never expected to be ambushed here. Boom 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 boom. Under the power of the super mega cannon, the trees were burned, the ground was scorched into magma, and the Gallop class battleship with a large hole melted out exploded violently, with flames shooting into the sky, debris flying, and thick smoke billowing. Enemy attack. How could there be enemies here? Are all reconnaissance troops idiots? Counterattack. Counterattack quickly. Enemy. Boom 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 boom. After a brief moment of shock, the Zeon army immediately reorganized their situation and organized a counterattack. However, before they could restore their complete formation, they were greeted by justice that fell from the sky. 230mm cannon shells fell from the sky, bringing down judgment on Zeon. 3 Gallop class battleships were directly hit, with flames and explosions continuing. The ZYI, which had just opened its hatch and was ready to attack, was engulfed by flames before it could jump out. 2 o'clock. The enemy is shelling the position. The previous attack was at 8 o'clock. Turn the main gun, target. Clang clang clang. Chapter 525A Bold Plan. After determining the position of the enemy aircraft from the rays, instead of slowly finding the target, the debut class land battleship rotated the 350mm main guns on both sides and also fought back with the heavy hammer of the artillery, but just after it stopped rotating and before it had time to fire, several pink light beams penetrated the two double-mounted main guns, and at the same time, the double-mounted main guns of the 8 surviving Gallop-class land battleships were also penetrated. Want to bombard my subordinates? Dream on. Yang Hui took action, leaving the lurking state, raised his hands and fired 2 guns in succession, destroying all the warship artillery that posed the greatest threat at the first time, and then kept the curve excited, flexibly shuttled in the rain of bullets. The 2 guns in his hands kept firing, and the Vulcan cannon on his chest also fired into the air. For a while, the DOP fighters in the sky kept blooming fireworks, and the Yang Hui and Magella tanks on the ground also turned into flames, debris and smoke. At the same time, the 4 Gundam estrays on both sides of the branch also took action. The lightweight Gundams 8 and 9 rushed to the front of the Yang Hui in the blink of an eye, swinging their double swords wantonly, slashing horizontally and right, leaving a series of wreckage. On the other side, Gundams 2 and 3 maintained an elegant staggered curve movement, and each burst of beam rifles would take a life. Number 2, Number 3, shoot down the battleship's machine guns. Understood. X2 seeing that the machine guns of the Dabbed class and Gallop class began to rotate, Gundams 2 and 3 kept sliding back to distance themselves from the Yang Hui and the Magella tank, while locking onto the machine guns of the land battleships and firing, detonating them all. When their targets switched to machine guns, the Yang Hui and the Magella tank would not let them go. But at this time, Gundams 8 and 9, who were chopping melons and vegetables, had already killed through the Zeon formation and came behind them. Swish, swish. The beam blade swung, leaving a pile of broken limbs and arms on the ground before leaving gracefully. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Hui was naturally unwilling to fall behind. He dealt with the enemy planes chasing Unit 8 and Unit 9, while slapping the annoying mosquitoes in the air. Second wave, get ready. Retreat. Understood. X4 Units 2, 3, 8, and 9 quickly retreated after joining together, leaving a certain distance. At this time, the pink energy torrent attacked again, and several Yang Hui's and dozens of Magella tanks and DOP fightors were swallowed up, leaving no residue behind. 2 Gallop-class battleships were ruthlessly penetrated, and the destructive shock wave of the explosion also took away many nearby Yang Hui's, tanks, and fighters. At the same time as the energy torrent ended, the baptism of artillery rain came again. This time, most of them fell on the 3 Dabbed class battleships that were retreating. The huge land battleship of more than 100 meters was finally overwhelmed. Small explosions continued one after another, slowly continuing the energy, and finally the flames shot up into the sky, and the Federal defense line several kilometers away could be seen clearly. The destruction of the 3 Dabbed class battleships announced the defeat of Zeon. Without the command system, the Zeon army was running around like headless flies. Some were scared and began to flee, while others fired randomly, accidentally injuring many of their own people. Assault. Free hunting. Understood. X8. 15 minutes later, the battle was over. The mountain forest had been completely destroyed. The ground was either deep gullies or large pits of varying sizes. The wreckage of the machinery was densely scattered on the ground, mixed with engine oil, blood, and various unknown liquids. The flames were still burning, and the smoke and dust would not disperse for a while. However, the instigator of all this disappeared. After the battle, Yang Hui led the team to leave the battlefield and stop to rest a few kilometers away. After finding a safe place and letting Unit 7 keep the detection system alert, everyone got off the plane to rest, eat and drink water to replenish energy. Gurgle 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 ha, it's really too enjoyable. You just keep hitting the little planes. Russ. You bastard. If it weren't for you, I would have rushed in and killed so many people. Really you? You still have the nerve? You just stood there and output, and failed to hit the plane and almost got hit by the plane. It's all for your protection. Ho ha ho ha. Russ and George made a fortune this time. None of the 3 Dabbed class and 12 Gallop class ships escaped, not to mention the MiZ tanks and fighter planes that were affected. Russ killed 6 Gallop class ships, George killed 3 Dabbed class and 3 Gallop class ships. Young and Yang teamed up to kill 1 Gallop class ship. Blog and Fred teamed up to kill 1 Gallop class, ship, and the Major killed the last one alone. I'm so envious. Long-range artillery is so comfortable. It's safe and you can get military merit. Safety. Don't you know that I almost peed my pants when the cannon turned? That's right. If the Major hadn't destroyed the main gun of the battleship in time, even the maneuverability of the Gundam Astray couldn't escape. So, the Major is the best. Come and argue if you don't agree. Argument. If it weren't for the Major, we don't know how many times we would have died. The Major is the best in the world. What, Red Comet, and Dark Triple Star, are all gone to hell. This is a point of view that everyone agrees with. Although Yang Hui did not show much battlefield dominance after the battle began, he always killed the most suitable enemy at the most appropriate time, such as destroying the main gun of the land battleship at the beginning to prevent Russ and George from being bombarded. For example, when Blog and Fred were killing wantonly, he helped them solve the enemy planes that attacked from behind. It can be said that each of the 8 people present owed Yang Hui more than one life. But what they didn't know was that Yang Hui didn't dare to let go of his hands and feet to drive the C-Class Gundam astray. Don't think that I won't pursue your mistakes just because you flatter me. Yang Hui laughed and scolded. X8 This battle was much better than the last one. Tactics, coordination, execution, etc. were improved a lot. The results of the battle also changed drastically, but it didn't mean that their performance was perfect. For example, when Fort Rumpfillo was clearing the attacking DOP fighter for Rusk's cell, he was almost hit by the ground missiles because of his standing output. And when Blog and Fred attacked, they didn't care about the end. The word perfect is a false proposition. There is no best, only better. But this is not life, nor is it training. On the battlefield, any carelessness will result in death. They still need to be constantly spurred and tempered. The better they perform on the battlefield, the greater their chances of survival. Don't worry about it now. Great. X8. Let's settle it together when we go back. Major. You are a devil. X8 By the way, Major, you are not going back yet, are you? Travis Kakulin asked Yang Hui. Of course. Have you had enough fighting? Yang Hui asked with an interested smile. No. X8 Yung and others answered without hesitation. Now they are qualified warriors. They have the glory of wolves in their eyes. The enemy is the prey. But we are exposed now. Other Zeon troops will be on high alert. The previous ambush cannot happen again. Young analyzed. In a broad sense, they have completely wiped out the Zeon unit, but many people still escaped, and their intelligence was naturally exposed. So we won't ambush. Yang Hui decided. Not only because Zeon will increase its reconnaissance efforts after being exposed, it will be difficult to ambush again, but also because during the time they were fighting, Zeon troops in other directions also arrived at the target location and began to station. It is impossible to achieve such a great result by ambush again. I see. Are you going to raid their base directly? Major. What a bullshit. Bang. Ouch. Yang Hui gave Fort Rumpfillo a slap in anger. They only have 9 misses, and they can directly raid a well-defended base. You can come up with such a bad idea. Question mark. Well, if he had the Dawn Gundam in his hand, let alone the 9, he could sweep all the Zeon troops on the entire defense line by himself, but the problem is that the Dawn Gundam is not there. If we use the current lineup to raid the Zeon base, we will not be able to escape from a round of artillery fire. Okay, our next target is the scattered reconnaissance and patrol troops, and we can also support the friendly troops on the defense line when the opportunity arises. But the battle line is so wide, can we get through it? The floating mobile Gundam Astray is indeed very mobile, far exceeding the Zakuai Iron land battleships, but the entire Middle East defense line is so long, and there are battles in between, so it is impossible to manage it. So from now on, we will be divided into 2 teams. Yang Hui took out a map and assigned tasks to them. This is our current position. Russ, Forte and Blog follow me and move southeast all the way to here, then make a circle to the rear of Zeon and destroy Zeon's supply route. Yang, Fred, George, and Travis will form a team of 5, with Travis as the captain. They will set out in the northwest direction. After arriving at this position, they will return to the defense line for replenishment. It's too dangerous, Major. If you follow the movement route you arranged, you won't have enough supplies. So, after you finish replenishing, move in this direction. This is it. Aspad, Zeon's central command post. Major, you want to. That's right, attack from both sides. Everyone was frightened by Yang Hui's idea, including Fort Rumpfellow, who came up with a bad idea. He was just kidding. Aspad was the largest base of the Xion army on this front and the central command center. The security was definitely the most stringent of all bases. They couldn't even take down ordinary bases, but now they were going to attack Aspad base. Isn't this going to die? The battles in the front have been repeatedly frustrated, the supply lines in the rear are in danger, and they have been unable to produce results. They have been surpassed by the people in Odessa. What do you think they will do? Yang Hui asked them. Mobilize troops to protect the supply lines and encircle you, and then increase the troops on the front line to carry out a short-term decisive battle. If that's the case, this base will definitely be empty at that time. Yes, this is a great opportunity. Are you tempted? A bunch of senior Xion officers are waving at you. Do it. X8. Chapter 526. A real man never looks back at the explosion. A wilderness, full of debris and charred and pitted areas left by the explosion. Major, it's solved. The supplies have been recovered. Keep going. Understood. From the initial nervousness, to the excitement later, and now, the blood of the wolf searching for prey still flashes in their eyes, but their expressions are only calm and numb. Just now, a complete patrol team consisting of 3 Zakuis, 6 Magella tanks and 6 top fighters was wiped out by the squad led by Yang Hui, and no one was left alive. They can't remember how many patrol teams they have wiped out. They just follow Yang Hui's footsteps and continue to move forward, destroying any enemy in front of them. Attention, all planes, we have entered the enemy-occupied area, be careful and alert. Understood. X3 moved forward for a distance and did not encounter any enemies. Comparing the map, the current location is not far from Xion's supply route, and there is a Xion material transfer station not far ahead. If this transfer station and all the supplies can be destroyed, then within a month, Xion will face a crisis of material shortage. But as an important base of Xion, it is naturally impossible to be defenseless. On the contrary, it is heavily guarded. If you want to destroy this material transfer station, you need to plan. Finding a hidden place not far away, Yang Hui looked at the map and thought about the battle plan. Major, I'm back. Blogger Carl, who is responsible for scouting the base, found Yang Hui as soon as possible. What's the situation? I went around the base. It was heavily guarded. The regular mobile patrol team has a squadron of Zaku, and there are also DOP patrols in the air. There are 12 fixed sentries. In addition to a squadron of Zaku and a squadron of Magella tanks, each has a heavy firepower point. Unfortunately, I can't contact the headquarters. If I can get a satellite bird's eye view photo, I can also know the internal military situation. Can the super mega cannon of Unit 4 destroy it in one go? Russ Kessel asked. No. Blog Carl shook his head and denied. The base is roughly square in shape. With the attack range of the super mega cannon, it can only cover 1/3 of the area at a time. That won't work. Their goal is to completely destroy this material transfer station. Once they alert the enemy, not only will they not have a second chance to launch a sneak attack, but it will even intensify Xion's efforts to hunt them down. It's not worth the loss to only destroy 1/3 of the material transfer station. The safety here should be fine. When I was investigating, I paid attention to the patrol routes of the Xion patrol troops. At present, no patrol routes that overlap with this place have been found. Major, I want to go and check the situation of the transfer station at night. Blog Carl asked. Okay, I'll go with you at night. If there's really no chance, we will give up here. Understood. X3 Fort, how many supplies do we have left? Enough for us to use for 10 days. Okay, let's take a rest and take turns on duty. I'll be on the first shift. Understood. X3 The sun sets, and the quietness of the night gradually occupies the warm sky, and the temperature drops accordingly. Yang Hui checked the time and found Blog Carl to go with him to conduct a second reconnaissance of the material transfer station. Sure enough, it's tighter, Major, we have no chance. After confirming that the defense at night was tighter than during the day, Blog Carl immediately suggested that Yang Hui give up the raid on the material transfer station. Well, although it's a pity, I can only... Wait, what is that? Just when Yang Hui was about to give up, he suddenly saw several signal lights flashing in the sky. Using night vision binoculars, he saw several, fat uncle, transport planes landing from the sky in the transfer station. Another batch of support has arrived. Damn Xion, How many troops have they invested here? Blood Carl gritted his teeth. Every piece of material here will add a burden to the Federation army. Well, I think we may have a chance, Yang Hui said. Major, go back first. Understood. After returning to the hiding place, Yang Hui immediately gathered the three people together and spread out the map for a meeting. Just now, a group of fat uncles arrived at the transit station. The situation on the front line is very tense. Judging from the offensive enthusiasm of the Xian army, they are in a hurry and want to take over the Middle East as soon as possible, so this time the support will also be transported to the front line as soon as possible. It is very likely it will set off tonight. It is possible. If so, we can intercept this batch of supplies on the way and attract the troops in the transit station to leave the transit station. Russ, you go to this location. Yang Hui drew a circle on the map at a location deeper into Xian territory, and then drew a curve. At this location, wait for Fort's signal and use the super mega cannon to attack Area A of the transit station. After one shot, abandon the super mega cannon and evacuate from this direction as quickly as possible. Do you want to abandon the super mega cannon? Russ asked. After several battles, he has fallen in love with this weapon. It has great power and long range. It is a super weapon that can achieve success with one strike. He is still reluctant to abandon it like this. Well, after this battle, our time will be very tight. With this super mega cannon, we won't be able to make it in time. Understood, I will set the self-destruction program. Well, then it's Forte and Blog, you go to this location. As he said, Yang Hui drew another circle on the map, which was the location between the front line and the transfer station. Wait for the supply team, fire a flare in 5 minutes, and then destroy all the supplies and reinforcements for me. After the end, retreat from this direction and reunite with Russ. Understood. X2 I will raid the transfer station after your act. If I haven't reached the reunion point in an hour, you continue to execute the plan. Understood. X3 The three did not dissuade or comfort him. First, they believed that Yang Hui would be able to reunite safely within the limited time. Second, they no longer needed to be so hypocritical. They were all soldiers, warriors, and comrades in arms. What they needed was silent tacit understanding and support, not obstruction and tenderness. Major, what if the supply team doesn't come? Asked Forte Rumfillo. You can wait here for 2 hours at most. If they still don't show up in 2 hours, evacuate directly to the meeting point. Yang Hui had also calculated this time. If, as they expected, Xian was eager to send supplies and reinforcements to the front line, they would definitely pass this place within 2 hours. If not, they would not be able to catch up with the battle after dawn, and there would be no need to set off at night. Understood. X3. The four machines had already separated and Yang Hui was lurking not far from the transfer station, waiting for the battle to begin. According to the time, Forte, Blog and Russ should have arrived at the predetermined coordinates. The next step is to wait. Haha, are you in such a hurry? At this time, Yang Hui saw a squadron of Zakuai's escorting a large convoy heading towards the front line. As they had guessed, the Xian army was anxious to make achievements and was eager to send more troops to the front line. 15 minutes later, Yang Hui saw a mixed formation of about a squadron of Zakuai's and tanks and fighter planes leaving the transfer station and marching quickly towards the ambush side of Fort Rumfillo and Blog Carl. After a while, a shining signal flare was also raised not far away, guns and cannons roared, and explosions were heard. Yang Hui knew that it had started over there, so the next thing was boom. The super mega cannon was unleashed, and the thick beam torn covered and submerged 1/3 of the area of the transfer station like a wave. After the pink light dissipated, the melted ground was still dancing with arcs, and then boom 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 boom. The continuous explosions formed a whole line, and the fierce flames illuminated the quiet night and broke the tranquility of the moon. Buzz buzz buzz. The alarm of the transfer station sounded, and it can be expected that the interior has been in chaos, but Yang Hui will not give them a chance to restore order. The eyes of the Gundam Astray lit up and moved towards the transfer station at a very fast speed. That's swish. The Zakuai of the 3-unit team was originally attracted by the fire and explosion of the transfer station. As soon as it saw the shadow of the Gundam Astray, it was cut in half by the beam sword. Without stopping, the Gundam Astray No. 1 raised its hand and destroyed the 2 nearest heavy firepower points with 2 shots, then jumped into the interior of the transfer station. That's The Federation's Ms. Why are they here? Enemy attack. Where are the Ms troops? Come on. Boom boom boom. Ah. The Gundam Astray number 1 rushed into the base before the locals had time to react, just like a wolf king pounced into a flock of sheep and began to slaughter its prey wantonly. At the first moment, Yang Hui scattered the high-explosive grenades prepared in his backpack like raindrops, and then kept moving at high speed while shooting quickly. The beam gun and Vulcan cannon kept firing, and wherever he looked was his target. However, Yang Hui did not sweep aimlessly. After all, even if all the ammunition he carried was used up, he could not achieve the results of the super mega cannon. Therefore, he was looking for the ammunition depot. Destroying the ammunition depot would not only bring great pressure to the Zeon on the front line, but also use the detonation of the ammunition depot to destroy more of the transfer station. Found it. After searching for a while, Yang Hui found the ammunition depot in the core of the transfer station, and to his surprise, next to the ammunition depot was the hangar of the reserve Ms unit. Checkmate. Cutting off 2 approaching Zakuai's with a sword, Yang Hui took the Zakuai's grenade and threw it in the direction of the ammunition depot, and then retreated directly to the outside of the transfer station at the fastest speed. Boom 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 boom. The explosion was deafening, and flames and smoke rose into the sky. The airwave seemed to overturn the entire transfer station. The protagonist who caused all this, Yang Hui, as a real man, never looked back at the explosion. With a hideous smile on his face, he focused on evacuating to the distance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 527, The Prepared Stage. It's really gorgeous. Major. Is it okay to do it alone? As soon as Fort Rumphillo and Blog Carl arrived at the rendezvous coordinates, they saw the sky-high flames of the transfer station. Even they could feel the shock wave that was enough to overturn the Earth. Major will definitely be fine. Fort Rumphillo was Yang Hui's little fanboy. In his eyes, Yang Hui was omnipotent. Well, I'm the fool who asked you this question. Blog Carl also respected Yang Hui, but he would not blindly worship him. Although their plan attracted many enemies for Yang Hui, and the attack of the super mega cannon disrupted the enemy's position, it was still too risky to raid the heavily defended transfer station alone. What a coincidence, this time Ford and I have the same opinion. At this time, Russ Kessel drove the number 4 machine to them and looked at the flames in the distance with him. Right? Now it's 2-1, Blog. I'm different from you, Forte. I used my brain. Ruthxell teased, the Major doesn't fight a battle without confidence, and the Major won't be stupid enough to knock down every brick and tile. He doesn't have enough ammunition, and this level of explosion is not something that our weapons can cause, so the Major must have destroyed the ammunition depot. Okay, you convinced me. Blog Carl nodded in agreement. Wait, Ruth, did you say I didn't use my brain? Forte Rumphillo asked. Isn't this common sense? In order to make the mockery more effective, the number 4 aircraft driven by Ruthxell also shrugged. You bastard. Let's duel. Look. The Major is coming. Blog Carl's reminder made the two turn their eyes to the direction of the transfer station, and they saw Yang Hui's number 1 aircraft approaching them rapidly under the light of the fire. Major. Are you okay? Stop talking nonsense and move immediately. Got it. Got it. You're flattering me. Shut up. Ruth. Let's duel after the battle. Okay, I'll let you run 10 kilometers first. Why should I run? Isn't it better to just rush up and chop you? Yo? Do you still have some brains? Asshole. Ruth. You're done. Listening to Ruth Kessel teasing FT. Rumphillo on the communication channel, Yang Hui smiled and shook his head. This is really a bad fate. In the original history, they were partners and bad friends who loved and hated each other. Now there are more than 2 of them in the army, and they have become good friends in the original history. Yang Hui and Blog Carl were quietly listening, and did not stop the two from hurting each other. Anyway, they couldn't really fight now, so they just took it as a relaxation during the tense mission. Major, this direction is wrong. During the march, Blog Carl found that the direction they were moving in was completely opposite to the final target SBAD. Let's go around and give Zeon a few more gifts. At the Earth Federation Army's Gabureau base, Rebel also received intelligence half an hour later. What? The transfer station in Gilston was destroyed? Is this information confirmed? Rebel asked seriously. This material transfer station is the lifeline of the Middle East battlefield. If this material transfer station is destroyed, the pressure on the defense line will be reduced to an incredible level, and even an opportunity to launch a counterattack can be found. Rebel has arranged special forces to sneak in and destroy this material transfer station more than once, but all of them failed without exception. Now, the pressure on the Middle East front has been reduced a lot because of the outstanding results achieved by the 12th Independent Technical Force, but it is only a lot less, and there is no ability to win and repel Xi'an. The Odessa front on the other side is even worse. The Federation Army has retreated to the last line of defense, and judging from the current situation, Odessa will fall in less than half a month. When Rebel was in a state of panic, such good news suddenly came, and he was almost knocked unconscious. It's confirmed. The intelligence department has confirmed it again and again. In addition, the news from the Middle East defense line shows that the flames from the rear of Xi'an can be seen from the defense line. The direction comparison shows that it should be the material transfer station of Gilston. Very good. Which unit did it? Rebel slapped the table and asked immediately. The destruction of the material transfer station made Rebel feel much more relaxed. At least the Middle East defense line would not collapse for a period of time, and he could concentrate on the command of the Odessa defense line. It was the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Oh? Are you sure? Rebel was surprised. Yang Hui led his team to the Earth battlefield, which really brought Rebel a lot of surprises. These surprises can also be called shocks to other military personnel. Yes, the intelligence said that the MiZ that raided the transfer station was our Army's MiZ. Now on the battlefield, only the 12th Independent Technical Unit has put MiZ into actual combat. Ha ha ha. Rebel laughed heartily. At this time, he felt that it was a wise decision to reach a cooperation with Yang Hui. Stinky boy, well done. Where are they now? I don't know. I don't know. Rebel frowned. Yes, the MiZ team of the 12th Independent Technical Force was divided into two teams after annihilating the 38th Xi'an land fleet in the first ambush. The second team went back to the garrison for supplies after conducting guerrilla warfare on the west side of the defense line, but soon attacked again. Continue guerrilla warfare? It seems not. Judging from their marching route, their target seems to be Asbad. Asbad. Yes, this is the answer given by the General Staff after unification. What about the other team? I don't know. I can't get in touch with them, but according to the analysis of the General Staff and the Intelligence Department, they should still be active behind enemy lines. Rebel looked at the map, especially Asbad, the target of the second team. If the material transfer station is the lifeline of the Middle East front, then Asbad is the brain and the heart. It is the fatal weakness of Xi'an and the most powerful military fortress of the Xi'an army. As the headquarters of the Middle East front, the defense is several times tighter than that of the material transfer station. Unless a large force is pressed, there is no chance of breaking through. Asbad. Asbad. Behind enemy lines. Material transfer station. Rebel put himself in Yang Hui's position, analyzing and thinking about his intentions. Now it seems that their target is Asbad, but Rebel does not think that 9 MiZs alone can break through Asbad's defenses, and he does not think that Yang Hui will be mindless and competitive. So, if Yang Hui's target is really Asbad, then, what method will he use to break through the defenses of the Asbad base and successfully paralyze the command system of the Xi'an Army's Middle East front? General, the latest intelligence, in the rear of the Middle East front, a transport airport of the Xi'an Army has been destroyed. Huh? Rebel was stunned for a moment, and immediately found the location of the airport. A gleam of light flashed in his mind, and his sight moved sideways. There was also a small base of the Xi'an Army near the airport. General, what should we do now? Wait? Wait? Yes, I think I guessed what that guy is going to do, but it still needs to be verified. If it is confirmed, victory on the Middle East front will be just around the corner. Order the Intelligence Department to hand over any intelligence about the Middle East front and the 12th Independent Technical Force to me as soon as possible. Yes. Half an hour later, Rebel received intelligence again. Seeing the content, he crossed out the small base on the map with a smile, and then order all troops on the Middle East front to push forward 50 kilometers and start a decisive battle. Yes. Although they didn't understand why our rebels suddenly asked for a decisive battle, although the small team led by Yang Hui disturbed the instability in the rear, it did not directly affect the Xi'an army on the Middle East front, and the enemy still had a huge advantage. But as rebels' confidants, they would not question the orders that rebel gave seriously. Boy, the stage you want is set for you. If you lose, I will die with you. The sky darkened again. In the dark wilderness, the 4 Gundam Astray abandoned their fast-floating maneuvers and ran step by step on the ground. Haha, now Xi'an hates us to death. A transfer station, an airport, and a small base, it would be strange if they don't hate us to death. But Major, why do we have to go all the way to destroy that airport and small base? I can understand the airport, but the small base has no impact on the battle situation on the front line, right? Blog Carl asked. An airport and a small base, if you were a Xi'an officer, what would you think our next target would be? Yang Hui did not answer directly, but asked Blog Carl in return. If it were me, the surrounding bases would be very likely to be affected, and we would even have to pay attention to the safety of Baikonur. If that's the case, Baikonur is Xi'an's bridgehead for invading Earth, and it must not be lost, so Xi'an is likely to transfer some troops from both fronts to strengthen the defense of the bridgehead. Ruthxel added. I understand. X2 At this point, blogger Carl and Ruthxel understood Yang Hui's idea. The Major deliberately created the illusion that we have been operating in the rear and are even going to go straight to Baikonur, so that Xi'an can transfer troops back to relieve the pressure on the front line. At the same time, Xi'an will spare no effort to search for us in the rear, but we will do the opposite and move towards Aspad, shaking off Xi'an's pursuers while making Aspad's defense force even more empty, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. Yang Hui was very satisfied with the 2's answers. After this battle, the 12th Technical Corps will definitely be expanded, and several teams will be divided into different battlefields. Then the current members will naturally be the team leaders in the future. Without Yang Hui, they must have their own tactics and strategic vision to ensure the survival of their comrades and complete one difficult task after another. Well, it is impossible for one person. With Fort Rumfilo's erratic personality, he probably can't be an official in this life, and can only follow as a pawn. Major, our next target is Aspad, right? Yes. Hearing this, Yang Hui raised his lips with a cruel and ferocious smile. It took so long to build the stage, don't let the audience wait impatiently. Understood. X3. Chapter 528, Splendor Blooming at Midnight. The second team that arrived at the agreed location ahead of time hid in a valley not far from Aspad, nervously watching the time pass by. Travis, tomorrow is the agreed time. Young and Kashima Isama walked over and said. Yes. I wonder how the Major and the others are doing. Fred Lieber said worriedly. I think it's better to be prepared not to be jealous and hateful than to worry about the Major. George Miguel chuckled. You all saw the fire before, right? It was really gorgeous. Bullshit envy, jealousy and hatred, following the Major. Are you afraid of not having any credit? Fred Lieber scolded angrily. That's right, if the Major's plan succeeds, there will be no problem for each of us to get a medal. Maybe we can even jump 2 levels. Jump 2 levels? Do you want to die heroically? Get out. Ha ha ha. Huh? Something's wrong. What's wrong? George Miguel, who was observing, suddenly found something wrong, and the others also took out their binoculars to observe Aspad. At this time, Xi'an suddenly started to mobilize troops. And it's an all-out attack. Is this a decisive battle? Not this, but another line of defense. Look, Xi'an has separated a group of troops and headed to the rear. Could it be that the Major and his men have been discovered? Travis, should we go to support the Major and his men? Do you know where they are? But we can't just watch them get into danger. Well, Travis Kakuland also began to struggle. The raid on Aspad was a death order issued by Yang Hui before he left. He said that even if they were all killed, they must execute it as long as there was a chance. Now the opportunity has come, but Yang Hui and his men may also be in danger. They are caught in a dilemma between the order and their comrades and superiors. Xi'an has dispatched so many troops to hunt down the Major and his men, which means they have achieved fruitful results and are now safe. Tonight is the scheduled time at 1200 hours. If they are the pursuit troops, they should not be able to find the Major and his men for a while. At this time, Yong put forward his own opinion. We will stay put first, and raid Aspad at the scheduled time. If the Major and his men do not show up, We will destroy Aspad's command system and then go directly to the rear of Zeon to support the Major. Well, this is a win-win solution. Then let's do it. Trust the Major, trust Fort, Russ and Blog. Well. Time passed by minute, the warmth of the sun was gradually covered by the freshness of the moon, and the deep and mysterious night was hung high, covering the world with a quiet veil. Time is up, the battle begins. Understood. X4 in the valley, the eyes of the 5 Gundam Strays lit up at the same time, and the cannons on the shoulders of Unit 6 were set up at the first time, and they roared fiercely at Aspad without hesitation. At the same time, Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 7, and Unit 9 rushed to Aspad at the fastest speed. With the help of the bombardment fire, they accurately named the fire points in front of them one by one, then jumped over the wall and rushed into Aspad. Their eyes were full of bloody wolf light as they looked at the prey. Beam rifles, Vulcan cannons, and rocket launchers poured all around. Buildings, vehicles, fighters, Zeon soldiers. Everything they saw was their target of destruction. At this time, on the other side of them, 4 equally scarred Gundam Strays climbed over the high wall, sweeping their guns and cannons, destroying everything on the road as they advanced. Major. X5 Hatha. I knew they would be fine. Let's go. Let's meet up with the Major. After a few days of fighting separately, the MIS team of the 12th Independent Technical Unit met again. Major. X5 spread out in threes. Travis, the ammunition depot. Young, the hangar. George, the command post. Understood. X8 after the bombardment, Unit 6 also rushed into the Aspad base. The 9 Gundam Strays were divided into 3 groups tacitly and dispersed in 3 directions, pouring down artillery fire without stopping. When their weapons ran out of ammunition, they would grab the Zakui's. If they couldn't grab them, they would pick up the ones on the ground. If there were none on the ground, they would use beam swords to chop and hack. Anyway, they were like crazy berserkers, attacking. Attack. Attack. Bang, 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 bang. It's not good. Zeon's small machine guns are not as comfortable as my big guns. Unit 5's Gatling Vulcan cannon had long been thrown away because of the depletion of ammunition. The beam rifle was also thrown away. Even the Vulcan cannon on the chest was misfired. Although their backpacks carried spare ammunition, they had experienced countless battles behind enemy lines without any supplies and could not withstand the consumption. We don't need to know whether your big gun is comfortable or not. Puff. I'm talking about the big gun in my hand, not that big gun. Have you never held it with your hands? It's obviously a squeezing water gun. What kind of big gun is it? Puff. Fred, I'm not done with you. Come on. Let's see who kills more. Let's compete. I'm sure to win anyway. You'll know after the competition. It's just this battle, not the previous ones. The comrades reunited safely, and all the tension and seriousness turned into laughter. Even if they were surrounded by countless enemies, they could not be afraid, because with their comrades by their side, they were invincible. The happier they were joking, the faster they killed the enemies. They moved in arcs, provided alternating covers, and interspersed diagonally. The MIS-33 squad tactics invented by the Zeon Army were used to the fullest by them. Major, found it. I found it here too. We found the Zeon headquarters. Wait, they're trying to escape. Don't let any of them go. Understood. After Aspad was attacked, the Zeon officers saw the unstoppable 9 Gundam Strays destroying their troops like cutting melons and vegetables, and immediately began to flee. But as soon as they left the headquarters, they ran into Unit 6 piloted by George. With the night sky as the backdrop, the fire and wreckage as the background, the eyes shining with green light, like the eyes of the god of death, harvested their souls. Go. 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 The commander held back his strong urge to urinate and gave orders to the driver. However, no matter how fast the car was going, it could not escape the sight of Unit 6. They could only watch in despair as the muzzle of Unit 6 was pointed at them, and then, bang, 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 bang. Flames erupted in his chest, leaving a series of broken holes on the ground, sweeping across the convoy like a long whip. The cars were overturned, and the people in the cars were torn into pieces by the bullets of the Vulcan cannon, and then burned up in the explosion and flames, turning into ashes and charcoal that drifted in the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce explosions broke out in the other 2 locations, in the direction of the hangar and the ammunition depot, with thick smoke billowing and flames shooting into the sky. The shock wave of the explosion was like an autumn wind passing through, sweeping across all obstructing buildings. The shining flames turned the night of Aspad into day, brilliant and dazzling. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Understood. X-89 Gundam Strays were reassembled, with Yang Hui's No. 1 machine as the sharpest sword tip, cutting through the enemy's encirclement like cutting tofu, with a constantly exploding Aspad as the background. Under the shining light of victory, they marched away. Huh? That's the direction of Aspad. Could it be? All troops attack. In the direction of Aspad. Command. This is the 31st Ground Fleet, please reply if you receive it. Command. We can't contact Command, what should we do now? It's over, Command is finished. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The flames that shot up into the sky made the Federation Army and the Zeon Army, who were facing each other in a decisive battle posture on the front line, anticipate the situation of Aspad. Such a violent movement could not be a small fight. Aspad must have been severely damaged or even destroyed. The states of the Federation Army and the Zeon Army are completely opposite. The command of the Federation Army did not waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and immediately issued an order for the entire army to attack. The success or failure of the Middle East front depends on this battle. The Zeon Army was in great chaos because of Aspad. At the same time, after losing the command system, not only did the chaos intensify, but the morale also dropped to the lowest point. Many people have begun to desert, regardless of whether they are chasing behind tanks or fighter planes, shells or bullets. The word run occupies all their thoughts. Don't be chaotic. Cover. Cover. Leave someone to cover the rear. We will stay to cover the rear. Retreat quickly. It's not that there are no people who remain rational and unaffected in the chaos. They all know that Zeon's defeat can no longer be reversed. Looking at the messy friendly forces, for the country of Zeon and for the victory of the war, they are willing to sacrifice their tiny lives and seize the chance of survival for more friendly forces. But, the faster you run, the closer you are to the god of death, because in front of them, 9 Gundam Strays of the 12th Independent Technical Unit are attacking them. It's them. The MIS troops of the Federation. The originally consistent escape direction immediately became chaotic, and they fled in all directions, collided with each other, and became a mess. Countless people died at the hands of their own people. Even the generous and brave people who stayed behind lost all their courage after noticing the 9 Gundam Astralis behind them. It's over. It was indeed over. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. Seeing that the Zeon army was fleeing in all directions and had no intention of fighting, the 9 Gundam Astralis were like wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, hunting wantonly. There was no specific target. As long as they were targeted, they would be torn into pieces and exploded in the next second. Once the god of death was freed from any constraints, the sickle representing death swept across the harvest, just like cutting wheat. With one wave, countless lonely ghosts appeared, waiting for his lead to enter the other side of the living and the destination of the dead. Chapter 529 Zeon's next move. The war between the Earth Federation and Zeon, the Middle East front of the Earth battlefield, ended with a complete victory of the Federation. This result not only shocked Zeon, but also the top leaders of the Federation, especially after receiving intelligence that a force composed of 9 mobile suits decided the entire battle situation, which was even more astonishing. Even Zeon, who relied most on mobile suits, thought it was a fantasy. What is going on? Jiren Zabi, who was far away inside 3, called the heads of the intelligence department and the general staff and scolded them severely, asking them what was going on and why there was no intelligence and countermeasures before. The oil resources in the Middle East are too important to the Principality of Zeon. The fossil fuels and funds needed for the later war need to be obtained from the Middle East. Now the complete defeat of the Middle East front has caused Jiren Zabi's Earth invasion plan to encounter a major setback. Moreover, since the first appearance of the MIS, whether it is the operation to hunt down Dr. Minovsky, or the one-week war in the Battle of Loum, the Zeon army can be said to be unstoppable, winning all battles, with high morale, ready to occupy the treasure house of the Earth in one go. As a result, the first battle was lost, and the Middle East front, which was determined to win, was completely defeated, causing the Blitzkrieg plan to fail, and morale was almost depressed to the freezing point. If it weren't for the current unrest in Zeon, Jiren Zabi would not hesitate to give them 2 peanuts to be buried with the soldiers who died in the battle. I received intelligence before. After the Battle of Loum, the Federation saw the power of Ms. Admiral Garp, against all odds, implemented a Ms. development plan called V-Plan. The head of the intelligence department reported with his head down. "Don't talk nonsense about what I know, talk about something I don't know." Jiren Zabi knew this intelligence. At first, he didn't care so much. In the development of Ms., the Federation had already fallen behind Zeon, and they fell behind step by step. Jiren Zabi was very confident that before the Federation established its own Ms force, he would be able to complete his Earth invasion plan, take over half of the Earth's territory, and fill the fatal loophole of resource shortage for Zeon. So he did not strictly order the intelligence department to thoroughly investigate the V-Plan, but handed it over to Dazil Zabi, asking him to arrange people to investigate and destroy it. As a result, the facts were like a hand, slapping him hard in the face. The Federation was behind Zeon in the development of Ms. Only 9 units determined the victory or defeat of a large-scale battle line. If the Federation could mass-produce them, what would Zeon fight for? Yes, after you gave the task of investigating to Vice Admiral Dazil, the Vice Admiral sent out an investigation team led by Major Char Aznable of Red Comet. After many investigations, it was determined that V-Plan had been integrated with a previously shelved SCVX plan and renamed VX Plan. The location was determined to be Luna 2. Since it has been confirmed, why didn't you send someone to destroy it? Yes, you objected. Oh. The head of the intelligence department wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and lowered his head even lower. It's not his fault. When Char sent this information back to Zeon and asked for support, Dazil Zabi personally found Jiren Zabi and asked him to allow him to take the space fleet to destroy the remaining Federation space forces on Luna II and disrupt the progress of the VX plan. But Jiren Zabi rejected it outright because he was more concerned about the upcoming Earth invasion plan. Compared with the VX plan, which was behind them, the first landing operation was undoubtedly much more important. In fact, Jiren Zabi's decision was also correct. No one could say how much time and troops would be needed to capture Luna II. If it failed, the Federation would have a chance to breathe, and the VX plan would be completed. Before Zeon started the landing operation, the Federation had its own Ms troops. So wouldn't the landing operation be to actively provide meat fillings for the dumpling skin? Who knew? There was a monster like Yang Hui, who not only successfully developed a new Ms in a very short time, but was also so powerful. Jiren Zabi looked at the head of the general staff again. The problem had already occurred. Rather than holding someone accountable, he was more concerned with the response measures. What does the general staff think of this unit? Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The head of the general staff was obviously well prepared. He also produced a lot of analysis materials while speaking. First, according to the joint analysis of technical consultants from Zeonic, ZMAID, and MIP, the Federation's Ms is superior to the Zakui I in terms of performance, including the beam rifles with the power of naval guns mentioned by Major Char and the intelligence, as well as high-powered energy weapons. The mobility, attack power, and defense power are all better than the Zakui I. At the same time, they judged that the armor of these Mizes is all Gundamium alloy Greek letter alpha, so they judged that the cost of these Mizes must be very high and cannot be mass-produced. Well, continue. This is the result of the technical department's analysis of the Miz itself. These Mizes are certainly better than the Zakui I, but they cannot be mass-produced and will not pose much of a threat to us. The real threat lies in the pilots who drive them. Pilots. Yes, pilot, you know, the better the performance of the machine, the more it tests the pilot's ability. An ace pilot can bring out 100% or even 200% of the performance of the machine, and then, in the report, he called up several video records that survived the Middle East front. These are the only few video records. Marshal, please take a look. Some of these videos are records of the second squad, led by Travis, showing the implementation of guerrilla tactics and supporting friendly battlefields, and some are video records of the first squad. Most of them are Yang Hui's #1 machine, but others have also appeared. If the others only surprised Jiren Zabi that the Federation actually had such an excellent Ms pilot, then Yang Hui's performance was a shock to Jiren Zabi. Who is the pilot of this machine? Jiren Zabi pointed at Yang Hui's #1 machine and asked. I don't know. I only know that this Ms team belongs to the 12th Independent Technical Unit, which is directly under Rebel. We have the names of the researchers of the original V project, and, SCVX project, but we haven't found the names of the pilots yet. The head of the intelligence department answered at the right time. Check. The identity of this person must be found out. Yes, sir. And then Jiren Zabi looked at the head of the staff department again. So our judgment on this force is 2 points. Extremely dangerous, but not lethal. Well, continue. It's extremely dangerous because of 2 points. One is the combat effectiveness it has demonstrated. Only 9 MIs can reverse the victory or defeat on the Middle East front. Then other fronts are also facing the same threat. Moreover, if it has the opportunity to expand, it will become lethal to us. And the judgment that it is not lethal, after all, they only have 9 MIs. Even if we don't have air superiority over the Earth now, the transportation of MIs on Earth is still a huge problem. With a media transport plane, we only need to lengthen the front line and delay the speed of their support. We need to end the battle before they arrive at the war zone, then they will be useless. Tick 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 tick. After listening to the answer given by the Chief of Staff, Jiren Zabi tapped the armrest of the chair, thinking about the next strategy. Tell Cassilia that within 3 days, I want to hear the news of the fall of Odessa. Yes. And Zionic, Zmaid and Mip. Since Yang Hui can no longer meet the needs of the battlefield, we can start a new round of MIS competition. Yes. And you? Jiren Zabi looked at the head of the intelligence department with a stern look. Investigate all the people in this unit for me, and then. Yes. He knew what to do without saying it clearly. War is dirty. In many cases, dirty means are more direct and effective. Well, after thinking for a while, he asked his secretary, how is the preparation of the second batch of airborne troops? It's ready and can start at any time. Order Dazzle to immediately launch the second landing operation, targeting the North American continent. Yes. On the other side, after the Federation won a comprehensive victory on the Middle East front, Rebel personally went to the Middle East front and attended the celebration banquet. Yang Hui and his team's contribution this time was so great that some people above were planning to have crooked ideas. Isn't it? As soon as he got off the plane, Rebel heard that Yang Hui almost killed a whole brigade of military police. You stinky boy, can't you be more obedient? Rebel scolded angrily. It's not my fault, General Rebel, you can't not fight back, right? But you've gone too far. The military police who came this time didn't actually plan to do anything to Yang Hui and the others. They just took them away temporarily, and then let the people above take the credit and release them. This kind of termite can be driven away by simply using Rebel's name, but Yang Hui didn't use Rebel's name, and did it himself. Several Gundam Strays were directly activated, and the Vulcan cannon, beam rifle, Gatling Vulcan cannon, and rocket launcher were pointed at them from a high position, scaring them so much that they almost wet their pants, and fled in a hurry before Yang Hui raised his hand and fell. This was really not to scare them. If this group of people didn't know what was good for them, Yang Hui would really kill them. There was no need to talk about how notorious the Federation's political department and military police were. Therefore, the friendly troops were not frightened by Yang Hui, but applauded. This is a problem that you and General Jipu need to worry about. General Ribeir, since you haven't done it well, I can only do it for you. Yang Hui shrugged and said. Okay, I already know who is behind, and this time I have a chance to clean up a group of people. That's good, otherwise next time there are such blind people who come to trouble me, I might really do it for you. Chapter 530 was packaged and given away? Rebel didn't think Yang Hui's joke was just a joke at all, and he also thought that he should speed up his pace. This time, Yang Hui led the Federation's first. Toys like the Iron Cavalry don't count. MIS troops to achieve jaw-dropping results on the Middle East front, which determined the victory or defeat on the Middle East front, greatly reversing the Federation's decline, and giving Rebel more confidence when facing the group of old men in the military committee. I promise, this won't happen again. Rebel promised. Yang Hui nodded. He knew Rebel could do it. First, he became Rebel's biggest bargaining chip, and second, that group of people went too far this time, causing Rebel to no longer control his cruelty. Let's get back to the point. Since you're here, Odessa should have fallen. Well, speaking of Odessa, Rebel's expression became more gloomy than before. Although he had not thought of relying on tanks and fighter planes to stop Xion's offensive at the beginning, he did not expect that the defense line would collapse completely soon after the start. The Xion army broke through the heart of Europe and occupied Odessa. Originally, After receiving the first battle report from the 12th Independent Technical Force, Rebel thought of delaying Zeon's steps as much as possible, and transferred Yang Hui and others to support after the Middle East front entered a stalemate. As a result, two unexpected results, one on the left and one on the right, gave Rebel two slaps in the face. He underestimated the combat effectiveness of the 12th Independent Technical Force and overestimated the combat effectiveness of the ordinary Federal Army. The formation of the Mecha unit has been accelerated, but it still cannot form a scale in a short time. Rebel was very distressed. The higher-ups mean, use as many as you can, it's better to have some than nothing. Haha, a bunch of old guys. Yang Hui sneered. The reason why the MIS team led by Yang Hui was able to achieve such a terrible record was, first, because the performance of the Gundam Astray was one level higher than the castrated mass-produced machine, and second, because Yang Hui's leadership and his MIS pilots were the future ace elites, full of potential, and they would be strong when stimulated. The decision from above to let the MIS unit, which had not formed a scale, attack hastily was to let them die. If you are overly superstitious about the record of the 12th Independent Technical Unit and think that anyone driving in MIS can play a role in turning the tide of the battle, Yang Hui said. So, I thought of a compromise. Rebel's idea was to put the MIS into the battlefield as soon as possible, and to avoid the excellent young people being sacrificed in vain due to being too hasty. You can start expanding your troops now. Huh? Are you relieved? Yang Hui asked Rebel jokingly. At the beginning, he could only choose 5 people. Wasn't it Rebel's precaution against Yang Hui? If nothing unexpected happens, your intelligence should have been placed in front of Jiren. It has caused such a large number of casualties to Zeon. Even if you want to exile to Zeon, it is impossible. Rebel smiled. Yang Hui has offended the conservatives of the Federation Army. Zeon can't think about it now. The only partners that can be chosen are Rebel and the reformists led by him. Okay, then I want the power to pick people at will. Yang Hui said. Then you might as well take me and Garp over. Rebel rolled his eyes. It's okay to let Yang Hui pick people, but it's impossible to give him the power to pick people at will. Why do I need you two old guys? Even if I pick Cheyenne, I won't take you two old thieves. Yang Hui said disdainfully. Then you can just compete with his son. Cheyenne wants it, what a joke. I don't want Luna II anymore. Rebel scolded Yang Hui for asking for such a big price. Cheyenne was one of the most powerful generals in the Federation Army, second only to him. He didn't want the commander-in-chief of Luna II and the commander-in-chief of the Space Fleet, and wanted to be your subordinate. Are you still asleep? Forget it, so as not to have too many restrictions. I don't like the list I gave you, so you force people into it. Yang Hui didn't indulge him and directly rejected Rebel. The main purpose of the army expansion is to expand the scope of MIS participation in the war in advance, not to let you re-establish a Federation army. But I don't like to cooperate with people I don't like, especially those who are pushed in from above. You can choose the tank driver and the pilot. Forget it. You can choose the transport troops and logistics too. This is my last bottom line, and it is also the last bottom line of the Federation Army. Okay, then I will accept it with reluctance. Seeing Rebel's expression that was unquestionable, Yang Hui spread his hands and reluctantly accepted Rebel's plan. But Yang Hui was already smiling in his heart. In the Federal Army, he never had any idea about people above the rank of colonel. There are only 2 types of federal officers who can climb to the rank of colonel. One is people who come from a big family or are supported by a big family, and the other is outstanding talents with potential who are favored by faction leaders such as Rebel and have been drawn to their side. This is the current situation of the Federal Army, and even Yang Hui himself is the same. If it weren't for the halo of the Bist family, Rebel and Jeep would not care about him. Therefore, those who already have factions have never been Yang Hui's target. No matter how good their abilities are, no one will take the initiative to stick a nail around him. Tank drivers and pilots are Yang Hui's main targets, because future ace pilots basically come from these 2 parts. There are also logistics troops. Although there are not many capable people, they have a clean background. Otherwise, they would not be assigned to the logistics troops instead of being sent to the front line to earn military merits. Someone will send you the roster tomorrow. I have also recommended a few candidates for you. It's up to you to decide whether to take them or not. Then I don't want to. Haha, take a look first, don't regret it. Rebel smiled cunningly, and changed from one K9 to another. Yang Hui rolled his eyes at Rebel. Seeing that the old thief smiled so cunningly, he knew that it was not a good thing. By the way, I have also prepared a guard for you. Guard. Your existence has been exposed. Although I am very unwilling, there are indeed spies from Xi'an inside. I believe that Jiren will be able to get the detailed information of each of you in a short time. By then, you may face all kinds of dirty tricks at any time. My subordinates will not have any problems. What really needs protection is their families. Yang Hui replied. It is inevitable that Xi'an will find out their information and use all kinds of dark means. Yang Hui himself is not afraid, but his subordinates do not have such strict protection measures. If it is just them, Yang Hui can guarantee their safety, but their families. Yang Hui's forces are not so large yet. I see. Anything else? One last thing. 3 days later, a celebration banquet will be arranged in Geneva, which will also be your commendation ceremony. And then a bomb will wipe out everything. Yang Hui looked at Rebel in disbelief. Would Rebel agree to such a bad idea as gathering a crowd to hold a public commendation ceremony? Now that Yang Hui and his team are in the spotlight, this is simply handing over their intelligence and lives to Xi'an, right? So I asked them to change it to an internal commendation meeting. The location will be in Gabbro. Is there a difference? We are all our own people. Now that Odessa has fallen, we need you to boost morale. Okay, I see. Today, those rascals will probably be drunk. We will take a day off tomorrow and set off the day after tomorrow. No problem, then I'll leave first. After talking about the matter, Rebel also planned to leave. Xi'an's invasion of the Earth would not stop, and he could not stop his own steps. He had to rush back to Gabbro and rearrange the defense line. After seeing off Rebel, Yang Hui also returned to the venue of the celebration banquet. The celebration banquet in the army was definitely different from the banquet held by the Bister family. Moreover, this was the front line. A large group of people found a camp and prepared a buffet with various foods. Then there was the most important protagonist, beer! The drinking competition was a traditional program in the Federal Army. Today's protagonists were naturally the biggest contributors to the Middle East Front, several people from the 12th Independent Technical Unit. The other participating soldiers were also happy to be spectators. However, looking at their ruddy faces, it can be seen that they have already drunk a lot, but they are still watching the 8 protagonists drinking enthusiastically. Gulp gurgle gurgle ha, the 6th cup is finished. Fort Rumphilo smashed the empty glass on the table and glanced at the others proudly. As a result, he was dumbfounded when he saw the empty glasses in front of the others. Gulp gurgle hiccup, the 8th cup. Fort, you are behind. Russ Kessel shook the empty glass in his hand jokingly, and then placed it side by side with his empty glass. Also the 8th cup. Fred Lieber also put down his cup and laughed. Sorry, that's the 10th cup. Travis Kakulin said with a full cup. No. You're too fast, aren't you? I just finished the 9th cup. Blog Carl said in astonishment, not knowing whether he was surprised or mocking. What's that? George has already had 13 cups. What? X6 looked closely and saw that, as expected, George Miguel, who had been silent all the time, had 12 empty cups neatly placed in front of him, and the 13th cup in his hand was already half empty. Ho ha, Forte. You're so weak. Ruth, Fred, you can't do it. Come on, Travis. You're about to catch up with George. Blog, work hard and strive to be the third one. The members of the Miss team were competing, and the audience was also cheering. The atmosphere was very lively. But despite the noise, everyone present respected them very much. After the final battle, the 9 Gundam Astrays standing tall and wounded on the wreckage-strewn land had been deeply engraved in their minds, and they would probably never forget it in their lifetime. Chapter 531, Lieber's Gift. Major Yang Hui is here. Before Yang Hui even got close, someone spotted him and, without thinking twice, lifted him up and took him to sit next to a few people. Major, you're late. Drink. That's right. Drink. 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 Okay, how do you punish me? Yang Hui asked confidently. He wasn't bragging, he had never been afraid of alcohol. Bang, an extra-large iron bucket was placed in front of him, filled with beer. Because the bucket was too big and inconvenient, everyone was considerate enough to prepare a straw for Yang Hui. We've prepared it for you. Okay, that was hasty. Yang Hui looked at the bucket stupidly, then looked around at his subordinates and the audience who were teasing him. Are you messing with me? Hey. I have something else to do. The enemy's offensive was too fierce, so Yang Hui decided to retreat temporarily and wait for another opportunity to fight. As a result, before he could get up, his shoulders were bearing an unbearable weight. He didn't know how many big hands pressed on his shoulders, and even his legs were hugged by someone squatting down. At the same time, someone was very considerate and brought a straw to him. Major, are you going to drink it yourself? Or should we feed you? Come on. Trapped in heavy siege and unable to break out, only by fighting a desperate battle, there was a glimmer of hope. Yang Hui asked everyone to let go, stood up and threw away all the straws. Who is so unmanly? Drinking with a straw? Look at me. Without hesitation, he took the bucket and drank it, gurgling and drinking. Maybe he drank too quickly, and he peed while drinking. Little guy, look, I'm spilling more than I'm drinking. PFFT. Yang Hui, who had a plan in mind, burst out directly, because someone had predicted his prediction, and several people were holding cups and basins to catch the beer below, making Yang Hui's plan all fall through. You guys. Yang Hui put down the bucket and pointed at them with trembling fingers. Major, waste is shameful. As he said, he also thoughtfully poured the beer he caught back into the bucket. Brothers, leave a line today so that we can meet again someday. We'll talk about a future someday. Stop it. Yamidi. Ugh, these damn bastards. Yang Hui woke up in a daze and used his hands to block the dazzling sunlight. The last memory of last night was that a large group of people held him, someone pried open his mouth, someone held the barrel, and someone held the funnel. Wait, isn't the funnel too weird? Question mark. Anyway, he didn't remember how much he drank. This familiar and painful feeling. He looked down and found that his clothes were still well dressed. Well, it seemed that there was no problem. He got up and went directly to the bathroom to take a shower. Only then did he feel a lot better. He changed into clean clothes and left his room, and then... As soon as he went out, he heard a miserable scream not far away. Yang Hui thought something had happened and ran to check it out immediately, but after hearing the gloating laughter, Yang Hui also quickened his pace. Sure enough, he ran over and saw that Fort Rumpfillo was sitting on the ground in dishevel, with a numb expression and his eyes lost the color of life. Next to him, Russ Kessel was also disheveled and lying on the ground, feeling that his life was meaningless. What is this? Yang Hui's mouth curled up. This is the taste of melon. Little. When the others saw Yang Hui coming, they immediately saluted, but Yang Hui stopped them immediately. If the two people came back to their senses, he might not be able to eat this delicious melon. What happened? Yang Hui asked in a low voice. Puff ha ha ha. Fortunately, the attention was diverted. The topic returned to Fort Rumpfillo and Ruth Kessel again, and everyone couldn't help laughing. In a few words, everyone knew the whole story. Not long after Yang Hui collapsed last night, Fort Rumpfillo and Ruth Kessel also reached their limit. After the blackout, the two didn't know what they said. The two hugged each other and then, ahem, it's not inappropriate for children, but it's enough. Yet, Yang Hui had a serious expression, squatted in front of Fort Rumpfillo, and patted his shoulder solemnly. Major, woo woo woo. Fort, remember to send me wedding invitations for the wedding. Woo wow. Puffy ha 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 ha. Originally, everyone thought that Yang Hui was going to comfort Fort Rumpfillo, but who knew that not only did he not comfort him, but he also stabbed him hard. Okay, guys, the jokes are over. After playing for a while, Yang Hui kicked Fort Rumpfillo and Russ Kessel up. Although we won the Middle East front, Xion's attack cannot stop here. Cheer up and prepare for the next battle. Understood. And everyone dispersed, and Yang Hui brought the 8 people of the Gundam astray to the conference room. At this time, even Fort Rumpfillo and Russ Kessel, who had been looking at each other with hatred, restrained their mentality of looking for opportunities to kill each other. Because the conference room plus Yang Hui must be a serious matter. Let me praise you first. You have done a good job during this period. You have played the prestige of the 12th Independent Technical Force. Yes. X8 The 8 people stood up and saluted. After seeing Yang Hui waved, they sat down again and waited for the next step. Although we won here, Odessa has fallen, and Xion's pace of invading the Earth will not stop. The next landing operation will be launched soon, so we will be very busy later. Last night's indulgence was just a one-time thing. Be more restrained in the future. I don't want to see any of you going to the battlefield drunk. Yes. X8 take a day off today. Tomorrow morning we will set out for the Gabureau base to receive commendations from General Rebel and General Jep. However, our information is confidential and cannot be made public for the time being, so it can only be an internal commendation. Yahoo! Haha, at least you get a medal this time, right? Get promoted and make a fortune, and jump 2 levels. Haha, you haven't woken up yet, have you? You didn't even die in battle, how could you jump 2 levels? You were the one who died. They all knew the merits they had made on the Middle East front. Not to mention that each of them had more than 40 kills. Their achievements in turning the tide of the war and destroying the material transfer station and the Aspad base were enough for them to get a medal, and even their ranks were likely to be raised. Of course, this was also because their ranks were not high. The highest one, Travis, was only a lieutenant, and the next one up was a captain, and they could not enter the core layer of officers. However, this was enough. Following Yang Hui, were they still afraid of not having merits? Quiet. With a sharp shout, the excited crowd quieted down, but their faces were still filled with excited smiles. What are you happy about? Why are you so anxious to be happy? Also, our troops are going to be expanded, so remember to take good care of the newcomers when the time comes. Don't worry, Major. The 8 people laughed, and the curve of their mouths had a bit of a sinister taste. Anyway, how could the newcomers miss the growth they had experienced? Also, after the commendation meeting, I will give you a few days off so you can go home and see your family. Major. I love you. Humph, I'm the man you can't have. Ha ha ha. Okay, although you can go home, be careful. Xian has noticed us. Watch your mouth and think clearly about what to say and what not to say. Understood. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Yang Hui guessed what they were thinking. General Rebel will prepare a guard to protect our safety on a daily basis, and then your family will also enjoy protection measures, both from the military and from me, don't worry. Yes. After the X8 meeting was disbanded, not long after, an officer brought Yang Hui a roster, as well as several recommended candidates selected by Rebel for him. At a glance, Yang Hui was surprised and depressed. The surprise was that Yang Hui was very familiar with the names of these people and was also envious. There were 5 people in total, and their names were Lid Wolf, Xiaolulucha Singam, Galong, Heinz Bell, Dearest Hanover. Rebel is such an old fox. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was also the reason why he was depressed. Rebel sent the information of these 5 people to him as a special recommendation, which showed that he had seen through Yang Hui's intentions from the beginning. He played a trick with him, but he ended up being the clown. And Rebel was not blind. He could find outstanding soldiers with potential from the Federal Army. Since you have sent them here, don't blame me for being greedy. I will accept all the 5 future top 10 Strike Kings, and then... Yang Hui opened the roster and began to select the people he liked. Fortunately, it was an electronic version with a search function. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to find a dozen people among millions of people. Using the search function, Yang Hui quickly selected a group of potential candidates, such as Shiro Amada, Christina McKenzie, Jack Baird, Adam Stingray. As long as he had an impression of the people and had good personalities, he selected them. There were more than a dozen people in total. After counting the number of people, plus the Banningers who stayed in Granada, everyone had their own team except Fort Romfello, who was not suitable to lead the team alone for the time being. Thinking of this, Yang Hui locked the door of the room, activated the signal jammer he carried with him, took out the quantum communication equipment he brought from Promise Fortress, and contacted Maru, who was far away on the moon. At this time, Char, who was far away inside 3, was temporarily idle because of the failure of the investigation mission and the loss of Azaku. However, this was exactly what Char meant. He was really afraid that Dazzle Zabi would continue to send him to pursue the 12th Independent Technical Department. After recognizing those machines and Yang Hui and feeling the combat effectiveness of that unit, Char felt that unless he was given a team composed entirely of aces, no matter how many of them went, they would be sending food. Isn't that right? Not long after he had this idea, he also received intelligence on the Earth battlefield from his own intelligence channels. Yang Hui led 9 Astray Gundams to reverse the victory and defeat on the Middle East front. The results were amazing, and even he was scared. It looks like it's time to rest. The Major doesn't look like he wants to rest. It's true that we can't rest yet, Lala, we still have a lot of things to do. Let's go and find Captain Lar. Yes, Major. Chapter 532, Char in Action. Char brought a black-skinned girl behind him to a remote underground bar. It was already the peak time for the bar to open, but there was no one in the bar, not even the bartender. If it wasn't for the lights on and the cleanliness, one would think that the bar had closed down. Seeing this, Char didn't question it, but walked to the bar counter to get 3 glasses, and specially picked a bottle of Lamberal's favorite wine, and walked towards a booth. Out of courtesy and to avoid interrupting something that shouldn't be disturbed, Char coughed a few times outside the curtain of the booth to remind the people inside that someone was looking for him outside. Who is it? Long time no see, Captain Lamberal, it's me, Char Aznable. At this time, the curtain was pulled open, and Lamberal pointed a pistol at Char with a deep face, and sitting next to Lamberal was a beautiful blonde woman with long hair piled high, elegant and luxurious, also looking at Char with a serious expression. What are you doing here? I'm here to buy you a drink. Char raised the wine glass and bottle in his hand. Haha, I don't think that's necessary, Red Comet, Char. Don't say that, Captain Lar, I'm just an idle person like you now. Char didn't pay much attention to the dark muzzle of the gun pointed at him, and took Lala to sit opposite Lamberal, then uncorked the wine, poured 3 glasses of wine, and placed 2 glasses in front of Lamberal and Crowley Harmon. Humph, don't make such a joke, Major Char. Lamberal looked at Char, put down the gun, picked up the glass and took a sip. He and Char had performed missions together, so they knew each other, but they were not very familiar with each other, or rather, Char had been actively distancing himself from him. It's true, Captain Ral. Char explained, Vice Admiral Dazzle sent me to investigate the Federation's misdevelopment plan. As soon as I found the location, I was defeated and lost a Zaku. If it weren't for Vice Admiral Dazzle's protection, I would be in prison or on the execution ground now, instead of coming to drink with you. Well, did you fail too? Lamberal shook his head. Although he had now left the Zeon army that disappointed him, he still had his own channels to obtain news about the war, such as the Federation's mis and the major failure of the Middle East front on the Earth battlefield. Yes, the Federation's mis are really monsters. The energy weapons they use have the power of cruiser guns in a single shot, and there are some special weapons. Really? What about the pilots? That's the most terrifying. Most of the performances are newcomers, but the one I fought against is better than me. Really? Lamberal and Crowley Harmon were surprised. They knew very well that Char was definitely one of the best mis pilots in the Zeon army. If even he was not a match, then the pilot of the Federation was really terrifying. Yes. Well, why are you telling me this? I'm not a soldier anymore. Lamberal thought he was sure of Char's intention. He was here to persuade him to return to the Zeon army, so he threw out this reason and told him that Zeon really needed the return of this outstanding, blue star. But he refused. Although he was indeed very interested in the unknown mis pilot and the Federation's mis troops, Zeon was no longer the Zeon it once was. The actions of the Zabi family chilled his heart. Captain Rel, don't think too much. I'm not a lobbyist for Vice Admiral Dazzle. Then why did you come to me? Lamberal really thought that Char was a lobbyist for Dazzle Zabi. After all, Dazzle Zabi had sent people to find him more than once or twice. Nothing, I was just bored, so I came to talk to Captain Ral. We haven't seen each other for a long time since Captain Ral left the army. Char's attitude was very sincere, but Lamberal still didn't believe Char. When he was still in the Zeon army, Char always wore a mask, making it difficult for people to see his complete appearance. It was said that it started when he was in the military academy. He could not see through this young man. By the way, is Captain Ral really not going to return to the army? Char asked. Lamberal was silent. His mood was also complicated. He hated the Zabi family, but he still loved the country of Zeon. Even if the Ral family was completely in decline, it was still the same. He was one of the people who sincerely followed the ideas of Zeon Deacon and fought for the country of Zeon and the people who colonized the universe. Now, he has withdrawn from the Zeon army because of the leadership of the Zabi family, but when Zeon needs him, can he really continue to be decadent like now? The answer is no. By the way, Captain Rel, is it really okay that your store is so quiet? Seeing that Lamberal was silent, Char had already got the answer he wanted, so he took the initiative to skip the topic. Humph, don't you know who caused it? Lamberal snorted. Char smiled. Of course he knew that before the Zabi family took control of Zeon, The Rao family was the biggest competitor of the Zabi family. When Xion Deacon died, the two families spared no effort to compete for Xion Deacon's family, including Char. In the end, it was under the protection of Ramba Rao that they went to the Rao family, and then all the subsequent events happened. No matter what old Rao thought, Ramba Rao was really taking care of them and protecting them at the time, so Char always respected Ramba Rao. The reason why this bar has no business is because of the interference of the Zabi family, or the interference of the Cassilia Agency. The Cassilia Agency is an agency of Xion that specializes in dark matters and is a trump card in Cassilia's hand. Lamba Lao was from the Lao family, and was once the mortal enemy of the Zabi family. Even though the Lao family had completely fallen, and Lamba Lao had retired from the army, she still refused to let Lamba Lao go. "Captain Lao, have you ever thought about going out for a walk?" Char asked. "Leave? Huh. Where to go?" Lamba Lao had a disdainful expression on his face. "I'm here, those people outside won't do anything to me, but if I leave here, leave Side 3, will I still be able to survive? What if I have a way to get Captain Lar to leave safely?" At this time, Lamba Rao's expression suddenly became serious. His guess was indeed correct. Char came to him this time not just to chat. "What method?" "I met a very reliable friend when I was a child." "Really? More reliable than those people?" "Of course, after all, that person was invited by him." Lamba Rao was stunned for a moment, and then thought about who that person that Char was talking about was. Anyway, it couldn't be an unknown person, and to prove his ability to him, he must be a high-ranking official. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in Lamba Rao's mind, and he thought of an incredible answer. He looked at Crowley Harmon and found that the other party was looking at him with the same expression, and then the two turned their heads to look at Char tacitly. Char did not answer, but just nodded silently. "Well, it seems that your friend is really powerful. Then Captain Lar." "But I refuse." "Why?" Char was surprised that Lamba Lar would refuse him. He spent all day in the underground bar, living a life of drunkenness and dreaming, because of the coercion of the Cassilia Agency. Wouldn't it be good to be able to get out of this cage? "I can't ill favors now. Captain Lar." Char smiled with relief. Lamba Lar was still the Uncle Lar he was familiar with, the excellent and upright soldier. "I know, Captain Lar, in that case, I won't bother you anymore." "Well, Char, although I don't know what you are thinking, but I still love this country," Lamba Lar reminded Char before he left. "What a coincidence, Captain Lar, me too." After leaving the bar, Lala followed him quietly, without saying a word, just like in the bar. "Aren't you going to ask?" "No, I believe the Major knows what to do," Lala replied softly. "Your special ability told you." "No, it's my understanding of the Major. I don't even know myself, how can you understand me? In such a short time?" "Yes. As expected of you, Lala." "Thank you, Major, you are surprisingly simple and easy to understand." Oh, Shia's mouth twitched. This was the second person to evaluate him like this. The first one was Yang Hui, who had a deep fate. Back to his residence, Xia was about to rest, but suddenly found an envelope on the table in the room, which made him lose all sleep. His first reaction was to call Lala to leave here. He had been hunted down and subconsciously thought it was a bomb. "But, Major, there is no danger," Lala said affirmatively. "Are you sure?" "Yes, my special ability told me." "Okay." After hearing Lala say this, Xia was relieved. When he met Lala, he found her extraordinary. During the days when Lala followed him, he was more convinced of this. Then he conducted some investigations and found that Lala was probably the legendary NT. There are only two people that Char trusts completely now, one is Yang Hui, and the other is Lala. Unlike Yang Hui, who is forced to trust, Lala is the one he trusts on his own initiative. After making sure there was no danger, Char opened the envelope and took out a device he had never seen before, with a number and instructions on how to use it. "Want to contact? You have to know the other party's intentions, right?" "That's right." As he said that, Char dialed the number above according to the instructions, and it was connected after 2 rings. Char Aznable. The voice of a woman he had never heard of came from the communication. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Yang Hui asked me to contact you. Please wait a moment." Char was stunned for a moment, then immediately checked the room, then closed the windows, locked the door, and drew the curtains, and finally blocked the signal. Okay. Yang Hui asked me to tell you that Luna has prepared a gift for you. Please receive it as soon as possible. Haha. It just so happens that I have something to ask you for help. Chapter 533, A Gift for Char. Where is this? Rambaral woke up from his deep sleep, and looked around in a daze. He found Crowley Harmon lying next to him. Harmon. Hamral. Crowley Harmon also woke up slowly at Rambaral's call, and found herself in a strange illusion. She couldn't help but get nervous. Where is this? We are on a shuttle. The window next to him was the universe, and the wings could be seen. Combined with the luxurious decoration of the environment, it can be judged that this is a high-end private shuttle. Captain Rel, Miss Harmon, are you awake? A clear and pleasant familiar voice was heard. Turning around, it was the girl Lala who followed Char, sitting on the other side and looking at them with a smile. It's you. Where's Char? Rambaral asked, protecting Crowley Harmon behind him. The Major has gone to ask the captain a question and will be back soon. Oh? You woke up? What a surprise. I thought you would sleep until you reached your destination. At this time, Char came back. Char, what do you want to do? Nothing. I'd like you to go to Granada for a trip and relax. Granada. Rambaral and Crowley Harmon thought about Char's purpose, but they really couldn't think of it. If Kycilia Zabi wanted to attack them, they wouldn't be able to see Char now. If Dazzle Zabi wanted to use this method to get them to return, even if he was tied up and brought back without any effort, there would be no need for this method, and Granada was not ignored as the destination. Trust me, Captain Lar, this will be a very valuable trip. As you like. Rambalar was not a person who played badly, but he knew that since Char had the ability to take them away from under the nose of the Kycilia agency, he was not afraid of them escaping. He was now a prey in Char's hands, so he might as well enjoy the trip that Char arranged for them. Well, he was talking about the trip. Char knew that Rambalar's words proved that he would not think of escaping halfway, which also solved one of Char's worries. Because of the way they were kidnapped, Rambalar and Char did not speak again along the way. In the silence, the shuttle arrived in Granada, and then, under Char's leadership, they got on a car. This logo, Anaheim. Recognizing the logo on the car, Rambalar was even more surprised. Although Anaheim was a civilian company, they had provided weapons to the Federation. It was supposed to be an enemy. Why did Char get on Anaheim's car? Did Char betray? ? With such a mood, Rambaral got into the car cautiously and followed Char to an unknown destination. He entered the bustling and noisy urban area, and then left the city from the other side of Granada. He took a winding road and finally came to a very hidden place. The car also took the elevator down for a while. This is a military fortress. Crowley Harmon whispered to Rambaral. Although Crowley Harmon was a bar singer before, she was brave and resourceful. Otherwise, she would not have helped Char and Sarah successfully escape from Side 3 and go to Earth. Moreover, after dating Rambaral, she gradually understood a lot of military matters, and learned very quickly. After looking around, she could tell that this place was a military fortress. Yes. Rambaral nodded. What Crowley Harmon could see, he could naturally see, but he didn't say much. After all, they were now the prey. After the elevator stopped and the car stopped, Char said to Rambaral and Crowley Harmon, "Please get off, Captain Rel, Miss Harmon." After getting off the car, Rambaral and Crowley Harmon followed Char and came to Malu, who was welcoming them. Mr. Char Aznable. Ms. Malu Lamias. This was the self-introduction of the two. Malu nodded and looked at Lala, Rambaral and Crowley Harmon behind Char. Mr. Char, I remember your relationship with Yang Hui. They can be trusted. Char promised. Control them first. The secrets here are too important. Malu dare not be negligent, so before she is sure, she will not let anyone other than Char know all the secrets here and leave. Ms. Lamias. You are the only one on the guest list that Yang Hui told me. You should understand what I mean. Malu said. Can we contact Yang Hui? Char understood Malu's approach. If it was him, he might have killed everyone including himself, but Rambaral was a very important step in his plan, and Lala was also very important to him, so he couldn't give up on either. Okay. Malu nodded, and in front of Char, he took out the same communicator he had taken before. Hello. After waiting for a while, the call was connected. Because it was an external speaker, Char could be sure that the voice coming from the communicator was Yang Hui's. As for whether it was a disguise, Char didn't know, but he believed it was true. After all, Yang Hui asked him to receive something, so it was naturally impossible for him to play such a play to fool him. Yang Hui, Char is here and brought a guest. Who? Yang Hui asked. Malu looked at Char and asked Char to introduce him to Yang Hui. It's me, Char. Who did you take? Rambaral, Curly Harmon, and a girl named Lara Singh, who is my confidant. I know, okay. Your intelligence ability is really terrible. Yang Hui's answer was almost thoughtless, which means that he knew the information about these three people very early on, and he knew and was very familiar with them, otherwise he would not have agreed directly without any recollection. I know all the information about the Xiones, including the people around them. Are you on Earth now? Well, I know what you want to ask. I was the one who teased you that day. Monster. Char scolded not only Yang Hui for being able to tease him with his misdriving skills, but also Yang Hui for being able to guide the Federation to develop such an excellent Ms, and Yang Hui for being able to lead a few people to achieve such an amazing record on the Middle East front. I'll take that as a compliment. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Give the communicator to Maru. Let me remind you that she is my lover. Don't have any other ideas. No way. Char, who was overwhelmed, returned the communicator to Maru, but his attitude showed a little more respect. Char knew Yang Hui very well. All the rumors and scandals spread by the outside world were false. Although Yang Hui was not a loyal person, his standards were ridiculously high. To be his lover, it was definitely not a simple existence. Yang Hui, is there anything else? They can go to warehouse number 1 and warehouse number 2, forget about the others. Understood. The communicator was hung up, and Malu waved to the guards around him to retreat. Follow me. Malu led the way in front, and Char and others followed Malu obediently, and came to the so-called warehouse number 1. After Malu performed a series of authentication methods, the door of the warehouse opened, and Malu led them into the darkness. The next second, the lights came on, and Char and others raised their hands to cover their eyes. After a few seconds, the 4 people put their hands down, but what they saw made them stunned. This is Zaku. That's right, what appeared in front of Char and others was Zaku, but it was not Zaku. The machine number is ZGMF-1000, Zaku Warrior. It is built with a modular frame and its technology is comparable to that of Heretic. It can replace 4 basic armed backpacks, artillery type, slash type, instantaneous type and flying type. If necessary, a special armed backpack can be designed and developed for replacement. This is ZGMF-1001, Zaku Phantom. Its performance is slightly better than that of Zaku Warrior. It is a commander's machine. The horn-shaped antenna on the head enhances the communication capability. It also has a universal interface and can use various backpacks. Zaku Warrior. Zaku Phantom. Char and the other 4 were surprised. On the one hand, the technology of Zaku Warrior and Zaku Phantom is comparable to that of the Federation's Ms. Their performance is definitely better than that of the current Zaku II. In addition, the modular frame greatly enhances the versatility of the machine. Unlike the current Zaku II, the ground and space require special modification and debugging. On the other hand, the Ms prepared by Yang Hui for him is actually a type that is completely similar to the style of Xion. Doesn't this mean that Yang Hui is now jumping back and forth between the Federation and Xion? Come with me, there is also warehouse number 2. Closing their mouths, Char and the other 4 followed Maru with expectation. The gifts of Zaku Warrior and Zaku Phantom were enough to surprise them, and they didn't know what the next gift would be, but it would definitely not be worse than Zaku Warrior and Zaku Phantom. In warehouse number 2, there were still Ms, but they were completely different from Zaku. It was obvious that they were not from the same series. PMX-000, Messera, is a transformable Ms. Compared with Zaku Warrior and Zaku Phantom, it is less versatile and less cost-effective, but has better performance. It just doesn't have optional weapons to replace. Yang Hui's suggestion is that Zaku Warrior and Zaku Phantom should be used as ordinary pilots, and Messera can be given to the ace troops, but the specific choice is up to you. Is this what Yang Hui prepared for me? Char asked. Not only that, but also them. As he said that, Maru walked out, closed and locked the warehouse after Char and others walked out, and then came to the Ms simulation training room. What is this? A simulation training cabin. Yang Hui has also prepared a Ms. team for you, and a battleship. Battleship. Yes, but it's not finished yet, so I can't take you to see it yet. Well, can I try it? Char looked at Kira and others who were in simulation training, and pointed to an empty simulation cabin next to him. Sure. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 534. What kind of monster is this? Question mark. Then I'll give it a try. Although Rambarao was drunk and decadent all day, his heart as a warrior was not weakened at all, especially his love for Ms. Otherwise, he would not have accepted Dazzle Zabi's invitation at the beginning, knowing that the Rao family and the Zabi family were enemies, and participated in the actual combat test of Ms. development and joined Dazzle Zabi's men. And now, when he saw the hot simulation training again up close, it would be strange if he could resist. Okay. Maru nodded. Yang Hui agreed with him, so Maru would not doubt anything anymore. Char and Rambarao sat in a simulation cabin and found that the driving system was different from the Zakuai cockpit, but it was better. They were all veterans. They mastered the operation of this new driving system after 1 or 2 minutes of basic explanation, and then, well, number 1 is mine, don't grab it. Rambarao found the option to apply for a battle and found that everyone was idle. He guessed that Maru should deliberately let others stop fighting and wait for them. As for the choice, they didn't see much in that short time just now, but the serial number means there are high and low. The number 1 is at the front, which must be the strongest. You are very excited, Captain Lar. I haven't touched the joystick of the Ms for a long time. I am a little excited. You watch first, let me teach these young people a lesson. Then I will watch Captain Lar's wonderful performance. The simulation training not only has a battle function, but also a spectator function. Char was not in a hurry and chose to let Rambalar explore the way. Then, Rambalar guessed correctly, number 1 is indeed the strongest. That is Kira's number, but teaching young people is debatable? How is it possible? Rambalar stared blankly at the dark driving screen. His brain had completely short-circuited 10 seconds. The opponent only took 10 seconds to kill him. Rambalar is confident that he is not the strongest, but he is definitely the ace among aces, right? 10 seconds? Kill me in seconds? Can anyone do it? I don't have the habit of being careless. Not only Rambarao, but Char was also shocked, and Crowley Harmon, who was watching from the outside, was also shocked. Malu was very calm. She knew best how strong Kira was, and Rambarao chose the stupidest way, which was to have a medium-range shooting battle with Kira, choosing Kira's strongest field. If you want to say it's wrong, Rambarao's choice is actually not wrong. It's normal to keep a medium distance to test an unfamiliar opponent. Most people would do this, but his opponent is Kira. Half of Kira's driving skills were taught by Yang Hui, so his driving style is very similar to Yang Hui. He is not weak in fighting, but has a strong medium-range shooting style. Madam, who is Yamato's opponent? At this time, everyone else saw the scene and came out of the simulation cabin to ask. After all, Malu had explained that there were other people who wanted to fight with him. They subconsciously thought that it was a newcomer who came to report. Since they were future comrades, they naturally had to get familiar with him. However, there were only 4 people from the Cyclops team present. Young and Kashima Yang had been taken to the Federation by Yang Hui early in the morning. After asking about their wishes, Banninger and Sima were also willing to go to the Federation army. Banninger hoped to return to the Federation and serve his country, while Sima was desperate for Xian. Yang Hui was her only hope, so she naturally wanted to follow Yang Hui. The Cyclops team that stayed behind were mercenaries, so it didn't matter where they went. Since half of them had already gone to the Federation, they would naturally stay and leave the opportunity to others. You should know him. Malu replied with a smile. Huh? Do we know him? Zotana Hardy took the lead and was stunned for a moment. Blue Star Lambalao. It's him. The 4 of them already knew that this was indeed a famous figure. Well, this one now, you should know him, Red Comet, Char Aznable. Huh? The 4 turned their heads and saw that the simulation battle had indeed resumed. The person fighting Kira had changed. After knowing who it was, the 4 felt that their brains were a little confused. The second most famous ace pilot of Xeon had come. Is this a newcomer? Is the boss's method of poaching people so powerful? Well, but even if it is that, Red Comet, it won't last long in Kira's hands, right? Michael Kaminka said, stroking his chin. Of course, Yamato is a bastard, but he is really powerful. But when I kill him, I will be the most powerful. Gabriel Carlasha grinned. Although he said harsh words, he was the one who recognized Kira the most among all people. Kabu is here again. Obviously, he was taught a lesson every time. Andy Straw spread his hands and sighed. Andy. You bastard, do you believe me if I kill you? Yes, 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 of course I believe you. Okay, it's about to end. Scientana Hardy was just about to light a cigarette, but when he saw that the simulated battle was over, he put away his lighter again. 17 seconds, for the first time, it's a good result. Michael Kaminka said seriously, this was not irony or ridicule, he really believed it. When they first met Kira, the ones who lasted the longest were South Banninger and Scientana Hardy, but they only lasted 7 seconds, and the others did not exceed 5 seconds. Rambaral is the one who is leading the way, so we chose to charge and drag the enemy into a melee battle at the beginning. But unfortunately, Kira's melee battle is not weak either. If you want to beat Kira, you either have to surpass him in both melee and shooting battles, or you have to shoot from a distance of hundreds of kilometers. Hasn't Kabu tried it? It's useless. Kira's combat awareness is extraordinary. The key is that he is still so young. So he is a monster. Kabu, forget it, I think it's impossible for you in this life. Why do you even say that, Misha? Can't I set a goal for myself? Of course, Kabu, come on. At this time, the doors of the three-man simulation cabins were opened, and 3 people walked out at the same time. So young. Char and Rambaral were shocked again when they saw Kira's face, which was only about 20 years old. It was hard for them to imagine that such a young person could have such terrible driving skills. Hello, my name is Kira Yamato. Kira introduced himself politely. After all, those who can come here are not bad people. Ahem, nice to meet you. I'm Char Aznable. Rambaral, you're awesome. No, you two are too modest. Mr. Aznable and Mr. Ral are also very capable. Kira said modestly. Char and Rambaral, excuse me, what's wrong? Ahem, Kira, are you sure you're praising someone and not scolding them? The 4 people, including Shotana Hardy, were all embarrassed for Kira as the audience. It's okay for you to be modest, but you killed the other party in just over 10 seconds and praised them for being awesome. This is definitely not a compliment, okay? Is that so? Kira asked, scratching his head. Although he had grown a lot under the influence of Yang Hui, he still couldn't change the fact that he was a bit of a naive person. Haha, sure enough, it's all black when you cut it open. Gabriel Carlasha teased. Ha ha ha. Up that? Mr. Aznable, Mr. Ral, I'm very sorry. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing, Kira apologized politely. It's okay. Char and Rambaral felt insulted for a moment, but Kira's sincere attitude was real, and they could see that Kira had no ill intentions, so they didn't care. By the way, you're still so young, and no one in the Xeon army has ever heard of you before, how can you be so powerful? Rambaral asked. It just comes naturally. Kira laughed, and although he was a little naive, he still knew what to say and what not to say. Well, Rambaral saw that Kira was perfunctory, but he didn't ask any more questions. After all, it was their first meeting, and everyone had their own secrets that they couldn't pry into. Ms. Malu, is this the team that Yang Hui prepared for me? Char asked. Although he hadn't sparred with the 4 of them, the surprise Kira gave him was enough, and from the 4 of them, Char could feel the capable temperament of a warrior, and they must be veterans. Yes, we will assist you when you are ready. Yes. Maru nodded and told Char that the people Yang Hui sent to assist him were not only the Miss Pilots Kira and others, but also her and many more. I understand. Char had not yet fully understood what Maru meant. He only thought of Maru, and Maru, as Yang Hui's lover, stayed to assist him. On the one hand, it was a trust in him, but on the other hand, it was a distrust. Then the 3 of you, please follow me. Maru asked Kira to continue training with Shotana Hardy and others, and took Char, Lara Singh, Rambaral and Crowley Harmon out of the training room and went to the room prepared for them. According to the previous contact, Char and the other two would stay here for a few days. By the way, Mr. Char. Before leaving, Malu said to Char, Yang Hui asked me to tell you that sincerity is needed between partners, and sincerity is needed between companions. Mr. Lau and Miss Harmon are trustworthy. Thank you. Char was silent for a moment, and finally thanked him. To be honest, if someone else said this to him, he would just sneer. From childhood to adulthood, he has seen too much darkness. In order to survive and for revenge, he developed the habit of not trusting anyone, until he met Yang Hui and began his fate with Yang Hui. The first person was added to his trust list. Then he met Larazine on Earth, a girl who made him feel completely different. There was a second person on Char's trust list, and now. Chapter 535, Char and Lala. Captain Ral. Let's talk. Yes. Char walked into the room with Lara Singh. He and Lara Singh sat on one side, while Ramba Ral and Crowley Harmon sat on the other side. They all looked serious. Char Aznable, what do you want to do? Who are you? In fact, Ramba Ral and Crowley Harmon had wanted to ask this question a long time ago. They both had a familiar feeling about Char. It was not the Char Aznable they knew, but the feeling that they had known him for a long time. Captain Ral. His expression was extremely tangled. Malu's retelling echoed in Char's ears again. In the end, he chose to take off his mask. Long time no see, Captain Ral, Miss Harmon. You. This face. Ramba Ral and Crowley Harmon were immediately shocked. Although their memories of this face were only of children, they would never forget it even if they grew up. Casper. Are you His Highness Casper? It's me, Captain Ral, Miss Harmon. You're still alive? I heard. Yes, I died once, as Casper Deacon. But what on earth is this? Char told Ramba Ral and Crowley Harmon all his experiences over the years, from escaping from Side 3 to hiding his identity on Earth to being hunted, and then to their life in Side 7, after which he separated from his sister and joined the Xian army under the identity of Char Aznable. Char himself felt incredible. He felt that he would not be such a sincere person. To him, everyone was a chess piece and tool that could be used, and it was even more impossible for him to tell others his true identity and all his previous experiences. But at this moment, he suddenly felt relieved. The heavy invisible shackles on his body were removed, his shoulders were free of pressure, and his back could be straighter. He wanted to continue talking and wanted to enjoy this relaxed feeling. After listening to all of Char's experiences, Ramba Ral and Crowley Harmon remained silent for a long time. Their mood was also complicated. The child back then had become the annoying person he is now. They were very angry and felt that everything they had done to protect them was in vain. But at the same time, they also expressed their understanding. They could not imagine what Char had experienced. Without having experienced that kind of life, they were not qualified to point fingers at Char. So, Your Highness Casper, what do you want to do? Ramba Ral asked Char. He was still loyal to the country of Xian, still hated his Abi family, and was willing to return to the name of Deacon. But if Char wanted to do something that did not conform to his ideas, he would not agree, even if it meant death. I want to revive the Republic of Xian, the country that my father dreamed of. What is this? Is this true? Ramba Ral asked. Yes, the ideal country that my father fought for all his life, the home of space residents who are not oppressed or excluded, is my goal. Char did not lie, he only said half of it. The goal of revenge can be achieved in the process of achieving this goal. This is difficult. No, it should be said to be a fantasy. Your enemy is not only the Zabi family, but also the Federation. Ramba Ral said. I know that both the Zabi family and the Federation will become our enemies, but it is only part of the Federation now. Part of the Federation. Yes, you have seen how powerful my partners are. Well, Ramba Ral and Crowley Harmon were silent. Of course, they have seen it. They were brought to Granada safely from under the nose of the Cassilia agency without anyone noticing. This military fortress, the brand new excellent Ms., and the extraordinary pilots, the people who can do this are definitely not ordinary people. But it's not enough. He has already obtained a very high position in the Earth Federation. We will also have helpers on the Federation side, and before the war between the Federation and Xian is over, they will not stop me but will only win me over. But after that, the Federation cannot sit idly by and watch you, and you cannot restore the country alone. So I need your help, Captain Ral. Me. Yes, Captain Rel, when you were still in the Zeon Army, you had a very good relationship with the Zeon Army, and your status and reputation were also very high. With your help, we can win over more people in the Zeon Army. I believe that there are many people in the Zeon Army who are as dissatisfied with the Zabi family as you are. Well, Rambaral tacitly agreed that there were many people in the Zeon Army who had long been dissatisfied with the cruel behavior of the Zabi family, and there were also many people who missed the Zeon of the Deacon period like him, and missed the time when they served under Deacon's command. I will do my best, Your Highness Casper, but this is not enough. Rambaral is very rational and was not fooled by Char's words. Therefore, he needs more proof to join Char's camp. After all, he is not alone now. In the war between the Federation and Zeon, we must continue to strengthen secretly. With the help of our collaborators, we will have a military force that the Federation will be afraid of at the moment of restoration. It is unrealistic to want to defeat the Federation, but it is no problem to make them dare not easily attack us. This is the first point. And my collaborator prepared a gift for me, a gift that will make the Federation dare not act rashly against us. As long as we get that thing, we will have the real qualifications to negotiate with the Federation. That thing. Sorry, Captain Rel, that thing is too important. Even I can't confirm whether it really exists, so I can't tell you the details now. I need to think about it. Rambaral said. Understand, we will stay here for a week, you have plenty of time to think about it. After that, Char put on his mask again and left the room with Lara Singh. Rambaral and Crowley Harmon who were left behind did not speak for a long time. What are you struggling with? After a long time, Crowley Harmon broke the deadlock and took the initiative to ask Rambaral. Rambaral just looked at Crowley Harmon without saying anything. The answer was already obvious. That's right, he cares about Crowley Harmon. Now the Rao family is gone, and his old father has passed away. Now the only one who deserves Rambaral's care is Crowley Harmon. The era of Deacon is over, and now it is the era of the Zabi family. To put it nicely, Char's behavior is to restore the country. To put it bluntly, it is treason. If it succeeds, it's fine. Once it fails, he and Crowley Harmon will be doomed, and they will not even have a decadent life of drunkenness and dreams. Lamba. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. No matter which path you choose, I will accompany you. Crowley Harmon held Rambaral's hand and said gently. Since the first time she saw Rambaral, she fell in love with him, just as Rambaral loved her. For him, Crowley Harmon could do anything. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life to rescue the Dakin brothers and sisters from the Dakin ancestral home and sent them to Earth because of Rambaral's distress. Harmon. Alice. And Lamba, we didn't choose, did we? Rambaral was silent and acquiesced to Crowley Harmon's words. Char was no longer the former Casper Dakin. He grew up, learned conspiracy and trickery, and learned to be ruthless. After knowing so many things, if Rambaral was unwilling to join Char's camp, would Char let them go? Major, will you let Captain Rao and the others go? Lara Singh asked with a smile. Why do you think so? Char asked Lara Singh in surprise. Because the Major is a gentle person. Gentle? Haha. Hearing this, Char covered his face and smiled bitterly. The word gentle has nothing to do with him. It's like two parallel lines that never intersect. Otherwise, why would the Major save me? Lara Singh insisted on her point of view. At the beginning, Lara Singh was sold from her hometown to South America and became a prop of the warlord. Because of her induction ability, she helped the warlord make a lot of money. Although she lived a carefree life and could send money home, she also lived in fear and was often beaten and scolded. Even if her previous master died, the next master would still be the same. Lara Singh still lived a life of today and tomorrow. Until Char took the initiative to approach her, pulled her out of endless suffering, and took care of her all the time, treated her well, taught her a lot of things, and didn't have to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation. He would also give her money for her to send back home. I'm actually the same as those people, treating you as a prop. Lying won't work for me, Major. Char's mouth twitched, secretly cursing himself for not having a trust list. The only two names on it made him suffer repeatedly. However, Char was also in a dilemma. If Rambaral really rejected him, would he get rid of Rambaral and Crowley Harmon? If it was him before, he wouldn't have such a dilemma and would definitely make up his mind to get rid of all the hidden dangers, but now. He liked that relaxed feeling very much. He knew he shouldn't have it, but it didn't stop him from liking it. If it could always be like this, if he had so many followers around him like Yang Hui, wouldn't he need to be so tired? At this moment, Char suddenly felt his head being hugged by a small body. Lala. It's okay, Major, you can have a good rest now. Thank you, Lala. Although Char still didn't get an answer, Lala's embrace was warm and comfortable, allowing him to empty his mind, put aside his complicated thoughts, empty himself, and fall asleep leaning on Lala's arms. You're welcome, Major, have a good rest. Feeling Char's even breathing, Lala murmured softly. Chapter 536, If you don't want to be spoiled, get out. The next day, Rambarao told Char his answer, and the result was touching. The former uncle and nephew or master and servant were together again, and began to fight for the same goal again. Char was very happy about this. He had never been so happy since he was a child. It was also the first time that he felt that it was a wonderful thing to have a confidant who was completely trustworthy around him. However, Char did not change. He could temporarily remove his disguise for the people around him and those he recognized, but when facing other people, he was still the Red Comet, and still Char Aznable who would do anything to achieve his goal. Then Char and Rambarao had a private chat. First, they determined the part of the people who could be won over, and then they devoted themselves to the simulation training of the new machine. However, for Char and Rambarao, Mary's advice was to do it in moderation and not to delve too much into it. After all, the driving systems of Zaku Warrior, Zaku Phantom, and Mesela were different from those of Zaku II. If you get used to the new driving system now, you will not be used to the old driving system of Zaku II at that time, which will be troublesome. After all, they all have to return to the Zeon army, otherwise their plan will not be realized. But they can't directly bring the Zaku Warriors, Zaku Phantoms, and Mesela back to Zeon, right? Would that expose all the secrets? At the same time, at the Bureau base on Earth, the internal commendation meeting has ended. It has to be said that Yang Hui was once again used by Rebel and Jep. Yes, compared to the public commendation meeting, the internal commendation meeting is indeed much safer, but it does not mean that there is no danger. Although there was no attack on the surface, Jep and Rebel found a large number of spies in the Bureau base in secret, and even arrested a few core high-level officials. Isn't it obvious that they are using Yang Hui and others as bait? Rebel, Jep, you remember. This matter is not over. Bang 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 bang. It's been a few days? The Major is still angry. Looking at Yang Hui in the gym, beating the sandbag like he was dealing with the murderer of his father, and there were several sandbags that were blown up next to him, Fort Rumphilo whispered to Ruth Kessel. Well, it seems not yet. Ruth Kessel replied expressionlessly. Bang. A familiar sound, another sandbag was heroically sacrificed. Ft. Rumphilo and Ruth Kessel watched Yang Hui skillfully change a sandbag and then continued, their legs shaking, afraid that Yang Hui would suddenly target them. Why them? Because Yang Hui had blown up countless sandbags in the past few days, scaring everyone, so as long as Yang Hui was seen in the gym, there would be no one else in the gym. What? You asked why Ft. Rumphilo and Ruth Kessel were there? They were temporary secretaries and assistants, so that they could notify Yang Hui immediately if something happened. After all, Yang Hui didn't bring anything with him when he was exercising. How long will it take for the shift change? 5 minutes. 5 minutes, can't they go 5 minutes earlier? It's a blessing that they don't delay. And earlier? Have you ever gone earlier? No. Then what are you talking about? 5 minutes, which usually feels like a blink of an eye, but for Ft. Rumphilo and Ruth Kessel now, every second feels like a year. Not long after Yang Hui blew up another sandbag, Ft. Rumphilo and Ruth Kessel's pads rang, and they knew that their savior had come. Major. What's wrong? Yang Hui asked the two while replacing the sandbags with new ones. General Rebir. Yang Hui, what is that old thief going to do again? No. Ft. Rumphilo wanted to slap himself. Why did he mention Rebir's name at this time? The newcomers have all arrived, look. How many days have passed? Why did they only arrive now? Are those two old thieves, Rebir and Jipu, so inefficient? Don't you know that what the Federation lacks most right now is time? He said he was disgusted, but his body was still very honest. Yang Hui took his clothes and walked out of the gym. As for the mess left behind, someone would clean it up, so they didn't have to worry about it. Ft. Romphilo and Ruth Kessel followed behind Yang Hui obediently and didn't say anything. They didn't dare to speak. First of all, they didn't dare to take up this topic. Only Yang Hui dared to scold Rabir and Jipu. Others would just wait to be demoted and work as clerks in the mountains for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, when Yang Hui is angry, don't do anything. This is experience. Otherwise, the consequences will not be tragic, but they will be very sour. All the way forward, Yang Hui led the two back to the garrison of the 12th Independent Technical Corps, and Soyoung and others had lined up neatly on the parade ground waiting for them. Fort Romphilo and Russ Kessel also hurried to join the ranks, and the newcomers. Yang Hui only saw a few people, among whom were South Banninger and Sima Karahau who came from Granada. When they saw Yang Hui coming, their eyes lit up, and then they stood and waited, especially Sima Karahau, who looked at Yang Hui with a burning flame. When the others saw Yang Hui, they also stood in the queue. Some had fiery eyes, some had admiring expressions, some were calm, and some were solemn and deep. Where are the people? Yang Hui looked at the few people and asked Travis Kakuland, frowning deeply. When they arrived at the new unit, they didn't gather to see the superiors as soon as possible. They didn't know where they were. What were they doing? Are these people really soldiers? Or has the Federal Army been so rotten? They went to the Ms. hangar. Travis Kakulan reported. What's wrong with you? Yang Hui scolded. Travis Kakulan and others were veterans of the 12th Independent Technical Force. They didn't gather the newcomers and let them wander around. Why didn't they stop them? And what is the hangar? The Gundam Astray is still confidential. Can we just look at it casually? I can't stop them. Travis Kakulan said, there are a lot of troublemakers, and their ranks are not lower than ours. There is another rotten place in the Federation Army, that is, rank determines everything. A person with a high rank, even if he is an incompetent straw bag, can be bossed around and beaten and scolded at will by the soldiers below, no matter how excellent they are. Go and call them back. Understood. The 8 people immediately ran to the hangar and brought the newcomers back. They knew that Yang Hui was really angry. If these newcomers were in trouble, they would be in trouble if they didn't make amends. As a result, they didn't call them back, but a noisy noise came from the direction of the hangar. Yang Hui's expression became even uglier. He knew that the group of new recruits and Travis Kakulan and others had a fight. Follow me. Yang Hui took the newcomers to take a look and saw that the two sides had already started fighting. Due to Yang Hui's daily training list, his men were not soft eggs. 8 people fought against more than 10 people, and several people had already fallen. Bang! Yang Hui was angry and fired a shot into the air. The chaotic fight stopped and became extremely quiet. Only the gunshots echoed in the hangar. Yang Hui did not put the pistol back into the holster. He walked over with it and asked the newcomers directly, who started it first. This was not to protect the newcomers, but Yang Hui believed that his people would not start it first, so he asked the group of newcomers directly, asking them to be more conscious. If they were responsible, he could consider being gentle when he started it. As a result, he was disappointed. The leader walked out with a smug look on his face, and his nose was almost up to the sky. Are you the pretty boy? Haha, you don't look that good. Last chance, who made the move? Yang Hui asked again in a low voice, like a volcano about to erupt, which is extremely calm before the eruption, but once it erupts, it will destroy the world. Yo? What? Pretty boy, you are so arrogant, The leader stretched out his hand to push Yang Hui, but before he touched him, Yang Hui grabbed his wrist and twisted it violently, and only heard a crack. Ah! The leader screamed with his wrist twisted 180 degrees. But just as he made a sound, Yang Hui continued to increase his strength and threw him to the ground, still holding his arm, and kicked his elbow. With another crack, his arm broke in the opposite direction. Ugh! Your voice is too ugly. When he was about to scream again, Yang Hui stepped on his face, making him unable to make a sound. Major. You've gone too far. Although the others were not as arrogant as the leader because Yang Hui's rank was not as high as theirs, they could not help but rush over to kill Yang Hui after seeing their teammates in such a miserable state, but bang bang! 2 bullets grazed their ears, and the warm stinging sensation made them freeze. Is it too much? I don't think so. Yang Hui turned his head and looked at them, with an evil smile on his lips. His tone and eyes were as cold as the 9 nether ice, without any warmth. I don't care what your rank is, And I don't care whether you were pampered or praised in your original unit. Now, here, you are just new recruits, understand? I understand. XN louder, didn't you eat? I understand. XNNU. Yang Hui looked down at the leader he stepped on and asked. Yang Hui moved his foot away, allowing him to regain the ability to speak, and then asked, what about you? You bastard. Bang. Seeing that he was still spitting foul language, Yang Hui stepped on his face again. Bernard Mancha, the ace pilot of the 4th Squadron of the Elite Immortal Squadron of the 18th Air Strike Group, the title, Vulture of the Desert, shot down 13, right. But your shot down count is DOP fighters and Regella tanks, not Ms., and you have never fought against Ms. head-on, so your shot down count is meaningless in front of us. You don't have the capital to be arrogant. My army doesn't need people like you, get out of here. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui raised his foot and stepped down heavily, only to hear a crack in the neck. Bernard Mancha's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide but no sound came out, and he lost consciousness the next second. Chapter 537 You are guilty of espionage. Major, aren't you going too far? Although Meng Xia has a bad attitude, he is not guilty of death, right? Two people stood up. They were all teammates of Bernard Meng Xia. They were from the same unit. They were called Alpha A Beta and Chap Eta. They were members of the Immortal 4th Squadron with Bernard Meng Xia and were also ace pilots. Although Bernard Meng Xia was arrogant and sarcastic, he had a good relationship with his teammates. So when everyone else was afraid, they stood up to speak for Bernard Meng Xia. Yang Hui had a good sense of these two people. While judging the situation, he also had the responsibility. Do you know? Yang Hui held Bernard Meng Xia's hand and said calmly to the newcomers, all the information of Ms. is now the highest military secret. What do you call it if you inquire about it without authorization? This. All the newcomers who had just made trouble retreated in cold sweat. They really didn't know about this. Didn't we join this unit? No, it's not a secret, right? Someone asked in a low voice. Haha, have you reported to me? Did I approve? Yang Hui's sneer frightened them so much that their legs almost went limp. They arrived at the new unit, but they did not report to Yang Hui. In terms of procedure, they were not considered to have joined the 12th Independent Technical Unit, so, their unauthorized visit to the MIS could be charged with espionage, which would lead to direct execution. Now no one felt sorry for Bernard Mancha lying on the ground. Not to mention crippling him, even if Yang Hui shot him directly, it would be reasonable. What's more, he was the one who had been instigating them to make trouble just now. Now they all wished he was dead. You are all elites selected by me from various units. I was very optimistic about you, but your performance disappointed me greatly. Yang Hui's calm tone frightened them. Let's not talk about your ability first. You are unorganized and undisciplined. You are not worthy of being a soldier at all. Major. What? Did I say something wrong? No. Louder. Weren't you arrogant just now? Why are you all soft now? No. I was very optimistic about you, but now, go back to your original unit. You, follow Travis to take the assessment. Only if you pass can you stay in my unit. Those who fail, all go back. Originally, Yang Hui did not plan to arrange any assessment. Now seeing that this group of new recruits made trouble as soon as they arrived, he was very disappointed with their disorganized and undisciplined appearance. He planned to arrange an assessment to give them a warning and make them behave better. If they still don't behave, like Bernard Mancha, they can go back to where they came from. Yang Hui will not tolerate them. Originally, Yang Hui looked down on people like Bernard Mancha. He was not that good, and he was also sarcastic, arrogant and lustful. Such people were not qualified to be Yang Hui's subordinates. But he considered that the other party was a well-known figure after all, and there might be deviations between the real world and memory. At the very least, he could train him. As a result, who made Bernard Mancha have no vision? In addition, Yang Hui was in a bad mood to begin with, and he insulted every word. It happened that Yang Hui lacked an opportunity to establish his authority in front of the Thorn, so he directly abolished him and saved him from harming others in the future. I'm talking about you, the Phantom Shooter King. Everyone didn't dare to speak. Now they were thinking about what the assessment Yang Hui mentioned was and how to pass it. After all, they were now suspects of espionage. Although Yang Hui said that if they didn't pass, they would return to their original unit, But seeing Yang Hui's cruel methods against Bernard Mancha, they didn't dare to believe such a light promise. If they wanted to protect themselves, they had only one choice, which was to join the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Travis, take them. Yes. By the way, the people behind me, South Bannimer, Sima Karaha, Lid Wolf, Xiaolulucha Singham, Galong, Heinz Bell, Dearest Hanover, Shiro Amata, Christina Mackenzie, they don't have to participate. Why? Unfair. Seeing that someone was enjoying special treatment, some people immediately started to complain. Because they just reported to me, and I approved their joining, so they are already a member of the 12th Independent Technical Force. Is there a problem? Yes. If there is, hold it in. Remember, I am the boss of this unit, and what I say is the truth. If you don't accept it, you can leave. I won't indulge you. The complaining people fell silent. Although they were still dissatisfied, they could only accept the result quietly. They were really afraid that they would follow in Bernard Mancha's footsteps. Fort, tell the medic to take this away, bandage it up and send it back to the original unit. Understood. Wait, Major, he's not dead. Alpha Abet asked in surprise. The crack sound from his neck just now was not fake. He was kicked on the neck with the force of a bone-breaking kick. How could he still be alive? Of course he's not dead. I'm not a murderer. It's just that he will spend the rest of his life in bed. You might as well kill him. The newcomers shouted in their hearts. Go ask Xian if he believes it. This is what Travis Kakulin and others shouted in their hearts. Such words are definitely not dared to be said, so just do what you should do. Being good can save your life. Travis Kakulin took the newcomers who needed to be assessed and left. Although this was a temporary addition, they had all undergone various tests and assessments. Travis Kakulin knew what to do, and the people who stayed behind. I have read your information. You have all been assessed for simulation training and your results are pretty good, but I still say that there is nothing to be proud of, so put away your pride. Yes. X and Yang, take them to the simulation training room and let them feel it. Understood. X2 Yang and Kashima Yang received the order and were somewhat looking forward to it. They were not looking forward to bullying the newcomers, but looking forward to the emergence of potential people among the newcomers. Since they have joined the 12th Independent Technical Force, they are comrades in arms. It is a happy thing to fight with excellent comrades in arms. Moreover, Yang Hui said that after the training of this group of newcomers is completed, they will be divided into teams. They will be the captains. Who doesn't want to pick the best people in their own team? As their first instructor, they can naturally get first-hand information and seize the initiative. Wait, Yang Hui himself has to choose people. Wouldn't it be their first mover advantage? Woohoo, privileged bureaucratic dogs. Major, let's go too. Yeah, we're idle anyway, wouldn't it be faster if we have more people to teach the newcomers together? Major, let's go too. Ruth Kessel and the others who stayed behind requested. They were not fools, they could think of what Yang and Kashima Yang could think of, and at the same time, Yang Hui could think of it too. Oh, teach the newcomers? It's to make it easier to snatch people, right? Haha, look at what you said, we are not that kind of people. Ruth Kessel and others denied awkwardly. Forget it, you were brought up by Yang and Yang, you know their abilities, you don't need so much. Yes. X5 I said no. Major, we were wrong. Please give us a chance. X5 go ahead. Yeah Major, we love you. X5 get out of here. Yes. X5 The 5 people chased Yang and others with great enthusiasm, which made Yang Hui shake his head and laugh, but he also liked this atmosphere. On the battlefield, they were the most accurate war machines, destroying the enemy and completing the goals meticulously, and in private, they were flesh and blood people, and the most lively and lovely group of people. Major. At this time, the head of the communication department came over and reported to Yang Hui, General Rabir is looking for you. What's the matter with that old thief? Oh, I don't know. The head was ashamed and didn't dare to comment on this. I know. Although he was very unhappy that Rabir and Jepu used him as bait and didn't inform him, Rabir still looked for him when he knew that Yang Hui was very unhappy with him, which meant that there was something important, so he still went to Rabir. General, do you have any instructions? You little brat, I just took advantage of you, is it that serious? Seeing Yang Hui's sarcastic look, Libil scolded him angrily. How dare I? I'm just a small major. It's just a matter of a word for the General Admiral to use me how he wants. Enough, brat. It's our fault for not informing you in advance, but the results are fruitful. We found a lot of rats, and we also guaranteed your safety in advance. Okay, General Rebel, next time you need to take my life and the lives of my subordinates, please notify me in advance. Oh, okay, brat, let's put this aside. I have something important to tell you. Can you be so serious? Is Zeon making another big move? Well, the Dazzle fleet is hovering over the Earth again. The newly formed fleet of Luna 2 tried to intercept it, but failed. Fortunately, the losses were not great. It seems that Zeon is also in a hurry to carry out the next airborne operation. Is the predicted location out? Yang Hui asked. He had a guess. His memory was that it was North America, but now the failure of the Middle East front has messed up the trajectory, so he dare not be sure. There are 3 predicted locations. One is North America, one is South Africa, and one is Odessa. According to the analysis of the General Staff, the troops that landed in Odessa should be resource collection troops, and the real forces should be in the other 2. It is not yet possible to confirm which one it is. This is what bothered Rebel. With more battlefields, the troops will naturally be dispersed. The Federation can't afford so many troops to be dispersed in the 2 battlefields of South Africa and North America. With fewer troops, it can't even delay time. So, what do we need to do? How long will it take for the expanded troops to form combat effectiveness? Rebel asked. At least 1 month. Too long. No way, there are too many people. I can't teach them one by one, and the machines they are equipped with are all mass-produced. If you can prepare a Gundam Astray for them all, I will dare to pull them out to fight Zeon in half a month. You are dreaming. Don't you know how expensive it is to develop a machine yourself? So, Yang Hui spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Oh, I get it. I'll try my best, and you should do your best too. Rebel was helpless. The troops had no combat effectiveness, so even if they were deployed, it would not be of much use, and would only result in the loss of manpower. Chapter 538. Timley opens a back door for his son. General. At this time, the adjutant knocked on the door and walked into the office. He looked at Yang Hui meaningfully, and then whispered in Rebel's ear. Huh? Rebel was stunned for a moment, looking at Yang Hui with a strange expression. You disabled the ace pilot of the Immortal Body 4th Squadron. Yes. Yang Hui waved his hand indifferently. In his opinion, it was not a big deal. You went too far. There are troublemakers among new recruits, and it is normal for veterans to show off their power to new recruits, but it is the first time that Yang Hui directly disabled someone. If someone wants to investigate, it will be enough for Yang Hui to go to the military court. When they arrived at my unit, they did not report to me at the first time, but ran to the hangar to visit the Ms. I did not shoot them all. It was all my mercy. Okay. Rebel had nothing to say. The adjutant just told him that Yang Hui disabled an ace pilot who had just been transferred there. He didn't know what happened. After listening to Yang Hui's brief account, he roughly guessed what happened. A group of newcomers were very eager for Ms., so they went to visit Ms. directly without reporting to Yang Hui, the military chief, first. Then, the troublemakers were arrogant, and Yang Hui used them as an example to scare the monkeys, or to vent his anger. After all, because of himself and his old partner, Yang Hui has been in a bad mood recently. This kind of thing can be big or small, and if you want to say who is right, Yang Hui also holds the Mrs. Top Secret as a trump card, and those people can't touch him even if they want to. That was you who named him, right? You asked for him and then disabled him. This is not easy to explain to the Immortal Body Squadron. Haha, I asked for him because I saw his potential, but he is so arrogant without any ability, he deserves to be disabled. Speaking of this, General Rebel, I am very disappointed with the military quality of other grassroots troops. There is no organization and no discipline, just a group of soldiers. Yang Hui didn't care that the adjutant was standing aside and glaring at him, and he went straight up. Ahem, General, I'll take my leave first. Rebel's adjutant had always disliked Yang Hui, but he was able to become Rebel's adjutant, so he was not only not a fool, but also very smart. Although Yang Hui was only a major, all signs showed that the relationship between Yang Hui and Rebel was by no means as simple as superiors and subordinates. It was better to not know some things, so he chose to leave. Well, go. Yes. After the adjutant left, Yang Hui said to Rebel, Adjutant Park is pretty good. Well, He was the first graduate of the Federal Central Military Academy that year. He has good abilities, but he has too many small thoughts. Understand? Yang Hui also got up and left. He knew what he should know, and he would not continue to chat with Rebel here. They were all busy people and did not have the time. Back at the garrison, Yang Hui planned to check on the newcomers and meet the newcomers outside the MIS unit, but he met someone he didn't expect. Tim? Why are you here? The project is complete. I came to deliver something to you and ask for follow-up orders. The person who came was Tim Ray. When Yang Hui led 8 people to fight on the battlefield, Tim Ray, who was far away on Luna 2, led the scientific research team and did not rest. He worked non-stop to develop air backpacks and water backpacks. With their efforts, the technical difficulties were finally overcome. After building the test machine, Tim Ray immediately brought the test machine to the Earth. On the one hand, although he had heard about Yang Hui and his team's achievements on Luna 2, he still couldn't help but want to see with his own eyes the scene of the child he developed killing all around on the battlefield. On the other hand, the new equipment urgently needed to be tested in the Earth environment. If the test was successful, it would also provide Yang Hui and his team with stronger power. As for asking for orders, it was just a joke. Yang Hui had formulated a long-term development plan for them from the beginning. Not to mention the lack of people and materials in the battleship department, the follow-up development of the Heresy series had also been put on the agenda. Although Yang Hui gave them a vacation and asked them to go home to see their families, they are scientific researchers and will not stop researching new technologies. Isn't that right? Tim Ray couldn't help but return to work as soon as his vacation began. It's just that Yang Hui asked them to go back to see their families, and they did it, right? Isn't there a boy with a somewhat arrogant expression standing behind Tim Ray? Who is he? My son, Amuro. Tim Ray is still very proud of his son. Boys and girls of his age should still be in adolescence with hormones bursting out, thinking about how to rebel and play all day long. And what about Amuro? He has already shown a good talent in mechanical engineering, and his hands-on ability is better than many adults. So Tim Ray thought, since his son is also very interested in mechanical engineering and MIS, why not let him follow him and teach him by his side? Oh? Is it the son you talk about all day long? Yang Hui was surprised and looked at Amuro with an arrogant expression. Yes. Tim Ray smiled proudly and pushed Amuro to the front. Amuro, this is Major Yang Hui, my current superior, a very powerful man. Humph. Oh. The game was over, and the atmosphere was cold. Amuro didn't give Yang Hui a good look at all. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. Ha ha ha, your son is really a person of character. Yang Hui didn't want to get angry with a teenager. At this stage, Yang Hui also knew that Amuro was indeed a cocky kid. Ahoha. Tim Ray scratched his head awkwardly and glared at Amuro in reproach. But why did you bring him here? I remember he was inside 7, wasn't he? I was planning to have him follow me. Amuro is very talented in the field of mechanics, so I thought I'd just bring him with me and teach him myself. So, your main purpose for coming to Earth is to ask me for a back door. No. Remember to follow the procedures, you know. Haha, thank you. I can still decide on this little thing, but Tim, once your son joins our army, he can't be like this anymore. Yang Hui said to Tim Ray seriously. If he doesn't join the army, it's okay for a boy to be a little naughty. Aren't teenagers supposed to be lively and active? But it's different when he joins the army. It's okay to be arrogant, but he must have skills, and he must abide by military discipline and follow orders. There's no place for him to be naughty. Yang Hui didn't replace Lin Yao to recreate the classic scene of corrective fist. If he did, he might be very rough, so rough that a naughty kid couldn't accept it, so he told Tim Ray to think it over. Well, I understand. I also want to train Amuro. He knows his son best. He has great talent, but his character is too bad. Of course, this is also his own fault. He has been busy with work since he was a child and has not been with him. So he hopes that Amuro will join the army to hone and grow. What about you? What is your choice? Yang Hui asked Amuro. Although he is still a teenager, in this world, 16-year-olds are adults and have the right to decide their own future. Whatever. Amuro turned his head away and didn't look at Yang Hui. His tone was low and helpless. Anyway, I didn't have a choice since I was a child. Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and looked at Tim Ray. Tim Ray was also embarrassed, but also guilty. His wife separated from Amuro when Amuro was very young because she couldn't adapt to life in the universe. Then he was busy with work, which led to Amuro lacking fatherly and motherly love. I understand. You follow me first. Oh. That's the best. Tim Ray was very happy. Although he had planned to teach Amuro himself at first, he changed his mind now. It would be better to follow Yang Hui. If he guessed correctly, Yang Hui's ability in the field of research was better than his. Yang Hui knew everything he knew, but he might not know everything Yang Hui knew. In addition, Yang Hui was not only a researcher, but also a top MIS pilot, an excellent commander, and an iron-blooded soldier. Only by following Yang Hui could Amuro learn more, encounter more trials, and grow better. Then follow me. Yang Hui took Tim Ray and Amuro to the place where the newcomers were assessed. He planned to leave a deep first impression on Amuro. Director Ray. Seeing Tim Ray coming, Travis Kakulan and others saluted Tim Ray. Who are they? Tim Ray looked at Travis Kakulan and asked. General Rebel's order, the 12th Independent Technical Force was expanded, and they are newcomers who are being assessed. Travis Kakulan replied. The troop has been expanded. Tim Ray looked at Yang Hui for confirmation, but he was soon relieved. With a record of Yang Hui and others, it was normal to expand. But why do we need to assess? Tim Ray asked in confusion. Based on his understanding of Yang Hui, even if the troop was expanded, Yang Hui would definitely select people himself and would not accept the decision forced by his superiors. Do people selected by him need to be assessed? Ahem, this. Travis Kakulan was embarrassed. Although Yang Hui's approach was very satisfying, it was not suitable to be brought out in public. Nothing, just a bunch of thorns. Yang Hui didn't care. He would not deny what he had done. I killed the most arrogant one and gave them a warning. Oh. Tim Ray was stunned and quickly wiped the non-existent cold sweat. Yang Hui could really do such a thing. When he was on Luna 2, some blind people came to the 12th Independent Technical Unit to provoke and ridicule. Yang Hui didn't tolerate it. He would never fight if he could. He rushed up and knocked down more than a dozen people. If it weren't for Tim's quick arrival, these more than a dozen people would really be useless. How is the result? Not bad. Travis Kakulan took the test result from the tester beside him and handed it to Yang Hui. Yang Hui took a quick look and it was indeed not bad, but it was just good. There was no such thing as a passing score for him, so. Your legs are weak after only 5 kilometers? Run. Speed up. Chapter 539, Luck and Misfortune. Yang Hui yelled at the newcomers who were running slowly, scaring them. Why is this devil here again? He quickly increased the speed of his legs. HMPH, a bunch of cowards, you feel uncomfortable if you don't get scolded. Yang Hui scolded. This is an assessment, not training. Who are you lazy for? How can you get good results without showing your own limit? How can Yang Hui formulate a corresponding training plan without seeing their full strength? Travis, keep an eye on them. If anyone is still lazy, you know what to do. Understood. Then, Yang Hui went to the simulation training room and found that everyone was in the simulation training cabin. Now the newcomers are still in the basic training stage. In order to speed up their learning speed, Yang and other 7 people all appeared on the scene, which can be regarded as hand-in-hand teaching. Do you want to try? Yang Hui asked Amuro. Me. If not you or who else? Is it okay? Amuro asked in surprise. Anything empty will do. Since Amuro is in his hands, Yang Hui naturally can't leave him unused. It would be a pity to train him as a technician like Tim Ray did. The strongest pilot of the Federation is not just a boast. In the One-Year War, Amuro, as the only pure rookie, drove a Gundam to the battlefield, shot down MiG-142 and 9 battleships, ranking second in the list of shot downs, only 7 less MiGs than the first place Young, and 6 more battleships. Moreover, the most important point is, after Amuro appeared, look at what kind of people he faced. How many elite aces were there? Although the halo of the director and screenwriter's own son cannot be ruled out, this record is also real, proving that Amuro has this potential. So Yang Hui plans to train Amuro himself and train him into a super ace that is even more powerful than the original plot. Because of Tim Ray, Amuro has a sense of disgust and fear for Ms., but at the same time he is also a collection of contradictions. As a boy, it is impossible for him not to be interested in humanoid weapons such as Ms. Hesitantly, but enthusiastically walked to the empty simulation cabin, hesitated for a while, and finally plucked up the courage to sit in. Major, you are going to let a Muro. Tim Ray couldn't help but worry when he saw Yang Hui letting a Muro participate in the simulation training. He brought a Muro to join the 12th Independent Technical Unit to train a Muro and to take care of him. But this does not mean that he agrees to a Muro joining the frontline MIS unit. Look at what tasks the 12th Independent Technical Unit performs: guerrilla warfare, support, and attacks behind enemy lines. All of them are the most difficult and dangerous tasks. There is no reduction in personnel on the Middle East front, but what about the future? Who can be sure? He has the potential. But he is still a child. So we have to start with a child. Yang Hui explained, "Don't worry, Tim, I know what you are worried about. I won't let him drive the MIS to the battlefield in a short time." Okay, I know. How is the new equipment? Yang Hui asked Tim Ray while watching the simulation training of everyone. He did not forget that Tim Ray did not land on the Earth empty-handed. "We have asked the maintenance department to start the installation, and the test will start soon. Go ahead and prepare." Understood. After Tim Ray left, Yang Hui connected Young and Kashima Isama to the simulation cabin communication, and asked them to stop training and go with him to test the air combat backpack and the water-specific backpack. However, after Young and Kashima Isama stopped training, the others also walked out of the simulation cabin. FT. Ramphilo and others also wanted to visit the test together. After all, it was the equipment they would use in the future, and they also wanted to see what it looked like at the first time. There were also newcomers, except for South Banninger and Sima Karahao, who looked at Yang Hui with eager eyes. They had never seen what the Federation's MIS looked like in reality. Was it exactly the same as the simulated training machine? Or was it more powerful and handsome? Let's go together. In the end, Yang Hui decided to let everyone go together, including those who were still undergoing the assessment. Blog. Tell Travis that the assessment is temporarily suspended. Everyone should gather in the first hangar. Understood. The group arrived at the first hangar. The newcomers had learned their lesson this time. They didn't say much, and they lined up neatly, waiting for Yang Hui's lecture. First of all, congratulations on officially joining the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Yes, Major. And well, this is the spirit that a soldier should have. The neat and loud answer, although tired, but the energetic eyes, upright posture, and tough temperament, this kind of style is what Yang Hui is satisfied with. I know that the reasons for your excitement are nothing more than 2 points. First, my unit is the only one in the Federation that is MIS. Second, it is easy to make merit in my unit. I can answer you that, yes, both points are correct. It will take some time for the Federation's MIS units to form combat effectiveness. During this period of time, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties caused by haste, my unit is the only MIS combat unit at this stage. Moreover, by following me, you will make countless merits. This explanation made the eyes of all the newcomers, except South Banninger and Sima Karaha, shine. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Who doesn't want to make merit and get promoted? But after feeding the sweets, the next step is naturally the big stick. At the same time, I have bad news for you, because the 12th Independent Technical Unit is currently the only MIS combat unit in the Federation, so our mission must be the most difficult and dangerous in the entire army. In order to let you survive better in various difficult environments, I will arrange a series of devilish training for you. In a month, we will go to the battlefield, and we may face enemies several or dozens of times your number, and we may be hunted down by Zeon behind enemy lines. Are you afraid? No. XN answered loudly, but there was a slight tremor in his voice. However, Yang Hui did not point it out. Everyone is afraid of death, but they still gave him a positive answer firmly, and that was enough. Very good. That's more like it. Do you want to see a MIS battle? I'm talking about a real battle, not the electronic data of a simulated battle. Yes. XN, let me introduce you to everyone. This is the development director of the MIS department of the 12th Independent Technical Force. He is responsible for all MIS development projects. Although he has no military position, he is second only to me. Remember this. Salute. XN at ease, Director Lei. How long will it take to debug the flight backpack and the special underwater backpack? 30 minutes. You now have 20 minutes to pack your luggage. In 20 minutes, gather here and disband. The newcomers dispersed with mixed thoughts, with expectations for a bright future and worries about hardships. Wow, you are worthy of it, Major Yang Hui. It's so easy to tame this group of newcomers. At this time, Rabir and Jipu, who had been hiding nearby, came over. General Rabir, General Jipu. Yang Hui saluted the two with Tim Lei and others. This was not a private event. The show still had to be performed. At ease, Major Yang Hui, I heard that Director Lei brought some good stuff down from Luna too. Yes, the simulation test of the Ms. Universal Flight Backpack and the Underwater Special Backpack has been completed, and the data are all within the qualified range. The actual machine test will be carried out in 30 minutes. Well, go and prepare, we will go and see. Yes. The new equipment test of the Gundam Astray must be watched by Rebel and Garp, who are most concerned about the progress of Ms. development. Moreover, the two weapons to be tested this time are the Air Combat Backpack and the Underwater Special Backpack, which makes them have to pay attention. The air supremacy of the Earth is still in the hands of the Earth, but Xion has now developed a flying machine that can carry Ms., making the flight of Ms. possible, and the air supremacy of the Federation is in jeopardy. The arrival of the Air Combat Backpack is simply a timely help, making the air supremacy of the Federation once again indestructible. The Underwater Backpack was also a timely help. Xion had already invested in underwater mobile suits, the MSM-03 Battle Crab developed by Zmaid and the MSM-04 Turtle Tyrant developed by Xionic. In Yang Hui's eyes, both were just garbage, and there were not many of them, but they still made the Federation's newly rebuilt navy lose its way. The sea defense line that was rebuilt with great effort was torn apart almost in an instant, and the Federation had no way to deal with them. 20 minutes later, the 12th Independent Technical Force assembled. This time, there was no lateness or noise. Everyone lined up neatly and waited for Yang Hui to speak. Next, you will watch the actual test of the new equipment, but cheer up. Including General Rabir and General Jipu, the senior generals of the Federation will visit this test. Don't embarrass me. Yes. XN, the newcomers didn't expect that they would get two surprise gifts on the first day of joining the army. One is to see the actual test of the new equipment, and the other is to meet the senior generals of the Federation. This is a good opportunity to show up in front of the senior officials. The highest rank among them is only a captain, a grassroots officer. On weekdays, they are parallel to the senior generals and have no chance to contact them. They came to the test site in an orderly manner and lined up in a specially arranged area. At the same time, in the command room on the other side, Rabir and Jipu were ready with the generals of the Federation. Tim Ray was also here. He had to check the test situation at all times and explain it to the generals. This test is divided into two parts. Major Yang Hui will lead Lieutenant Yung and Second Lieutenant Kashima to test the Air Combat Backpack, while Lieutenant Kakuland, Sergeant Miguel and Sergeant Lieber will test the water-specific backpack. Both tests are divided into two stages, basic test and actual combat exercise. Oh? Are there arrangements for actual combat exercises? Rabir was surprised. Yes, General Rabir, the Major said that no matter how many tests there are, they are not as good as actual combat. Whether the weapons and equipment are qualified or not, they need to be tested in actual combat. Well, that's a good idea. Rabir praised. He agreed with Yang Hui's point of view and was looking forward to the next test. This was a good opportunity to observe Yang Hui in person. Are you ready? Everything is ready. Let's start. Yes, the test begins. Chapter 540, Flying Fairies, Sea Spirits. After receiving the command from the headquarters, Yang Hui, Yung and Kashima Yuang activated all the systems of the aircraft and conducted a system self-check. The energy transmission system is operating normally, the output power is stable, the backpack is connected to the aircraft normally, all systems are normal, Unit 1 is going to attack. The Air Combat Backpack is very similar to the space-specific backpack, except that the missiles on the wings have been removed to reduce weight, a pair of balance wings have been added to enhance the balance ability, and a small I-field generator has been installed to allow the aircraft to float. The frame of the aircraft itself has also been reinforced, and the flexibility and steering of the aircraft have certainly decreased, but this is a necessary trade-off. The speed of flying in the air is not comparable to that on the ground, and the Astray Gundam may not be able to withstand such a fast speed. The wings flipped up and down, and the flames of the nozzle became brighter and brighter. When the Astray Gundam stood on the catapult, the flipping stopped, the nozzle shrank, and the flames became brighter. The electromagnetic catapult started, ejecting the Astray Gundam at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time, The nozzle behind it burst into flames, and the huge thrust carried the astray Gundam into the sky. I station started, normal, altitude maintained at 1000 meters, speed, 300 meters per second. Command, this is Unit 1, all systems are normal. Unit 2, all systems are normal. Unit 3, all systems are normal. Oh. The first phase of the test was a complete success, and everyone cheered. They were very nervous just now. If any accident happened, with the current speed and altitude of the Gundam astray, there would be no chance of survival even if they abandoned the backpack at the first moment. This is the headquarters. Unit 1, 2, 3, increase altitude, target 1100 meters, speed 310 meters per second. Understood. The altitude of 1000 meters is a critical point. Going higher is considered high-altitude flight, so even an altitude of 100 meters is a challenge for Yang Hui and his team. The same is true for speed. Their current speed is infinitely close to Mach 1. It doesn't look fast. The flying speed of the swordfish is more than Mach 2, but you have to know that MIS is not a fighter. Not to mention its own weight, MIS is not a streamlined design like a fighter. The air resistance is much greater, and the burden on the body is also much greater. Yang Hui did not dare to be careless, and slowly and steadily increased the altitude and speed. Altitude 1100 meters, speed 310 meters per second, all systems are normal. Altitude 1200 meters, speed 320 meters per second. Until the altitude of 1500 meters, the speed of 340 meters per second, the performance test and limit test stopped. This is the limit of the Gundam astray. The output power has reached the threshold, and the endurance of the machine has reached the limit. If it goes higher and faster, the machine is likely to fall apart, and the Mecha furnace is also in danger of overload and explosion. However, this result has shocked and excited everyone. This means that the air combat backpack is successful. It not only allows MIS to fly, but also supports high-altitude combat and high-speed flight. In the eyes of everyone, the Federation's air supremacy is not something that Zeon is qualified to shake. But Rebel doesn't think so, because he thought, at such a fast speed, how many people can have enough reaction ability to fight flexibly? This is the command room, Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, enter the second stage, unlock the marking gun, and start acting. Understood. X3 What are the rules of acting? At this time, Rebel asked. Unit 2 and Unit 3 will join forces to chase Unit 1 for 10 minutes, and either shoot down Unit 1 or be shot down by Unit 1 in 10 minutes. 2 against 1? There are still 10 minutes of pursuit time. Yes. Well, let's wait and see. Everyone's eyes hit the screen again. Now the speed and height of the 3 Gundam astrays are no longer visible to the naked eye, so many drones equipped with high-definition cameras are deployed in the test area to record the entire performance process. Then, Rebel and others who saw Yang Hui driving a MIS battle for the first time were stunned. Unit 2 and Unit 3, driven by Young and Kashima Isama, launched a fierce attack on Unit 1 the moment their weapons were unlocked, and their tacit cooperation was excellent, interpreting the MIS tactics of the 2 units to the fullest, like a perfect symphony. However, just before such a fierce pursuit, Yang Hui's Unit 1 was like a flexible fish, treating the sky as the ocean, roaming freely, and easily avoiding all attacks. Until the end of the 10-minute pursuit time, the restrictions on Unit 1 were also lifted. It turned easily in the air and went directly behind Units 2 and 3. It raised its gun and shot. The performance was over. It was that simple? It was that simple. Flying Fairy. Garp suddenly commented. Do you feel the same way? Erratic, elegant, and free. Do you feel the same? Rebel asked the others. Yes. XN Flying Fairy. Rebel felt that this title was very suitable for Yang Hui's performance just now, but he also thought of the title given to the 12th Independent Technical Unit by Zeon, Ghost, which is a synonym for mysterious, erratic, coming and going without a trace, and deadly. It is also very suitable. The actual combat exercise is over. Apply to return home. Allowed to return home, Major, thank you for your hard work. Tim Ray suppressed the excitement and urge to cheer in his heart, and continued to order the test of the underwater backpack. The third phase begins. Unit 6, Unit 7, Unit 9, please attack. Understood. X3. Half an hour later, the test of the underwater backpack was also over, which once again brought surprises to Rebel and others. The underwater backpack is the design that Yang Hui took out. It is exactly the same as the underwater M1 in the world of Gundam Seed. However, due to cost control, some of the weapons have been simplified. For example, the beam generator of the Trident has been removed and it has become a simple physical weapon. Several torpedo launchers have also been removed. The flexibility, speed, and deepest diving depth in the water have all reached the expected values, perfectly meeting the standards of underwater MIS. The subsequent actual combat exercises also brought a wonderful visual feast to Rebel and others. Unlike the actual combat exercises of the air combat backpack, the actual combat exercises of the special underwater backpack are three-person melees. The skills of Travis Kakuland, George Miguel and Leonard Rappo are similar, but the three have different specialties, which allows Rebir and others to understand the battle scenes of elite MIS pilots from three aspects. Fred Rappo is good at assault and combat, changing direction and accelerating, and the assault and fighting are very fierce. George Miguel is good at long-range artillery battles, constantly pulling away, accurate and tricky artillery, and calmly blocking and retreating after being close. Travis Kakuland's fighting style is not special, but it is mature and stable. Whether it is fierce close combat or tricky long-range artillery, he can handle it with ease and launch a counterattack. Data collection completed, 4th phase completed, Unit 6, Unit 7, Unit 9, return home. Understood. X3. The three Gundam estrays that were in a fierce melee immediately stopped after receiving the order and returned home together, which also made Rebel and others admire their silence in following orders. Such model soldiers are welcome no matter where they are. Elves in the water. Compared with the previous air battles, the actual combat exercises in the water are more exciting. Although the pursuit battle and the air battle is also very exciting, the air battle was divided into two stages by Yang Hui. One stage is the pursuit battle without fighting back, and the other stage is the spiral counterattack and rapid killing of the enemy. It ended very quickly. Although it was amazing, it was too short. But the battle in the water lasted for half an hour, and it was a three-person melee. Three completely different combat styles fought against each other, which perfectly demonstrated to Rebel and others how to deal with opponents of different styles. It is better to say that it is a vivid lesson for Rebel and others than acting. Isn't it worthy of being a unit that can turn the tide of the war in the Middle East? The performance of the MIS is beyond expectations. No, it's not the MIS that's amazing, but the people who drive it. General Rebel, I think. No, you don't think so. Until the person who spoke wanted to say something, everyone except him and Garp had their eyes burning with scorching flames, and they almost had the words important people written on their faces. The 12th Independent Technical Unit is the only combat-capable MIS unit in the Federation now. Zeon's second landing operation is imminent, and the combat power cannot be dispersed. Understood. Rebel's refusal disappointed them. With such excellent talents, it would be a blessing to have even one in their own unit, not to mention that there are so many in a small unit, which made them angry. But thinking that the 12th Independent Technical Unit is Rebel's direct unit, they didn't fight for it anymore. It's okay to mention it, but if they object and then secretly poach people, how will Rebel deal with them? Excellent subordinates are worthless compared to official careers. In fact, they are jealous, and Rebel is jealous too. The 12th Independent Technical Unit is nominally a unit directly under Rebel, but in fact it belongs to Yang Hui alone. How great would it be if so many outstanding talents were his own people? Question mark. At the same time, Rebel was even more wary of Yang Hui, because he found that Yang Hui's biggest threat was not only his unfathomable cards, but also his ability to lead people. Rebel had found detailed information about several pilots of the 12th Independent Technical Unit. Before joining the 12th Independent Technical Unit, they were mediocre, and some were even new recruits. But how long has it been? How did Yang Hui train them? He could make them such excellent MIS pilots. It is never scary for a person to be powerful. What is scary is that a powerful person can lead the people around him to become powerful together. This is the most scary thing. At this time, Jeppu patted Rebel on the shoulder. Don't worry, at least now we have the same interests. As an old friend of Rebel, he knew what Rebel was thinking by looking at his expression. He also thought of the same problem, but he and Rebel had different views. So far, Yang Hui has no conflict of interest with him, and Yang Hui has indeed caused great losses to Zeon on the battlefield. Although they are worried that the contributions of both sides are not equal, they owe Yang Hui too much and don't know what price they will pay to balance it. But God believes that Yang Hui has never thought of overthrowing the Federation and becoming the king himself. This is an experience-based judgment and feeling. Well, I know, but I have an idea. Oh? What a coincidence, I have an idea too. The old friends smiled at each other, revealing the insidious smile of a fox. The group of guys down there are very impetuous now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 541 No More Seats. Like the headquarters at the test site, the newcomers in the audience were also excited to see this scene. This was their first time watching a battle between Mizs up close, and it was also their first time seeing what the Federation's Miz looked like. Moreover, they were about to have such a machine, and the ones who performed amazingly were their superiors. If they only had fear of Yang Hui before, now they had more admiration. The army is always the world of wolves. Wolves will only believe in the strong, take the strong as their goal, catch up with the strong, and surpass the strong. Can't help it? You've only reached this point. Fort Rumphillo said with a smile. Huh? The newcomers were stunned when they heard this. The major didn't even use half of his ability. Fort Rumphillo said proudly, as if the protagonist he was talking about was himself. Ah. The recruits were dumbfounded. Yang Hui's performance just now was already very impressive. Yang and Kashima Yang's relentless pursuit could not even touch the corner of Yang Hui's clothes. After the time limit was over, they easily killed Yang and Kashima Yang. It can be seen that the difference in strength between the two sides is not a little bit. Even if Yang and Kashima Yang's strength is already the goal they yearn for, Yang Hui's performance is even more regarded as a godlike existence by them. Isn't that all? Not even half? Even South Banninger and Sima Karahau were surprised, because this was also the first time they saw Yang Hui take action. They had already started simulation training and knew very well that the new recruits could not see much from Yang Hui's performance just now, but they knew how difficult it was. Whether it was the spiral maneuver in super high-speed flight or the two-shot accurate shooting before the body had recovered its balance, they might not be able to complete it, especially the accuracy of the shooting. Yang and Kashima were not fixed targets. They were excellent pilots and naturally knew how to dodge. However, they were hit as soon as they started to dodge. This showed that Yang Hui had seen through their plans and predicted their predictions in advance. Haha, young people nowadays are really scary. South Banninger thought to himself, and he was determined to try his best to keep up. However, Sima Karahau's expression was a little bleak. When she was desperate, it was Yang Hui who pulled her out of the pit of despair. He was her hope, the light she longed for and pursued. Therefore, she trained the hardest among all people, just to become useful to Yang Hui after becoming stronger and to be able to protect Yang Hui. But now, Yang Hui is so powerful, does he still need his own protection? Is there anything that he, who is so powerful, needs to do for a weak self? Well, there's no need to be so depressed. The careful blogger discovered Sima Karahau's gloom. Not only Sima Karahau, but also several others were like this, because their pride was hit. The major is indeed powerful, but if we catch up with this goal, we will succeed one day. Yes. Although everyone knew that this was a vague comfort, it also cheered up the depressed people a little. They were all elites of their respective units and had their own pride. What if they were hit? If they were hit, they had to catch up. With Yang Hui as a goal in front of them, even if they could not surpass him, they had to work hard to catch up and become stronger. Only Sima Karahau did not listen, because her starting point was different from others. Alice. Seeing this scene, South Banninger just sighed and did not speak to comfort her. Sima Karahau's problem was clear to his companions in Granada, including him. The only person who could cheer her up was Yang Hui, so he planned to tell Yang Hui later. At this time, at the command center, Yang Hui also took Yang and others off the plane to report to Ribir and others. General Ribir. Well, the exercise was beyond my expectation. I am very satisfied with the results of the 12th Independent Technical Force. Devote all my energy to the Federation. Haha, that's a good thing to say. Ribir laughed, but he sneered in his heart. Yang Hui would devote all his energy to the Federation? This was a great irony. Major, the first Mizland strike group is being established. I plan to arrange an exercise for the 12th Independent Technical Force to fight against the 1st MIS Land Strike Group. What do you think? Not very good. I'm just full from eating too much? That was Yang Hui's thought in his heart, but he still replied respectfully, as the general commands. Well, very good. After Robert and Jipu saw the ability of the 12th Independent Technical Force, they had this idea. The training and cultivation of MIS pilots has been going on, and a large number of pilots with good potential have emerged, but it was just simulated training, which is definitely not as good as actual combat. Moreover, a very bad phenomenon appeared in the training troops below, that is, impetuousness and arrogance. The pilots who were selected to become the first regular MIS unit must have excellent results in simulation training, which led to their increasing arrogance, and even boasted that they could match the performance of the 12th Technical Unit. Originally, Rebel and Garp also thought that the success of the 12th Independent Technical Unit was largely due to the performance of the machine and Zeon's underestimation of the enemy. But today's viewing made them understand that there is no false reputation under the reputation. The several MIS pilots of the 12th Independent Technical Unit are indeed powerful, at least they are not at the same level as the elites in simulation training that he visited from the grassroots. Yang Hui should take his subordinates to cool down the impetuous elites and let them know what it means to be better than others. Rebel and others who had gained a lot did not stay for long. After the test was over, they returned to their work positions. Although the exercise plan has been scheduled, it will never be now. Zeon's space fleet is moving more and more frequently. It is estimated that the second landing operation will be in the next few days. Blocking Zeon's offensive is the top priority. Yang Hui asked Travis Kakulin to continue the assessment with the newcomers who needed to be assessed, and the others to continue practicing with the newcomers who did not need to be assessed. He called Tim Ray. How many air combat backpacks and water-specific backpacks do you have now? Yang Hui asked. There are 9 of them. And there are only these 9. I brought them all down. Tim Ray replied helplessly and depressedly. Firstly, they are only test machines before the test is successful. We can't be sure whether they are successful, so we dare not build more. Secondly, the production factory we rely on now is Luna 2. In addition to the transformation and upgrading of battleships, Luna 2's current factory is also building Killin class. The rest are all used to produce mass-produced MIS and special space backpacks. Did you contact Anaheim? Yes. Yang Hui is the 3rd young master of the Bist family and half of the owner of Anaheim. Therefore, when necessary, he can use Anaheim's production line. It's a pity that someone got there first. But Anaheim can no longer take on new orders. The production lines for the construction of battleships, MIS, and various backpacks on Earth have been fully booked. Did I ask Cartier to reserve a few production lines? I asked. Mr. Carty said that General Jipu's order is too big. He thought that you now have a factory inside the Federation that you can use, and you probably won't need the Anaheim production line in the short term, so he arranged it. Yang Hui was speechless. Carty's idea was fine, and Yang Hui thought so at the beginning, but who knew that the accident would come so soon? This was not the most depressing thing for Yang Hui. Tim Ray continued, moreover, the cost of air combat backpacks and underwater special backpacks is really out of control. It is impossible to popularize them on a large scale in ordinary troops. Moreover, according to experimental data, ordinary pilots cannot control them. Therefore, it is difficult for the Federation to open a production line to produce these 2 backpacks at present. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Yang Hui originally wanted to equip each of his subordinates with a full set of backpack packages. After all, the 12th Independent Technical Force is also the first trump card army of the Federation Army, and all the MIS equipment is developed by them. Even if they don't use it, they have to equip a complete set, right? But now there is really no such condition. The Federation's establishment of a regular MIS force is a top priority, and the small request of the 12th Independent Technical Force can only be put aside. Well, but, Major, do we still need to continue with our next development plan? Tim Ray asked. He was a little worried that the follow-up plan would be temporarily shelved. Of course we will continue, otherwise what's the point of the plan? Cover asked in surprise. But, the budget. The follow-up plan will be another subversive plan. If the development is successful, it will definitely cause an uproar again. However, the project has not yet started. After a rough calculation, it is found that the development cost is a huge burden for the current Federation. It has nothing to do with us. Yang Hui scolded angrily. We are a scientific research unit. Our duty is research and development. The Heretic series is the beginning. I have already done enough to reduce the budget for those old immortals. Now it has been proved that our research is necessary. Then let the production department and the procurement department worry about the trivial matters of reducing the budget. Do you really want to eat for free? Oh, okay, I know. By the way, how is the progress of the Killing class? Yang Hui asked. The progress has reached 90%. One or all. 3. After you return to Luna II, keep an eye on the progress of the Kirin class. After it is completed, test it immediately. After confirming that it is correct, let Bujirulu bring one to Earth to pick us up. What about the other 2? Tim Ray asked. Do you think that Gai Xian will let you take them all? No. That's it. We use the resources of Luna II and the production line of Luna II. Giving us one is already a favor to the developers. The Kirin class will definitely give priority to meeting the needs of the space fleet. I understand, then I will. Don't worry. Seeing that Tim Ray said what he said and turned around to return to the universe, Yang Hui grabbed him and pointed at Amuro who was following him. Your vacation is not over yet, right? Stay and accompany Amuro. Well. Tim Ray looked at Amuro, and saw that he turned his head away, but glanced at him with expectation from time to time. Tim Ray finally nodded, thank you. Chapter 542 Men Cannot Lose to Women. Tim Ray stayed at the Gaburo base for a week before heading to space. Amuro stayed behind. Yang Hui gave Amuro the identity of his assistant. There was no plan to let Amuro go to the battlefield for the time being. It would not be too late to let him go after he was trained. Not to mention, although Amuro's body has not grown up yet, he still looks decent after wearing a military uniform. Alice, I lost again. Amuro walked out of the simulation cabin dejectedly and just met South Bannimer, who was fighting with him. Kid, you want to beat me in just a few days, don't look down on me too much? South Bannimer smiled and ruffled Amuro's hair and said. Don't tease me, Sergeant Bannimer, I'm not a child anymore. Amuro slapped South Bannimer's hand away, took a few steps back and complained. What else is a 16-year-old if not a kid? I'm the assistant of the major now. Oh. That's amazing, assistant kid. Sergeant. Ha ha ha. Everyone who was resting laughed happily. Boy, you're already amazing if you can hold out for a minute under Bannimer, okay. Yes, I only lasted 45 seconds. Uncle Bannimer has never fallen out of the top 3 in the rookie rankings. Originally, the elites transferred from various troops would not have such a harmonious atmosphere, but during this week, the devilish training designed by Yang Hui for them forced them to overcome difficulties together. In the difficult and hard life, they supported each other, cried, quarreled, and bled together, and soon established a tenacious comradeship. Including Amuro is one of them. Although he is Yang Hui's assistant, Yang Hui's purpose of keeping him by his side is to train and exercise him, but he will not let him continue to be a playboy, so he will participate in all the training subjects of the army. At the beginning, Amuro also complained about the hardship and wanted to give up, but Yang Hui did not give him any way. He directly slapped the gun in front of him, either completing the training or dying on the training ground. There was no third choice. Under the heavy oppression and strong murderous aura of Yang Hui, Amuro finished the first day of training with his pants wet, and he never dared to give up again. The other members of the army also changed their views on the young Amuro. At first, they really thought that Amuro was a young man from a certain family who got in through the back door, but in the hard training, they slowly accepted him and regarded him as one of their comrades. Humph. I will definitely beat the sergeant. Then Captain Young and the others, and then the major. Wow. This ambition is amazing. Everyone exclaimed, but it was just a joke. Who among the people present didn't want to become stronger? Who didn't want to surpass their goals? It must be said that Amuro's existence was also one of the reasons for promoting everyone to work harder. The 16-year-old Amuro was the youngest, but he was very talented. Half of them were not Amuro's opponents in the simulated training, which stimulated them. As the ace of the original army, I was not even a match for a teenager. If I told others, I would really lose face. I wonder when I can have real machine training, like touching a real Ms. The dark-skinned lied wolf was looking forward to the arrival of his big toy. How far are you from the basic standard? Asked Xiaolulu Chisingam. I'm still 18 points away, and I should be able to complete it in the next assessment. Lid Wolf replied. That will take at least a week. I'm about the same, and I'm still 14 points away. Xiaolulu Chisingam said. Ah. Why am I still 38 points away? Dearest Hanover shouted madly. Hey, you deserve it. Who told you to be careless in the last assessment? You guys are already very good, okay? I'm still 52 points away. As one of the few female pilots, Christina Mackenzie was depressed, and several other female pilots were also depressed. It's okay, Chris. Women are physically weaker than men. It's normal. That's right. The Major is really a fool. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women. He demands you with the standards of men. Alpha Abet spoke up for the female pilots. Don't say that, Alpha. The Major is responsible for us. Zima is good enough, but we can't. By the way, Sima, how many points do you need? 5 points. Awesome. Women admire, men are shamed. Just now, they boasted that women can't compare to men, but they were slapped in the face immediately. Train, train. I must pass the next assessment. That's right. I must surpass Sima. Fight for the men. Go, go, go. Practice more. The men were also stimulated by Sima Karahao's performance. They ended their rest early and got into the simulation cabin, vowing not to embarrass the men. The women surrounded Sima Karahao and asked her if she had any tips, but Sima Karahao's answer was cold. It's just hard training, there is no shortcut. Well, we can only work harder. Sisters, come on, don't let the stinky men look down on you. Ah. Wait for me. Similarly, with Sima Karahao as an example, the women also ended their rest early and re-entered the simulation cabin to practice more in order to prove that they were not weaker than men. Sima Karahao, the instigator, saw this. Her eyes were calm and calm. Now she was not interested in all this, including the interaction with her teammates. She just wanted to become stronger, stronger and stronger, strong enough to be qualified to help Yang Hui and qualified to protect the only light in her heart. Sima. When Sima Karahao was about to continue training, South Banninger called her. What's wrong? The Major asked you to go to his office. Eh? The Major wants to see me. Only Yang Hui could make Sima Karahao, who was focused on improving herself and didn't care about anything around her, have a violent emotional fluctuation. She was so cold just now that she suddenly panicked. Yet, South Banninger had told Yang Hui about Sima Karahao's condition. After being stimulated, Sima Karahao's requirements for herself had reached a perverted level. She was indeed very motivated to improve herself, but this was overdrawing her life. If she didn't ease her mentality, Sima Karahao might not be able to hold on for long and would fall down. Major. Did the Major say what it was? Sima Karahao asked fearfully. Yang Hui hadn't looked for her alone for a long time. She was always afraid that she would not do well enough and be driven away by Yang Hui. I don't know, but I don't think it's a bad thing. Really? Well, then I'll go find the Major first. Thank you, Sergeant Banninger. Go ahead. Looking at Sima Karahao's excited but uneasy state, South Banninger sighed and shook his head. He knew Sima Karahao's past and sympathized with this betrayed woman. Whether as a comrade in arms or as an elder, he hoped that she could walk out of the shadow. I hope that boy can help her. Thinking of this, South Banninger also started to practice more. After all, he didn't want to fall behind. Sima Karahao stood at the door of Yang Hui's office and hesitated. She stretched out her hand to knock on the door, but soon retracted it. She was looking forward to imagining what Yang Hui wanted to find her for, but she was afraid that she was not good enough and Yang Hui would drive her away. Zima? What are you doing at the Major's door? At this time, Magilota Yagaon, who was passing by, asked Sima Karahao. She was transferred to Yang Hui's unit as a member of the transport and logistics units. Among the people transferred in the same batch, there were her fiancé Hudi, the future famous Captain Lin Yao, and Brad Noah and others. No, nothing, it's just that the Major is looking for me. Magilota Yagaon raised her eyebrows and soon understood that as a woman, and a woman with a very loving fiancé, it was easy to see what state Sima Karahao was in, so she took the initiative to walk over and knock on the door for Sima Karahao. Lieutenant Magilota. Sometimes women have to take the initiative. Magilota Yagaon winked at Sima Karahao playfully, and then turned and left. At this time, Yang Hui's voice came from the room, so Sima Karahao could no longer hesitate. Who? Corporal Sima Karahao reports. Sima, come in. Yes. The door opened, and Sima walked into Yang Hui's office with stiff steps, which made Yang Hui laugh and shake his head. I don't think I look scary, do I? Sima. No, Major, you are not scary. Sima replied in a panic. Then why are you so nervous? Sit down. Yang Hui smiled and asked Sima how to sit down. Yes. Still very stiff, Sima sat straight and motionless like a robot at this time. Yang Hui smiled, poured a glass of water for Sima and placed it in front of her. Major. This. We have known each other for a while, Sima. You followed me in Granada. Don't be so nervous. Drink some water and calm down. Yes. The gentle tone softened the stiff body a little. Sima looked at Yang Hui's sunny and handsome smile, lowered her head shyly, and sipped water in small sips. Major, you asked me to come here, is there something? Yes, I do have something to ask you, and it's very important. Major. Sima stood up suddenly, his expression and eyes full of pleading. Major, please, don't chase me away. This made Yang Hui stunned. When did I say I would chase you away? No, isn't it? Of course not. Yang Hui shook his head and asked Sima to sit down again. Your test scores have always been among the best, and even many grown men have been defeated by you. How can I bear to chase you away with such an excellent subordinate? 10,000 sorry. I said, don't be nervous, sit down and talk. Yang Hui reluctantly asked the excited Sima to sit down again. Yes. Major, what do you want to ask me? Sima was relieved to know that he would not be chased away by Yang Hui, and he was very happy and relaxed to hear Yang Hui praising his excellence and not wanting to let him leave. Banninger has told me about your situation, Sima. You are too nervous and too desperate. You will be worn out like this. Yang Hui persuaded. But if you don't work hard, how can you help the Major? Sima thought of the difference in strength between herself and Yang Hui, and her face was gloomy. If you exhaust yourself, won't you be even less able to help me? Yang Hui asked from the opposite direction. But you are growing very fast, and I am also very happy, but I don't want this growth to be exchanged for your physical health, and I don't want your over-effort to shorten the time you serve me, do you understand? Major, you. Sima was very excited at first because Yang Hui cared about her very much, but soon she became shy because Yang Hui suddenly came over and put his hand on her face, but soon her consciousness became blurred and she fell asleep in confusion. Yang Hui caught Sima with his hand to prevent her from falling, then he gently picked her up, put her on his bed and covered her with a quilt. He smoothed her messy hair, looked at her delicate and haggard face, and said gently, you look beautiful when you work hard, but you work too hard. I feel bad for you. Have a good rest, Sima. Chapter 543 I am the domineering president now. What am I doing, Major? Slowly waking up from her dream, Sima felt very relaxed. She hadn't had a comfortable sleep for a long time, but memories suddenly came to her mind and interrupted this comfort, causing her to sit up and look around. She found herself sleeping on the bed in Yang Hui's office, panicking, but then she saw that she was dressed neatly, and suddenly felt a little disappointed. Awake? Did you sleep well, Major? I. Just then, Sima found that Yang Hui was actually sitting in front of his desk, looking at her with a smile on his face. Sima jumped off the bed, stood up straight, and wanted to explain and ask in a panic. Looking at Sima cute look of being at a loss, she couldn't help but laugh happily. Major, why? Why did you faint? Or why didn't you do it? Yang Hui asked Sima with a joking look on his face. Sima lowered his head shyly, and his face quickly became red and almost ripe. Come here. Sima lowered his head and moved towards Yang Hui. His pace was very slow, and he only moved a few centimeters at a time. However, Yang Hui was not in a hurry. He quietly appreciated this cuteness that belonged to him. It took Sima several minutes to walk 2 or 3 steps. Then Yang Hui patted his legs and said to Sima in a domineering tone, sit. Well. Sima face turned redder, expecting, but not daring to move. What? Don't listen to me. No. I don't dare. Sit? Well, yes. With a mosquito-like answer, Sima Karateo stiffly sat on Yang Hui's legs according to Yang Hui's order, but the moment he touched Yang Hui, his whole body softened and leaned into Yang Hui's arms. Major. Major. Raise your head and look at me. The tone was still unquestionably domineering, but it made Sima Karateo raise his head obediently, looking at Yang Hui with big eyes full of mist. You have a pretty face, why are you bowing your head? Yes, yes. Major. As Yang Hui gently brushed away her messy hair, feeling the overbearing warmth, Sima Karateo lost her ability to speak and could not utter a complete sentence. Yang Hui pinched Sima Karateo's chin and admired her beautiful face so close. Sima, do you want me to be sad? No. I don't want the major to be sad. Then don't work so hard in the future, okay? I'll feel bad. Major When she felt like she was about to melt, the face she longed for suddenly approached, and his lips blocked her mouth, speeding up the melting process. Her body tensed, and her hands tightly grasped Yang Hui's clothes. After a long time, their lips parted, and Sima Karateo's eyes were filled with mist, containing the emotions and desires unique to spring. Do you remember what I said? Remember, but do I really have the qualifications? Sima Karateo was happy. The man she longed for had just kissed her and treated her as his private property. But she was also unfortunate because she felt that she did not have the qualifications. She had committed an unforgivable sin and the souls of countless innocent people were entangled in her. Why not? Because that was the pain that Sima Karateo could never let go of. She poisoned the entire colony without knowing it, and was then framed and betrayed by her superiors. She was the most unforgivable bad woman in the world. Remember, Sima, you are mine, my person. Don't care what they think or what you think, just think what I think. Do you understand? Major. Do you understand? Understand. Remember it if you understand, and never forget it for the rest of your life. You are mine, my private property, so you don't need to care about what others think, and you are not allowed to care. You just need to listen to me. Yes, Major, I am the Major's private property, and I only need to listen to the Major. Well, good boy, you will be rewarded. After a long time, Sima Karateo left Yang Hui's office with a rosy face and soft legs. She was more rosy and beautiful than when she first came, and the glow of happiness and confidence enveloped her. In the office, Yang Hui licked his lips with recollection. It's not bad to be domineering once in a while, haha. Graham, Fleet, Cruz, I am now a domineering president, you have no capital to complain about me. Ha. 2 days later, the training of the 12th Independent Technical Unit was interrupted. Everyone gathered in the combat conference room, waiting for Yang Hui's arrival. When Yang Hui walked into the conference room with a serious face, everyone stood up and saluted. At ease. Sit. Everyone sat down, straightened their backs and waited for Yang Hui's next words. Everyone, the latest information, just yesterday at 0900 Earth time, Zeon launched the second landing operation. The destination is North America. Yes, it is North America not far from us. At the same time, in the universe, Zeon mainland has transported a large number of HLVs to the Dazzle fleet. What does this mean? I don't need to say more, right? Amuro. Yes. Amuro, who was called, turned off the lights and transmitted the information to the holographic projection in the conference room. Because of the last failure, Zeon increased the number of airborne troops and adopted a group blitzkrieg method, quickly occupying important cities such as NY, DC, and Hughes. The Federation's first line of defense was completely lost and suffered heavy losses. The remnants of the army gathered on the second line of defense, but with Zeon's strength and determination, it will be broken through by Zeon at the latest tomorrow, so... Major. Idiot, it's not time for questions yet. Because it was the first meeting, Li Wolf and others did not know Yang Hui's habits, and interrupted him in the middle. Seeing that Yang Hui's face looked a little ugly, Fort Rumphilo on the side quickly pulled Li Wolf's hand down and whispered to the newcomers about Yang Hui's habits. This will not happen again. Yang Hui waited until the meeting room was quiet before continuing. Our mission is to continue training and will not participate in the North America defense operation. However, the situation is urgent. At the cost of a large number of agents, the intelligence department has obtained the intelligence of Zeon's third landing operation. 7 days later, The target is the mining area in South Africa, Eastern Australia, and non-protocol areas, and large-scale operations will be launched in many places on the Earth at the same time. At that time, it will be time for us to go out. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, seeing that Yang Hui did not respond, Fort Rumphillo raised his hand and asked, "Major, why don't we participate in the North America defense operation?" This question was a puzzle in the hearts of everyone present. The location of the Gaburo base is in South America, a neighbor of North America. If Zeon occupies North America, then wouldn't the Gaburo base be under Zeon's eyes? Because I don't want my subordinates to go to the battlefield and die before they are ready. We are ready. Everyone present stood up and saluted Yang Hui to express their determination. Very good. Determination is good, but determination alone is not enough to keep you alive on the battlefield. You haven't even started actual machine training yet. Are you going to the battlefield to increase the enemy's merits? Faced with Yang Hui's questioning, the newcomers all lowered their heads, and even Yang and others turned their heads away in frustration. My subordinates did not rely on their passion, but their abilities, to earn military merits that they will never earn enough on the battlefield, and then walk out of the battlefield alive with full glory. Yes. And so, if you want to join the battle earlier, then give me more efforts, complete all my training subjects, and meet my standards. Yes. And due to the urgency of the war, your assessment time has also been advanced. Everyone will start the assessment today. Those who complete it can start actual machine training in advance, but the newcomers who were originally excited and determined were stopped by the 2 words with a strong tone. When the 12th Independent Technical Unit can join the war, it is based on the last person to complete, not the first. Remember this. Understood. Disband. After the meeting, everyone ran out of the meeting room. Needless to say, everyone was eager to go to the training ground to prepare for the assessment. For them, this was a difficult test, but also an opportunity to prove themselves. They understood what Yang Hui meant. Yang Hui emphasized the unity of the entire unit and asked them not to just focus on improving themselves, but also to help teammates who were lagging behind. But who wouldn't want to start the actual machine training first? Even the most united team has competition. Yang Hui was very satisfied with this. Only with competition can there be motivation to move forward. The army is not a charity. What is needed is not kindness, but the spirit of the wolf, the unity of the wolf pack, the bloodthirstiness and wildness of the wolf. As long as the competition is benign, he is even willing to add fuel to the fire. Amuro, aren't you going? Yang Hui asked Amuro, the only one who stayed by your side. I'm your assistant. Even if I pass the assessment, I can't join the battle. Amuro pouted, and the words unwilling and indignant were almost written on his face. Stinky boy. Yang Hui smiled and ruffled Amuro's hair. The adults haven't died yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Please don't tease me, Major, I'm not a child anymore. Amuro shouted angrily. Why are you pretending to be an adult when your hair hasn't even grown out yet? It's obviously grown out. I just saw it yesterday. Really? Take off your pants so I can see. Major. Please don't joke like that. Ha ha ha. Yang Hui smiled and patted Amuro on the shoulder. His expression became serious as if he was turning a book. Amuro, fighting is never limited to the front line. Really? Yes. Yang Hui pointed to the battle map on the holographic projection, pointed to the Federation's defense deployment and asked Amuro, there are 2 problems with the Federation's battle deployment. Find them and tell me. Just one sentence, there will be a surprise tomorrow. Chapter 544, The Mission of Death. Amuro carefully observed the Federation's defense line, looking for the 2 problems Yang Hui mentioned, but Amuro, who was just a teenager and had just joined the army not long ago, couldn't find them after searching for a long time. Major, I can't see it. First, the Federation's defense line passes through many cities, which is a self-binding approach. First, urban combat must take into account the losses of the city itself. Second, in street fighting, MIS is better than Type 61 tanks and fighters. This is the first major problem. Second, the location of the logistics troops is too far away from the front-line troops. They cannot provide support to the front-line troops in the first time. At the same time, once a special force like us attacks the rear, the front-line troops will not be able to rescue in time. This is the second major problem. Yang Hui explained to Amuro. I see. If it were me, I would arrange the defense line like this. Yang Hui taught Amuro in great detail, explaining his plan for arranging troops and formations, and analyzing the pros and cons of his plan and rebels' plan. Amuro is undoubtedly a genius, not only in misdriving, but also in mechanical engineering. After a period of contact, Yang Hui found that Amuro has the potential of a hexagonal warrior. He learns everything very quickly. The reason why he finally achieved only the lieutenant ace of the Londo Bale troops was completely delayed by the corrupt Federation. Do you understand? I understand, Major. Go ahead. When you have time in the future, read more classic war cases. Yes. After Amuro left, Yang Hui said without looking back, when did you have the hobby of peeping? Stinky boy, I just don't want to interrupt you teaching your children. So you hide aside and eavesdropped. Humph, kid, I didn't expect you to be so good at commanding a large army. Rebel heard all the content of Yang Hui's analysis of the battle situation to Amuro just now. There was a difference with his ideas, but it was undeniable that Yang Hui's command and deployment were very good, not inferior to him, an experienced veteran. Read more books. Yang Hui grinned and laughed. Haha, if reading more books is useful, then everyone would be a famous general. Okay, General Ribeir, do you have any instructions? Yang Hui asked. Now is the fierce stage of the war, and Ribeir has no time to chat with Yang Hui to relax. Your troops need to move. Impossible, if we send them to the battlefield now, most of them will die. The military commission is under great pressure, and most of their industries are in North America. That's your problem and theirs, it has nothing to do with me. I have a plan and I need your cooperation. I can't use the lives of my people to help you complete your plan. I know that if my plan succeeds, you can not only complete their training ahead of time, but also clean up the group of old guys in the military commission in one fell swoop. Go to my office. Half an hour later, Ribeir left Yang Hui's office contentedly, while Yang Hui put his hands behind his back, looking at the military map with a serious face, and his expression was tangled for a long time before he picked up the phone. Send a telegram to Luna 2, asking Director Lei whether the Killen class has been completed. Understood. If it can be completed in time, it is indeed a good plan, but Rebel, you better not deceive me, otherwise I will let you see a madness more terrible than that of Kyron Zabi. The assessment results are out. Those who passed the assessment and are qualified for actual machine training are all within Yang Hui's expectations. South Banninger and Sima Karahau are definitely selected, and then Lid Wolf and other people on the list of the king of shooting down. The others are a little bit behind. According to the original plan, these people cannot conduct actual machine training, but because of Rebel's plan, it must be advanced. Yang, complete the training of several people in 3 days. Major, I don't quite understand. Yang and Kashima Yang almost thought their ears were dislocated. Yang Hui actually gave such an outrageous order to complete the training of several people in 3 days. They are not bragging, they can't do it, let alone others. This is an impossible task. You heard me right. I will also join in teaching them. In 3 days, our troops will attack. Everyone present was stunned, especially the old men like Yang. They knew Yang Hui's temper very well. He always kept his word. Once he made a decision, he would not dare to confront him even if Ribeir came. He would not waver in his ideas. But now, he changed his mind overnight? The plan has changed. We must set off in 3 days. I will announce the detailed combat plan in 3 days. Do you have any questions? No. Yang and others shook their heads blankly. It's not that there are no questions, but they are full of questions and dare not ask, because they found that Yang Hui's temper is not good now. Very good, those who have passed the assessment, get ready. Your machines are not ready yet. Use the existing machines for training first. Get on the machine in 15 minutes and start training. Others continue with daily training. They will set off with a team as logistics personnel in 3 days. Understood. And what can be done in 3 days? Even with Yang Hui's personal teaching, what results can be achieved in 3 days? However, they had no time. During these 3 days, all the people who boarded the real machine put in 300% of their spirit and learning attitude, and tried their best to master the driving skills of the MIS, including various team tactics, and how to deal with various environments and situations, until Captain Natal Bakalulu, the captain of the assault landing ship Luna of the 12th Independent Technical Force, led the crew members to report. Why 3 days instead of setting off immediately or taking longer? Yang Hui was waiting for the arrival of the first Killing-class Luna. Only when the Luna arrived, he would be sure to complete the rebel plan and bring everyone back alive. Immediately carry out supplies and transportation. Set off immediately after completion. Target, North NY. Understood. Everyone board the ship and gather in the combat meeting room. Understood. And everyone was excited because they didn't expect to be able to participate in combat missions in advance. Even if some people joined as logistics members or crew members, they all believed that the 12th Independent Technical Force would definitely create another legend, and they were also excited as participants and witnesses of the legend. But at the same time, they were worried about this combat mission. Through the veteran's narration, they all knew that Yang Hui was a man of his word. Once he issued an order, he would not change it overnight. But this time, the convention was broken. They guessed that there must be a serious problem, and Yang Hui must make compromises and changes, so this mission would be very dangerous, more dangerous than the Middle East front. Soon, they knew the answer. In the combat meeting room, everyone looked at Yang Hui in disbelief. Major, this is too risky. This is simply going to die. The task assigned by Yang Hui was very simple. All the detachment plans were cancelled. It was still a 9-man team acting alone. The Luna entered the Atlantic Ocean from Venezuela, and then directly raided NY, which was already the rear of the enemy-occupied area. After the team landed, the Luna withdrew from the combat area and stopped again from the Atlantic Ocean to Miami. The second team, temporarily led by South Banninger, was responsible for guerrilla warfare in the Orlando area. After destroying the important city of NY, the first team moved southwest, assaulted the second important target DC, and then killed through the entire enemy-occupied area, and finally destroyed the occupied frontline base Orlando, boarded the Luna and returned. The Luna is very strong, definitely the strongest warship at present, and has the ability to fly at low altitude in the atmosphere, and is absolutely qualified to walk sideways on the Earth. But even so, it is not invincible. If it encounters a large-scale encirclement and suppression, the Luna is still likely to be sunk. So Yang Hui did not arrange the Luna to take them around the occupied area of Xi'an, but immediately returned to the Federation to wait for support after transporting the troops. Although the mission of the second team is not easy, it is still safe. Although the Orlando base is occupied by the Xi'an army, it is very close to the Federation's defense line. Even if they encounter danger and cannot fight, it is no problem to withdraw to the Federation. Moreover, it is just a guerrilla war, not a strong attack on the base. Moreover, it is called the second team. In fact, not only a few people with real machine driving qualifications, but also all reserve pilots will participate in the battle. With a large number of people, it is naturally much safer. Not to mention that they also have the command of Baki Lulu and the air support of the Luna. But the mission of the first team is different. This is a mission to die. The war on the North American front is already over. It is completely different from the fierce battle on the Middle East front. The Xi'an army in North America has begun to stabilize the occupied area, and judging from the speed of the surrender of the local government in North America, it is basically impossible to cause a riot to create chaos. A stable occupied area and a turbulent and unstable occupied area are completely two different worlds. There are not many opportunities left for Yang Hui and his team. Moreover, what Yang Hui and his team have to do is not only to attack NY, but also to attack DC again from NY, and to kill through the entire Xi'an defense zone and return to their own territory. Due to the danger of this mission, whether to participate in this mission is entirely voluntary. If you don't want to participate, leave by yourself. I don't blame you, and you are still a member of the 12th Independent Technical Force. Who wants to quit? Fort Rumphillo was the first to stand up and curse. Major, if you want to go, we will definitely follow you. Travis Kakulin said firmly. Although I feel there are many hidden secrets, Major. Blogger Carl said to Yang Hui, I don't care what the people above did, I owe you a few lives, as long as you need my life, it's yours. And me. Me too. Even if the Major goes to hell, I will follow him. Others also stood up and echoed, even the newcomers were infected by their determination, and stood up and saluted Yang Hui to express their attitude. You are very good. Even though Yang Hui's real age is over 100 years old, his eyes are still wet. This is his soldier, his comrade in arms who has been through life and death. Major, give the order. Well, okay, everyone sit down, Now I will explain to you the real purpose of this combat plan. After listening, anyone who wants to quit, I will personally shoot him. Since they are all willing to accompany him to carry out the mission of life and death, Yang Hui does not intend to hide the purpose behind it. That's what I mean. XN. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.